Welcome to the Beaverton School Board August work session. We are now calling this meeting to order. We have a packed meeting today with quite a few items here, so I think we're going to just head into the first part, which is an OSBA training on roles and responsibilities. We're very lucky to have Kristen from OSBA joining us today. We've got a lot of experience. She goes around the state and trains other boards, and she has previous experience working for the Portland Public School District, and we are lucky to have her with us. So, Kristen, if you want to take it from there.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for your understanding that I am remote today. We were just heading back out into the field when conditions changed, and so I appreciate your understanding. I spoke with Tom early last week, and we are pulling back a little bit from in-person stuff. Personally, I have an unvaccinated child at home, so I'm taking all the precautions I can. So a little bit about me, Tom already shared. I've been with OSBA for about 5 years. Prior to that, I was an administrator at Portland Public Schools for about 10 years. I've worked with your district previously on some charter school stuff, and I work with both of your charter schools quite frequently. My background is I was the charter schools program director at Portland Public Schools. So, but I love training new boards, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And we'll go ahead and start. The first thing I would love to do is ask you, each of you in succession, why you're on the board, what excites you about this work, and what gives you pause. So if we wouldn't mind just going around the table and introducing yourself, tell me how long you've been on the board. I know some of you, this is maybe your second or third meeting, depending on how long or how many times you've met since July 1st. But if we could go ahead and start either side of the table and answer these questions for me as you introduce yourself.
So my name is Susan Greenberg, and I'm starting my third term on the school board. And what excites me about being on this board is making a difference for all our students in Beaverton. Why am I on the board? I've enjoyed the work and feel like there's still more work to do. And what gives me pause? What gives me pause is that we've been in a very strange time of coronavirus, and I'm worried about our kids going back to school, our kids who are unvaccinated in elementary schools, just, all of that, and making sure that our kids are welcome back safely.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Perez, and I go by she, her, a pronouns. My why is around, I want to use, this is my second board meeting, I guess. And my why is around, I want to use my book knowledge, my lived experiences, and my professional experiences to support our students and staff and community in the Beaverton area, in the Beaverton School District. Something that excites me is to actually get started. So this is our almost first official meeting. So I'm excited about that. And then what gives me pause is really thinking about the impacts that the last 1.5 to 2 years has had on our students in their social emotional learning, their social emotional selves, as well as their learning. And so I'm excited to see how we can use, combine the ESSER funds, the SIA funds, the Measure 98, our general funds to really support our students in growth, not only academically, of course, and then also with wraparounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Kristen. My name is Becky Timchuk, and I am just starting my 7th year on the board. And why I'm on the board is I wanted to be sure that all of our community had a voice on the board. We have lots of folks that are represented in different ways, but we also have a lot of folks that the school board is the one and only voice that they have. And I want to make sure everyone, all of our students and community members had a voice on the board. And what excites me about this work is working with so many diverse and dynamic people that bring staff and board that bring different perspectives, and that together we work collaboratively to come up with policy and curriculum and different things that are best for our Beaverton students. And like others, what gives me pause is I'm just very concerned what the next year brings, and very concerned with our students that have lost so much in the last year and a half, that we are able to find ways to support them and get them in a place where they need to be successful.
Thank you, Becky.
Tom Collette, why am I on the board? To support students and families, and make sure that our kids have access to a great, well-rounded education here in Beaverton. And I'm excited when we're able to extend more opportunities for kids, when we're able to break down barriers that were there before, when we are able to provide wraparound services to kids in our community. I think what gives me pause is obviously navigating this pandemic, ensuring that our students are safe, that our staff are safe, that we are dealing with the social, emotional, and mental health impacts, as well as navigating the potential learning loss that we're experiencing right now. And I would also say what gives me pause too is having grown up in Oregon, the constant issue of school funding, ensuring that we are fully funding our schools to be able to provide the education that all of our kids deserve across the state.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Savita Garg, and I go by pronouns she, her, and hers. And this is my first year in the school board. And why I am here is because I understand and the importance of education can make in the lives of kids and students, and especially when there are inequalities. It gives a chance to kids to come to the same level as everyone else. And what excites me about this work is the amount of learning that I have done in such a short time, meeting such wonderful people, and the work that the school district is doing, and how much more we can still do. What gives me a pause is that there are so many other things than just education that right now we have to concentrate on, and we have to pour our energies into making the schools a space where kids can reach their best potential and do the learning that they are here for. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eric Simpson. This is my 6th year, started my 7th year on the board. I joined the board because my mom was a Beaverton School District teacher for 34 years. I graduated from Sunset, so I really have a lot of passion for the district. So I want to be part of a cause I really believe in. And so that's why I joined the board. What excites me about the work, I think this is an opportunity to work on a really great cause and volunteerism. And bring the skills, that I've gotten from like Intel and small business and all the different skills to help navigate and hopefully influence in the positive direction the overall outcome of the district. For me, what gives me pause is sometimes it's a very large system. So I think sometimes we do get things, but we can't always get the output or the result we want. So it's kind of scary to not know whether we're making the right dials and improvements we want. But I think sometimes you have to be patient over a long period of time to see the results you do in early education kind of pan out all the way through high school. So it kind of gives you pause because it's a long, big system that takes time for results to happen.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gona Ayanaya, and I ran for the school board because I wanted to bring representation for our students. I once worked as a teacher in a developing country, and I saw the impact of lack of resources, the impact it could have on students, and that motivated me to run to be able to help our students and communities access resources that would help them be successful, not just in the classroom, but beyond. What excites me, I'm excited about getting started and doing the work. I'm mostly excited about the committees that I'll be serving on, the Equitable Policies Committee, to be able to actually make a difference in the lives of our students, and especially in their outcome in life. And what gives me pause, just like everybody else, is the effects of the pandemic. Our students have had learning loss throughout the year, especially I can speak for myself, for my son who is in special education, who's lost so much. And it concerns me as to how prepared we are to actually help them get back into the flow and catch up and recover on the learning losses that we have had while the couple of months that they've been at home. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't want to leave out your superintendent. Don, I know you're not on the board, but why are you in the position that you're in? What excites you? What gives you pause?
Yeah, thank you, and it's good to see you, Kristen.
You too.
Well, I'm in this position because of these 7 people here. They elected me in here. It's really to make a difference for kids. And as you've heard, all of our students have a different journey. They're in a different environment. And being able to create and implement the resources necessary for each and every child in the Beaverton School District to thrive and be successful and also feel that they belong. And what excites me about this work is just having to work with a board that is so passionate about some of the issues that we're going to be facing, whether it's the pandemic, social justice issues, and really issues around equity. Once again, to make sure that every student has the opportunity to thrive and be successful. What gives me pause? Chair Collette talked about just making sure that we have the resources necessary to be able to provide the resources necessary for all of our children to be successful. Definitely, none of us have ever been through this type of pandemic, so the safety of our students and staff is paramount for me right now. And just, it's a long, hard journey, and some of the decisions that the administration make and the board make, they're very difficult decisions to be made. And sometimes we're not going to make everybody happy, but if we're doing it or to support our children in Beaverton School District, once again, on the safety end of it and on the educational opportunity and access, I think we're doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you all for sharing that with each other, with me, with everybody who's watching. I think that's important for boards don't often get time to have that conversation with each other. So, so thank you for your candor. I also want to ask you, it is, you know, of course I brought material with me, but it is not my goal to get through all of my slides and talk at you for a couple hours. What I want to make sure is that I make the best use of your time. So if there's something specific that you would like to get out of this session, I would love to know about it. Also, this is very informal. If you've got a question or a scenario that you want to go over as we talk, please interrupt me. We can have these conversations, but is there anything specific that you want to leave this session knowing or having discussed?
This is Karen. I don't know what I don't know yet, so I'm really excited to hear you out. Thank you.
I would just love to get a refresher on some of the different aspects of being on the board, and I would like to get to know somebody by the name of Robert's Rules a little bit better.
And I would say that for those of us that have been on the board for a while, board work has changed, and the expectations with our community have changed, and what role we have or don't have, or how things, because we have state that's making decisions, we have counties that are making decisions, we have a governor that's making decisions, but it's all things that involve us as a board. So we'd really like a better understanding of what our role is in that changing environment.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, hearing none. The first thing I want to tell you is that when we come to you and talk to you about board work, we're not making it up. This is not Kristen from OSBA making up what you should or shouldn't be doing. There's a lot of applicable research out there on how boards impact students and student achievement. It really has been done in the last 20, 25 years. Prior to that, it was pretty much assumed that boards were too far from the classroom to make a difference. And what we know now is that you're not too far from the classroom. You will make a difference in student outcomes, whether that be positive or negative. And we're going to talk a lot today about the roles that you play, and when performed well, will make a positive impact on students. So I want to start there. You're not meant to read this entire slide. I will walk through this. However, I will say many boards ask me for a copy of this afterward, and I'm happy to provide this to you. One of the things that I have done is synthesize some of the work that researchers have done on the roles of the board, and it's consistent. We know that boards who set clear expectations and set a vision and goals for the district and for their students and commit to that vision as a body impact students positively. We know that creating conditions for that success, and that means providing staff development time, creating that sense of urgency, which I believe everybody has done over the past 18 months or so, and then matching those resources with the goals and the vision that you have set is very important. Holding the system accountable, being data-wise, understanding what kind of data your district has to show you how students are doing. I have never met a district that relies solely on state testing as a measure of how students are doing. So what else? How else does your district measure how students are? And holding that system accountable means monitoring progress. I know you've got a strategic plan and the pillars that underpin that strategic plan. How do you as a board then monitor progress? Not in the details, but how you're fulfilling those pillars of success that you have outlined. When do you monitor that progress? What kind of data does your superintendent bring to you to show you what progress has been made and on what kind of timelines? Again, this is about embracing and monitoring data, even when it's negative. There is sometimes, and I'm not saying this is you, but there is sometimes a hesitancy to look at data when it's not telling us something positive. And I know this board looks at all data, but looking at those gaps and saying, how do we align our resources? How do we adjust our vision and our goals to ensure that all students are served? One of the things we're going to talk about today is this idea of cohesive teaming. There's research out there that says that when you do internal bonding as a board and understand your roles, when you demonstrate commitment and you practice that collaborative governance, and when you share beliefs and values about the system and its students, you will make a positive impact on student learning. There's data that shows that there's one particular belief that if boards don't share this, can lead to fracturing on the board and negative student outcomes. And that is the belief that all students can learn. And it seems self-evident. It seems really obvious that anybody on the board should believe that. But I have worked with boards where individuals have identified that they're not sure that all students can learn. And that's where we have to start, is that core foundational belief that all students can learn. Then there's the community engagement piece. This has been a challenge for every board that I have worked with over the past 18 months, and it was sometimes a challenge prior to that. But how do you build public will and community engagement, particularly when you are in the middle of an unprecedented situation where you are bound to either make decisions or have to implement decisions that are not popular with some groups of people? Part of that community engagement is, and I know that somebody mentioned this, does the community understand what you can and cannot do? Where there are federal mandates, state mandates, I know that we are all dealing with that right now, and where there is local control, and when there is local control, what the role of the board is and what it is not. I say to every board that I work with, nobody knows what a school board does, and neither did you before you ran for the board. And usually I get a lot of head nods for that. It's hard. The public, in my experience, tends to think of board members as they think of individual legislators, in that you run on a specific platform, you're there to advance a specific agenda, and at times disparaging your colleagues is just part of the job. And we know that that's not true. I know that none of you are here to do that, to be divisive, but sometimes the community doesn't understand that you function as a body, that none of you can explicitly make decisions on behalf of the board. And so part of that community engagement is that ongoing information, that there's a two-way communication route, but that ongoing education to the community of what the board is and what it does. And then there's obviously the engaging the stakeholders part. Who do you hear from and who's missing? I know that you've got an equity lens in your district, and you probably ask yourself this, who was at the table giving us input for these decisions, and who was missing, and how do we reach those groups? Do we go to them? Do we invite them in? And different districts have different levels of success with any of those methods, but the key is in figuring out what works for your community. And then there's the role of policy and accountability. That policy, and I know you went through a policy process, I think a couple of years ago, developing policy with a focus on student learning, and that you're focused on that high level governance role and not on operations, right? You do governance, not management. You oversee the budget, you oversee policy, you are a key part of that community engagement, and you're not doing the daily details, which should be a relief. You don't want to have to do the daily details, so that's a good thing. Before I move on, any questions or comments about these pieces?
I have a question about data in the realm of the pandemic. One of our big roles is looking at data and where our kids are at a certain period of time, and there's such a big gap. I know that's something that we're going to be working on as, school board district, but I'm wondering what OSBA has regarding that.
Well, I think, statewide, it's going to be very hard. We went for, over a year without the data that is published, that is most publicly available to folks. What I have encouraged boards to ask is, how do the district, how do its teachers know how students are doing? And whatever that has been over the past year, can that information be brought to the board? Certainly there were not, standard measurements, but if you asked a teacher in a classroom, how do you know how your kids are doing? What would they say? And how does that information then get synthesized and come to you as a board? We don't really at OSBA have a statewide recommendation on how this has gone or how information is brought to you. And I would ask your superintendent, what are your ideas at this time for, how are you informing the board as to how students are doing? Because you're right, we've had a huge gap and an inability to track certain kinds of performance, and we know that there has been loss. So how do you as a district then, from the district side, gather that information, and how do you want to present it to the board? So I'll invite your superintendent to weigh in on that as well.
Are you asking me right now, Kristen?
I am.
Okay. Yeah, so yes, as you know, we will not have SBAC data, and depending on when we do start up SBAC data, as you know, Oregon has an opt-out, so we don't, all of our students don't take SBAC. They have that provision in Oregon, students can opt out. So being able to look at different types of material, disproportionate discipline, attendance, we can look at grading. I know later in our session today, we're going to be talking about grades, look about some of the other individual classroom data that we have. So there are many other data points that we're able to do. Who's accessing higher level classes? We have ACT data, we have SAT data, we have some other national norm testing data that we also do, but sometimes it doesn't include all that. Of course, we have our graduation rates, we have dropout rates. There's a lot of different points of data, and I think sometimes, at least my experience in districts I've been in, to include here in Beaverton, I think in working with different board members want different pieces of data. And so as we can come together as a unit, as a cohesive team, and really finding out what Kristen says, what makes the biggest difference for us? What kind of data do you want to see? And for us to be able to, as a team, come to a conclusion on what that data, what kind of data do you want to look at and be there. Some of it can also be survey data, not only with our students, but with our parents. The one thing that I think we can be doing a much better job in Beaverton is student voice, and trying to engage their voices more on, whether it's, the type of classes that they're going to access, what do they think about their education going forward. And so, but there are many pieces of data, and I think the one thing that would really help us if we could come to a conclusion as a board, as an administrative team, what is the data that we really want to look at and focus on? Because we can absolutely inundate you with about any data that you want.
And there
Did that
is,
help, Kristen?
yes, well, and I'll ask your board, did that help? There is research out there also that shows that grades are as informative as state testing is. So that's one of those pieces that in that gap may help. Now, of course, those things were studied in years where there weren't global pandemics, but again, districts are having to look at what they have. Any other questions or comments about any of this? Okay. A little bit about, I don't like to give, non-examples, but if we're going to look at what successful boards do, we like to, give cautionary tales. What do low-performing boards do? This has been studied side by side with what high-performing boards do, and has been studied pretty extensively in the last 20 years. Okay, if we know these are the roles that we need to play, where do we see the opposite effect? And so we know that that boards that make more negative impacts on their students have less orderly meetings. They don't talk about student achievement as much. Of course, you're not talking about individual students, but you're talking about the system as a whole. How are kids doing? They, as I mentioned, seek to advance personal agendas, don't have as cohesive relationships or collaborative relationships with each other or their superintendent. And as you know, your collaboration with your superintendent is a key relationship and key to advancing students and student access and student performance. And what we see in lower performing boards is that there's less reliance on your superintendent as the educational leader in your district. There's also the impact of externalizing pressures and externalizing factors in students' lives or blaming sometimes we see. And what I mean is, of course, a district can't be wholly responsible for everything that goes on in a student's life, but you've probably heard stories or heard other board members talk about, well, if only this was happening at home, or if only these students, were this or that, or had some other characteristic, then we could educate them. And those boards who have that thought or who follow that mental model have a negative impact on student achievement, believing that all students can learn and can be taught and that the district can be inclusive and meet the needs of every student, again, is key to that success. When staff don't know the board, that can have a negative impact. Again, it's that distance between you and the classroom, but having your staff understand board's interests and knowing that there is a connection between the board and the rest of what the staff is doing is really important. And again, anecdotes driving personal experiences. This can be tough, especially if you've got kids in the system. It can be tough not to bring, your heart to your board work. But looking at, again, the system as a whole and not using individual anecdotes or personal experiences to drive your decision making. So any questions about this? This is what research says, but we also see this a lot across the state.
This is Karen. So when I think about the anecdotes and personal experiences drive decisions instead of data, I think that they kind of, I think that it actually goes together. I don't think we're here for our own kids. I think we're here for all kids, but I would say my experiences, I'll look this way, sorry, face is over here. But my experience as a person of color, immigrant, somebody who's lived in situational poverty, all those different pieces I have anecdotes that run through my head. And a lot of those are similar to those of my students or our students that make up a large percentage. And so sometimes those anecdotes are helpful in providing some perspective, but obviously it's not the whole story. And it's important to kind of look at our data and analyze using different lenses. So definitely not to use our personal anecdotes to drive a single decision, but using those as information to be considered for a different perspective, I think is important.
Absolutely. And, if there only needed to be one voice on the board, you would only need one board member. The important thing here is absolutely, I agree with you, you're right, that bringing multiple perspectives to decision-making is key. And obviously that lived experience is going to be part of that. And I think that there is a balance too. I agree with you that that you bring your experience, you bring the experience of those around you that and the fine line between that and and saying something like, well, this one thing happened, or I heard about this one story, I'm going to make a policy decision based on that, can be a fine line. But I absolutely agree that that your lens that you bring, all of you, are key to that full picture of the district and its students. Any other comments on this? Okay. Just a couple of other applicable findings. We know that politically motivated board and superintendent turnover can impact student performance. And as there's a lot of this turnover over years, then student performance can decline. Now, this is not having to do with retirements or, folks just not wanting to run for the board anymore, or people moving out of state, that kind of thing, but contentious, politically motivated turnover, which, if you've paid attention to board elections across the state this year, there was a lot of that. And then sometimes that turnover can drive out superintendents for politically motivated reasons. As I mentioned, that board bonding, those internal connections that you make, and bridging, which are external connections, not only can impact academic outcomes, but can impact financial outcomes as well, which makes sense if you tie those things together. If you are allocating resources based on your vision and your goals for your students, then they are likely to do better. And that will, impact that relationship between how you budget and how your students do and how you allocate resources. Knowing your own roles seems kind of basic, but it's really important to know what the board does and what it doesn't do, what you as an individual board member can and cannot do. Setting aside time for your own professional development is key, and continuing to revisit your role with respect to your fellow board members and that relationship that you have with each other and your superintendent. And then board conflict negatively correlated with district performance, particularly on urban boards. Now, we're not saying that you can't disagree with each other. You are meant to disagree and to bring your perspective to the board table and to have, rigorous debate sometimes over certain things. It is how that conflict is handled, managed, and brought to the community that makes a difference. There's a big difference between, somebody maybe not seeing a board meeting and asking you how you voted on something. And of course, if they'd watched that board meeting, they would have heard your argument for or against something. They would have seen how you voted. You absolutely can share those things with others. Big difference between that and, going to the community with the message that I don't trust the rest of my board colleagues. They didn't think this through. I'm, disparaging your board colleagues, even when, when you didn't win the vote necessarily. So again, it is how that conflict is handled, not that there is conflict at all. So any questions on this? So what are your basic roles and responsibilities? We'll go over those quickly. What's the role of the board and what's the role of the superintendent? The first role is that you are governing the district and your superintendent is managing the district. Now, in a district your size, your superintendent is delegating a lot of those responsibilities to other administrators, to principals, et cetera. But you are at that 30,000-foot level in your decision-making ability. You are adopting policy, and policy is sometimes necessarily broad and needs more detail about how to implement that policy. And that is where administrative regulations come in, which often do not need to be adopted by the board, but they are more detailed in how things are implemented because the policy is broad. A good example of this, and you may have others, is your complaint policy, KL. Generally, you've got a policy for that, and then you've got an AR, because that AR may come with a form for folks to fill out. It may come with other timelines, and we're actually going to look at this policy in a little bit because it's good for boards to know what this process is. Again, you are adopting the budget and overseeing that at a broad level, and your superintendent gets to allocate and spend that money and manage the budget. And it does not mean that once you put your stamp of approval on the budget that you never talk about it again. Of course you do, but you are, again, overseeing it at a high level. You have one employee, unless you've got somebody else that reports to you. But generally, you've got one employee, and that's your superintendent. And one of the most important things that you will do is hire a superintendent. And then a corollary to that is evaluating your superintendent. We're going to talk a little bit about that process. I'm going to ask you what you do and talk about the importance of that process. And then again, your superintendent will delegate, but hiring and evaluating everyone else is your superintendent's role. So, and for many reasons, we recommend that the board not be involved in hiring unless somebody is reporting to you in anybody else but the superintendent. And we can talk about that if you'd like. There are cases in law where board members have gotten too involved in HR issues and have lost. So again, we are at OSBA, we are a little risk averse, and that's on your behalf because we want you to be safe. So so we recommend not being involved in too many HR issues. And while it will look different, you and your superintendent you both have a big role in community engagement. And that that can look the same, it can look different. You may hear about things before your superintendent does, based on your involvement in your own communities. And so keeping each other informed about community engagement efforts, building a system for community engagement together are part of those roles. Any questions on this? Any detail that you want to talk about? Okay. So what are the common questions we get from new board members? And I would like to hear yours. I know you don't know what you don't know, but we'll talk a little bit about what we hear at OSBA. It's the governance versus management piece. What does that mean? How is that implemented? What do I do? Involvement in hiring and other administrative processes. Sometimes I get a lot of pushback on why can't we be involved in hiring? So if that's something you want to discuss, we certainly can. But getting into the weeds and the details is also, where do we draw that line? What's the gray area? What can the board do? What should it not do? Those kinds of questions. Complaints and how to handle them. What if you as an individual board member get one? What should you do? What can you do as according to policy, which again, we're going to go over this in a minute. Individual board member authority and responsibilities. What can I do as an individual board member? What can I go solve? What involvement do I have? What can I sometimes get, what can I say? What can I not say? And it's not that restrictive, but a lot of questions generally about that. And then public meeting law stuff, communication with other board members. How do I manage this? Can I not speak to my fellow colleagues? What does that mean? So anybody have anything to add to this list? Okay, and if you do, please let me know. So I want to just go over a couple of your own policies. And one is BBAA, which is your individual board member's authority and responsibility. If you are new to the board, you likely have had some orientation in how to find your policies, but the entire B section of your policies is about board operations. So I always say, if you're going to start somewhere, your policy manual, although it's online, if it was printed out, it would be very, very thick. But start with B. Start with what are your roles and responsibilities? What does policy say about how you operate? So there are a few key pieces in here. One is that you exercise your authority when the board is in a legally called session. So you operate as a team. No one is out there making individual decisions on behalf of the board. And of course, you have the right to express your personal opinions. What this policy asks you to do is, when you are doing that, and we can, if you're interested, we can talk about social media, because this is a bigger deal these days. When you're expressing those opinions in public, this policy says that you need to identify those as your own, and not that you are representing the entire board, unless you've been given authority to do so. There are times when the board wants individual board members to be involved in something, to be either on a committee or heading a process, because of their experience and their knowledge and what they bring to the board. In that case, the whole board will vote to give you that authority. So what are these 5 big pieces? Requests for information. We recommend, and this policy says that the board should all know the same things at the same time. So if one of you is requesting information on something and you're sending that request to your superintendent, then likely all of you are going to get the same information, because if you are needing to deliberate on that information or make a decision at some point, you all should have the same information at the same time. Requests for legal opinions. Obviously, no individual can go out and rack up a bunch of legal bills. If there is a request for a legal opinion by a board member, that must be approved by a majority vote of the board before a legal opinion is sought. Actions on complaints. We're going to talk about this in a minute. That's conveyed to the superintendent generally, unless the complaint is about the board or a board member. And then number 4 is important. You will be informed about the district's program. Of course, you may visit facilities. My guess is that your principals and teachers would love for you to visit and know schools' programs and see how they're implemented, see how they're serving students. And no individual may direct the superintendent without board authorization, right? Again, this, in my view, is you don't have to be responsible for individually directing the superintendent. That's a good thing. The board does that as a whole. And then, of course, you cannot sign a contract on behalf of the board unless given that authority. So no individual board member can go out there and obligate the district to action. Any questions or comments on these? This is a good policy to know. Okay. The other one I want to go through, and I would love for your more seasoned board members to maybe share their experience and how they have done this or dealt with this, is policy KL, and that's about public complaints. If it hasn't happened to you already, likely you are going to get somebody who is very excited that you are on the board, because then you can help them with their individual situation. And what this policy says is we want the vast majority of issues, concerns, complaints to be handled at the most local level, right? If a parent has an issue with their child's teacher, they try to work that out with the teacher first. If they don't like that resolution, they go to the principal. If they don't like that resolution, then depending on the many layers of administration you have, they go to that next layer of administration. It can eventually come to the superintendent. And if all of these solutions are not satisfactory to the complainant, then they can eventually bring that to the board. But really, the board is the last stop for problem solving. It does not mean necessarily that you are the last stop for communication with the public. It means that you as an individual board member can't individually solve somebody's issue, and that the board is really an appellate body at the end of the line in making decisions. So one of the things that I don't see often that I just wanted to highlight in your policy is that all parties to the complaint process will be treated and will treat others with dignity and respect. My suspicion is that you added this in your policy process, because I don't see this in every policy. I think that's an important add. So again, what I mentioned is, you're going to go to the principal, what I've highlighted here, eventually the school board. Another important point here is that the school board may or may not decide to hear an appeal of the decisions by the superintendent. What this means is that you have authority to not process a complaint. And in that case, the superintendent's decision would be final. Many boards that I know, probably in smaller districts, say, you know what, anything that gets to us, we're gonna go ahead and look at, because otherwise it will look like we're picking and choosing. But again, depending on the scope of what comes to you, you have the authority to determine whether or not to take out a complaint. And again, this reiterates, the next section on the right reiterates the steps. And one important thing to note, I'm sure you've got a script that you read before public comment, but one important piece that folks should know before they come to comment at public meetings is that you cannot hear complaints against individuals. There are, and I'm not an attorney, none of this is legal advice. I should have already said that, but I will probably end up saying that several more times this morning. But the board cannot hear complaints. There are HR laws in place and other rules, laws that say that if the board is going to process a complaint against a person, that person gets 24 hours notice to determine whether or not they want that handled in open session or in executive session, and they must be provided that notice. And so if you as a board are hearing a complaint against an individual, either by name or who can be recognized by description, you have to stop them, and you have to explain that you're not allowed to hear complaints against individuals in open session. So one of the pieces that's important in this process is that everyone have access to the same process. I talk to boards a lot about, if there's an individual that's really excited that you got on the board because now you can solve their individual problem, and they get to you because they know you, that may create an inequity for everyone else in the system who doesn't know you or who doesn't know how to access the same process. So, there are ways to address this with your constituents without it necessarily feeling like too much red tape. Yes, it is an administrative process, but the goal is that the concern be handled again at the most local level, and that everybody have access to that same process, that the same system. And so one of the things that I recommend that boards share is that, again, the board as a whole is a last stop, but you want to hear them. Of course, people want to be heard. They want to know that you are taking their thoughts into consideration, and then make sure you give your superintendent a heads up when you hear things out in the community, or if you've got a group of folks or somebody who's got a concern, you're going to direct them to the process and hopefully provide them a resource about how to get there. And you're going to give your superintendent a heads up that has come to you, because it, again, may be something that can be handled at the most local level. I would love to ask folks who have been on the board a little while, how you have handled this. If you've got somebody with a complaint that you either need to pass that on or redirect them. And of course, new board members, if you've already had this come to you, how you have handled this in the past.
I know in the past, when I have folks come to me, what you're saying about listening is really important and spending the time with people. But I always try and make them aware of the KL process and their rights under that process. I think that's really important. And I know that we've worked, I think, Becky, over the last couple of years to make the process more streamlined. There's one point of entry, so it's easy for people to find it on our webpage. We're not trying to hide this in any way. We want the public to know about this process. And I've seen things get successfully solved at lower levels, which is great. That saves people time and energy and moves us towards a solution. And I've also seen things come to the board, and the board weighing in and saying, hey, the way this was resolved wasn't the way we wanted to see it, or yes, we're going to uphold what the superintendent or the deputy superintendent said at the lower level. So I know this is a process that we take extremely seriously in our district, and that accessibility to this process is very important for our community. So I would just emphasize that this is a great process for resolving conflict.
Thank you. Other thoughts or experiences, how you've directed people or helped them through the process?
I think what Tom said was we did, the state helped us too, because I think they're, especially in a larger school district, there needs to be only so many points. You can't make people just keep jumping through hoops. They want resolution, and it needs to be in a timely fashion. So there's also time frames around here as well. But you also, when you take when you get an email or a phone call from someone who is not happy, sometimes it's a teacher, a lot of times it's the principal, they just didn't think something was resolved correctly at their school, that you just really want to make sure, have you actually talked to the principal? Have you actually talked? Because a lot of times you find out they come to you as a school board member and they haven't even discussed it directly with the person that is involved with the conflict. So it's listening, and I think a lot of times it is shaping, pushing people in directing them, not pushing them, directing them in the right. But then also, as Tom said, we investigate, and we are also very fortunate, being a larger school district, we have our own internal legal counsel who gives us a lot of advice on how the best to handle it. Because sometimes too, when people think they've said something out loud, that starts the complaint process. And we need to make it very aware when the complaint process starts and with whom. And as Tom said too, the board leadership is approached with when something makes it to the board. And the board leadership is discussed and decides whether or not it's something the board needs to actually hear. And sometimes we just write back and say, we think all the process was followed and we have the same conclusion, there's no reason. But when it does come to the board, you know, and a lot of times that's usually when it's expulsions or staff being let go or something like that. But I have to say, in a district as large as ours, I am surprised that we are not hearing a complaint weekly. And it just shows that all of our different staff are aware of the process, and we all try to make that fit so that the board is not hearing weekly complaints.
I would just add a couple of technical things too, because I think they're helpful for board members. One is there are actually a variety of different things that come before the board. Some of them are grievances through our the CBAs that we have with our different associations. And they may look like a complaint, but it's a separate but similar process. And I know that we have received, there's another process that we received complaints on as well, and the name is escaping me right now. So there are sometimes different things that come forward to us that look like complaints, but they have different avenues that are specific. The other thing I try to do when I'm talking with folks is trying to figure out, is it a policy issue, right? Is this a bigger district policy issue that we need to take on? Or is this something that truly is a complaint issue because it's a specific incident that happened at one of our sites, or that deals with one of our specific staff, right? And I know that there's not always hard and fast lines because specific incidences can lead to better policy, right? Those are moments of illumination for us at the district where we can understand something and make a better policy. But if somebody's looking for a resolution to that specific issue, that's really a complaint. If they're looking to see the district take a different turn for how we treat all of our students or all of our staff, that really then becomes a policy issue for the board. And I would just say, if you have a policy issue, letting the board chair or the vice chair know, hey, I have a policy issue I'm thinking about, we'd like to see something on the agenda or report on this, get some more information, and we can be your conduit there. And I guess the last thing I would say is that KL can be found in the board page under our policies, and there's also, I think, a separate web page for it, and I copy and paste that link into a lot of emails because the web page does a really good job of explaining it. I believe it's translated in multiple languages too, and that becomes a huge resource for our community. So you don't have to explain the process in depth as a board member, but you can provide that link, and that helps move people along and give them the resources they need to be advocates for their students or themselves in the situation.
This was very easy for me to find. I went on your website and it was just a couple of clicks, which is always the goal, is that something be just, 2 clicks away. And so I think that helps provide access. Sometimes this policy is really, really hidden on district websites, and it would be much harder for folks to find. And Tom, you just mentioned this, but you're right. This is the public complaint policy. There are also, methods for grievances, as you mentioned, within your collective bargaining agreement. And then there can be another process, I believe, with Division 22 complaints, or if something qualifies under a different rule, then there may be a different process. I didn't look, but you may also have a staff complaint policy that's pretty frequent on that. This is the public one, and there may be a different one for staff. Any other?
I just was pulling it up. It's GBM staff complaints.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments on this? Or something you'd like to know from your board colleagues? Your experienced board members can be mentors for, or at least provide experience in how they've handled things in the past.
I'll say one last thing, and I know I probably said enough, but these can, when they come before the board, this can be some of our hardest work, making those decisions, wading through the evidence. and it takes time. You know, sometimes we're delivered like a binder full of information to make a decision on something. So when a complaint comes forward, I take that really seriously. I want to do my due diligence and make sure I come to the situation with an open mind and lots of questions for both parties. But I know that those are some of the most difficult decisions as a board we have to make.
So I want to ask your superintendent how you would like, because I spoke for you a little bit when I said that if you're hearing something out in the community, please give your superintendent a heads up. And so, Dawn, I just want to invite you into the conversation and see if there's, you know, something that you would ask for or recommend to the board when they hear something out in the community, and giving you a heads up on that.
Yeah, thanks, Kristen. And fortunately, I've been blessed while I'm here at Beaverton, and even with the new board members who have come on, when there have been issues or questions, whether it's about a complaint or something to do, they've been so great about including me and asking, and exactly the way you described it is the way, is trying to get it down to that lowest level before it escalates. Having said that, I will say that I think since I've been here once, Becky can remind me, we did have an issue that went before the entire board, and it was something that helped us, and it had to do with investigations and how we were reporting things, and it ended up in a good thing. It ended up in some professional training for some of our administrative staff to make sure that students felt safe and belonged during an investigation. So I know that you said, you know, it's great to be able to listen, and they have to be out in the community and listening and then directing it. So I then can go back and get it to whether it's the right department, the right principal, to do that. The only other thing I would bring up sometimes, and I've seen this happen, not so much in Beaverton, but some other districts I've been in, I have had some board members, they would really get tied up into a particular human resource issue, and then the issue was coming before the entire board, and there was almost a conflict of interest had been created because a board member is so involved in it that now they become a decision maker, and we're really not a neutral party. It's not happened since I've been here at Beaverton, but I have had that experience in one other school district.
I have seen that as well. Thank you. Any other comments or questions about this one? All right, thank you all for your thoughts on this. So let's just talk a little bit about public meeting law. I will say that, you know, when we do trainings and facilitation for boards, we try not to at least outline our presentations with what we call, you know, the boring stuff. We have a lot of webinars on our website that cover things like ethics, executive session, public meeting law. There's a ton of those. That said, I will talk about anything you want. So if there's technical information that you want to talk about, absolutely, let's do that. What I wanted to talk a little bit about, because this can trip up folks, is public meeting law and some of these different pieces. So one of the things that we are seeing more and more of is board members' involvement in social media. And you don't have to Google very far to see where this can go awry. There have been board members across the state that have been censured by their boards for personal posts on Facebook, or it's usually Facebook, that have nothing to necessarily do with the board, but maybe so egregious in nature that the board feels it necessary to separate itself from the comments of one board member. Those are rare, but they do happen. There have been recall efforts because of what one board member is posting on social media. And as you have likely heard about other districts, a lot of this came up in board elections this year across the state. And so, you know, what do we say about social media? Absolutely, you have the right to use it. a lot of board members tell me that they like to separate their board work social media from their personal. So they may have, a Facebook account that says so-and-so board member, and another one that's just for them and their friends. Now, it does not, that's an attempt at separation. It does not mean that anybody will ever see you with your board hat fully off. As a public official, as an elected official, it is very hard to disentangle yourself from your board role. So what we advise is just be careful. Some of the ways that we see social media be positively used by board members is promoting what students are doing, or promoting district events, or acknowledging, celebrations, announcing those kinds of things. Again, there are many, many positive ways if you are talking about your board work to represent the district in social media, or to promote the district. Again, trying to separate yourself entirely can be difficult. And we get a lot of questions from board members about, so what does this mean? Are my First Amendment rights taken away from me? Of course they are not. But we also say there may be consequences. We have seen those across the state. We see those in the news quite a bit. So we say, just be cautious and just be aware. Text and email. So as many of you likely know, a quorum of you talking in any way about board business constitutes a public meeting. And if there's going to be a quorum of you talking about board stuff, either not making a decision necessarily, but deliberating towards something that may eventually result in a decision, that could be a public meeting that you would need to notice. And so this can happen in sequence also in what we call a serial meeting, which is the vast majority of times is unintentional and can result in public records requests, say. So, if you've got one board member who really wants another board member's thoughts on something and sends an email, and then that board member is like, well, let's loop in somebody else, and brings in a third board member. And by the time a fourth board member joins, you've got a quorum. And so we ask you to be really cautious with your email. Having a practice of not hitting reply all is a great sort of simple way to mitigate those issues. That said, you can talk with your superintendent as much as you like. So while you can't poll each other on how you feel about something, or how you're thinking about voting or discussing something, when you're not at the board table, your superintendent can ask you your thoughts all he would like. You are an elected official, and while you're all public officials, he's not elected. So that kind of communication, he can be the hub of your wheel in that way. Or if somebody else is designated to do that, you've got a staff member who's a hub of your wheel. And when I talk to boards about this, most of them are very familiar with this. But when I say, so the same rules apply to text, I get a lot of like, oh, right. So the same thing applies to text. It's very easy to start a group text and start discussing things over text. But just remember, even when you're using your personal device and your personal phone number, if you're discussing board business, you're creating public records. Parking lot meetings are when we see board members who, and in fact, I was at a board meeting once where they gavelled out and just continued to keep talking about the things that were on the agenda. Parking lot meetings are what we refer to them as when you're walking each other out to the car and you're continuing to discuss what was on the agenda or might be on future agendas or ideas that you didn't share during the meeting. So again, we recommend you gavel out and you're done. Everybody go home. Committees, if you form a committee, if the board forms a committee or the committee reports directly to the board and makes recommendations to the board, then that committee has to follow public meeting law, meaning you have to post that meeting, you have to allow access to that meeting, you have to take minutes at that meeting. So use your committee strategically, because if you give the work to your superintendent, who then wants to form a committee, even if there are one or two of you on it, that committee does not have to follow public meeting law. It's the superintendent's work, the superintendent's committee, and he is the one that will make the recommendation to you. So in that case, that can just be an administrative committee. And then there's the can versus should. I get a lot of questions like, well, you know, if we just have 2 board members talk about this and then 2 board members talk about this, and, you know, we wouldn't necessarily violate public meeting law. And sure, there are ways to not violate public meeting law that meet the letter of the law, but do they meet the spirit? Most of the vast majority of the discussions that you will and should have are at the board table. Because if you're discussing district business or things the board is involved in, you want your community to hear what you're talking about the majority of the time, right? There are exceptions like executive session and other, you know, individual conversations you may have with your superintendent. But if something is important enough that you want your colleagues, your board colleagues' thoughts on, consider bringing that through your agenda setting process. And before I ask you some questions, are there any questions about these pieces or concerns or experiences you want to share?
I just have a question about committees. You talked about them a little bit, and I don't know if I missed a couple pieces. So could you just repeat that part for me, or at least this thing? I got most of it, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Absolutely. So what our attorneys say is that, and I believe this is reflected in the AG manual as well, the Attorney General's public meeting manual, which is a great thing to have saved and look up things. I mean, I do all the time, but I am kind of a nerd for this kind of stuff. So if there's a committee that reports directly to the board and makes recommendations to the board, then that is a public committee or a committee that has to follow public meeting law. When I was in Portland Public Schools, I actually was the staff member that I didn't chair it, but I was the staff member to that committee. And because it was formed by the board and that committee made recommendations to the board, we were open to the public. A lot of people came to those meetings. But if you delegate the work that would otherwise be in this committee to the superintendent, and the superintendent forms a work group or a committee, because this is not a subset of the board, then that committee, again, even if there's a board member or 2 on it, does not have to follow, it's not subject to public meeting law for those meetings.
What's the maximum amount of school board members that can be on a committee that's
For you, it would be 3.
great? Okay, just wanted-
Yeah, less than a quorum.
And just to clarify Kristen's point, because I had a chance to talk to everybody about the committee assignments, we'll have an agenda item today about that. But we have, for instance, like the audit committee, that's a larger committee that board members serve on. It is not a board committee per se. But then if you have like, you know, the policy and planning committee, that's a board committee. We have to publicly notice that that is our committee. So some of the assignments that we have, we are joining a different group or body. It's being run by the district, and it's more like a superintendent committee. And then some of them are our own committees, and we have to publicly notice when they're happening so that the public can come if they would like to observe our deliberations.
So Tom, is the policy committee the only one that is like that?
No, I would say, I mean, if you're looking at what we have, let's see, equitable policies task force. So yeah, that one's kind of done. Yeah, I have a question mark on that one, but the multilingual and equity committee, the bond committee, the policy and planning committee, those 3 are definitely our committees. And the only question mark I have on the task force is it's something that the school board was tasked that group of doing, but it is a larger committee that is facilitated by an outside third-party consultant. So I don't know if that would technically fall under a board committee. I'd be interested in learning more about that.
I would ask your legal counsel about that one.
That's what I'm thinking.
And just to clarify, anytime there's 4 of you or more, then that's a board meeting, right? So anytime there's a quorum of you, that's no longer a committee meeting, that would be a board meeting. So that's why I say 3 of you would be the max that could be on any committee.
Which ones did you say were under which, or maybe later we can just highlight which ones are which, so that I'm clear on that.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
One way of thinking about it is anyone where there's an asterisk and there's a chair, that means it's a board committee. Because the board member is chairing that and they're bringing that back to the board. That's kind of the shorthand.
Kristen, this is Don. I have a question for you, and I know it comes up all the time. And at the beginning of the meeting, you said it's how important it is for a board to bond and whatnot. And so sometimes if you have board meeting gatherings in a social environment in which there are absolutely no agenda items being discussed, can you give a little bit of possibly your guidance on that?
Yeah.
For instance, if there's going to be, a dinner, or you're doing something, but there's no agenda, there's no items being discussed, so it's just a time to either, bring family or whatnot, and to become, learn a little bit more about other board members.
Mhm.
Or we're at an OSBA conference.
Right. And that's a little bit different, and I'll go over both. So yes, you can gather socially. If everyone is very careful not to discuss anything related to district or board work. That can be hard when the way that you may know each other best is through your association on the board. So it would need a strong commitment and focus by everyone that we are literally talking about everything else except our work on the board or district issues. But you can do that. In small communities that we work with, everyone knows each other socially, and they want to go to games together, they want to gather at each other's houses, and you can do that. So it would just ensure that you've got that understanding. There is a provision that states that there are a couple of times where the board can gather without providing notice. And as I think that was Becky, I'm trying to memorize voices, that mentioned like going to the OSBA conference. You're all going, it's about board stuff, but it's not about your board stuff. So what you would be prohibited from doing is having a meeting there unless you wanted to post it and allow the public access to that. But you can all go sit in the same session. Our goal is always that you take ideas and work home with you to discuss at your board table. But yeah, you do not have to notice those as public meetings, even though you're going to learn from other members and staff about board stuff. So you're allowed to do that, and you're allowed to gather socially.
Well, Kristen, one last question, and I know this happens a lot, but I think I do know the answer. But school board retreats.
Mm-hmm. Like this one.
Well, this is scheduled, but an actual school board retreat, I know where some boards have went off and sequestered themselves for a retreat. I'm guessing that has to be public and notice should be provided, correct?
It does, and you would need to give access to the public. The other thing that you would likely need to do is meet within your district boundaries. So what the AG manual says, and if there's an attorney sitting in the room, please correct me. But what the AG manual that says is that you can meet, you need to meet within your district boundaries or in the nearest practical location. Often what we say to boards, again, being a little risk averse, is there's probably not a limit. There's probably no nearest practical location you could meet that is outside of your district boundaries. I get asked all the time, can we go to the beach? Can we take a beach trip? Well, not unless you're one of those lucky districts that happens to be on the beach. So we strongly recommend staying within your district boundaries. But sequestering would be tough. Now, does the public often show up for board retreats? Not usually, but you would need to provide notice for those. And of course, as we know, there was a bill that will give where you have to, keep streaming your meetings. I know you're doing that with this one. So there may be more access to the public for things like retreats.
Kristen, I have a question. I attended a OSBA seminar or webinar on raising the voice for equity. And one of the suggestions that was provided by the coach, he said that to start a book club. So can committee members have a book club meeting? How does that work?
Can the board have a book club?
Yes.
Yes. You can certainly do that. You could likely even, again, not legal advice, but you could, depending on how you intend to discuss the book, it may not even qualify as a public meeting. Now, if you want to relate the book to your district work, I would suggest doing that and putting that on the agenda. If you want to just all read a book and talk about, students in general and not Beaverton students or issues, you could likely do that without posting a public meeting. Again, if you kept it really general, but if, as I suspect, you would want to relate that to your work on the board and your district. I know boards that put that as an agenda item under board discussion every once in a while. Like, okay, we've read this, how, what are everybody's thoughts? How would we implement, or, how does this change the way we look at our role or enhance the way we look at our role as related to our district? And that can be a nice thing for the community to hear you discuss as well. If you're studying and then talking about that together, that can be a real positive for if you can carve out time on an agenda to do a little of that.
Thank you.
I have a question about the text message. There have been, I'm trying to, and we have a really good internal police officer in David Williams to make sure that even when we are gathered around the food table, that we are not discussing any sort of board business. So we are coached very well here in Beaverton.
Good for David. Way to go, David.
But there are times, especially when I was board chair, that Don would relay some information to me that he needed the board to know very quickly. And it was not particularly board business. It was just information about something that was happening in the district that he wanted the board members to know, maybe before they heard it on the news, or maybe, maybe it was an accident that happened with a student or something like that.
Yep.
Is that better that should I have individually text people, or can I put the board members on a group text?
So one thing that we recommend, and I facilitate these kinds of communication protocols with boards and their superintendents a lot. One thing that we recommend is that somebody on staff do the group text out. So if your superintendent, if Don is really immersed in a situation and can't do the group text to the whole board, because he certainly, or anybody on staff certainly could blast all of you with some news. We like to see board members not responsible for that kind of communication to the rest of the board, just because you run the risk of reply all, and it's still district stuff. So what I would recommend for that protocol is that you've got somebody on staff who would know about the situation, who could send that out to all of you. And either, if there's a crisis, usually it's a quick blast with saying, we'll follow up later with either more detailed phone calls or an email or something, which, we do see occasionally. But that would be my recommendation, is that it not be a board member or the chair that's responsible for communicating to the entire board. Great questions. Any others?
we don't have any questions, I think now is a good time for us to take our 10 a.m. break. Is this gonna work for you, Kristen? Is this a good point of? rebuttal?
Absolutely, absolutely. How long would you like?
I think we have on the, let's see, 15 minutes, so we will all be back at 10:15. And thank you so far for the training, Kristen, it's excellent.
See you in 15.
We can really, yell.
And Kristen, are you there with us?
I am here. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay.
We see you now through the magic of the internet, and we are ready to hear the next item.
Great. And it's going to be your favorite, Tom. Let's see.
Oh, no.
Here we go. So, so I got asked to include some parliamentary procedure basics, and I will let you know first, I am not a parliamentarian, and but I did send, I believe in advance, this cheat sheet and maybe a couple others about motions. What I've highlighted here are the ones that you're likely going to use the most. You're going to make main motions. You may make amendments to those motions. Obviously, you will adjourn meetings. Point of order and appeal are less frequent, but I've actually been hearing more of these in board meetings recently. And then calling the question is really about, wanting to stop discussion. So what we've got here, and this is a great cheat sheet. I know many board members keep this at their tables and just refer to it as they go. Is what constitutes, what order do motions come in? And you can see that they're ranked there 1 through 13, with 1 being at the bottom. Whether or not you need a second, whether or not that motion is debatable or amendable, and then whether or not there is what kind of vote it needs. Is it a simple majority vote? Is it a 2/3 vote? And there are some that are 2/3. So it's great if you have questions or issues to have a cheat sheet in front of you, especially as you are looking at amendments. I can tell you that, when you make a main motion and somebody wants to amend, if there are more than one amendment, you have to take each amendment in succession. And point of order is if somebody says something that maybe violates your rules of engagement or your board operating agreement, anybody can make a point of order, and the chair would then rule on whether that is well taken or not well taken, as far as how you communicate with each other at the board table. And again, if somebody doesn't like the decision of the board chair, they can appeal that.
Sorry, this is Karen. I need to interrupt. I need you to back up just a little bit, because I don't know, like, I'm still stuck on the rank order. I don't even know what that means yet.
Okay, it means, yeah. So the ranked order means, like, what are you going to do in succession? So a main motion, I move that we adopt this, is always going to come first. And then, the next one would be, if somebody wanted to postpone that vote indefinitely, they would get, that would be the next rank. Like if there were, if there were a motion to postpone that motion indefinitely. If there's not, then anybody with a suggested amendment could come forward. And if there's not one of those, then somebody who wanted to refer that to a committee could come forward. So it means, what order do you do these things in if there are multiple layers to a motion? Most often, there's not necessarily all 13 of these steps are not going to be taken. You will adjourn at some point, but again, that's after everything that's on the table to take action on is done. So these are the orders in which you would do things. The incidental motions beneath that are any time during the meeting. So a request for information, a point of order, and an appeal of the chair when they rule on that point of order can happen at any time during the meeting, and nothing takes precedent above that. The box below that is bring back motions, where you want to reconsider something, amend something previously adopted. So if the board has adopted something and then wants to change its mind on that, you would need to bring that decision back and then amend that. Again, these are not taken in succession. It's really you start with a main motion and then work your way through these steps. Now, the chair does not have to ask in each of these steps, does somebody want to postpone this indefinitely? Does somebody want to make an amendment? Does somebody want to refer this to a committee? You don't have to do that. It's just that if you as a board member want to do anything else to the main motion, those are the steps in order which you would take.
And Kristen, just so that I make sure I understand here, my understanding is that, we have an agenda item that we're looking at, and it's under action items. And we would start with, at the very beginning, if somebody makes a motion that we vote the agenda item forward. I would wait to hear a second. And once that happens, then we can begin discussion. So at that point, then we can start discussing the agenda item, because I know when I was a new board member, that was a little jarring, because I thought, well, we're going to discuss it and then we vote on it. But you actually have to have a motion to open it up, a
Yes.
second for that, then we discuss it. Once we're underway in the discussion, there's the opportunity if people agree or disagree with it to put amendments forward, right? Which allows us the opportunity to say, okay, I like this, but I want to make this adjustment. Or I think this part of it, I want to take that off the table because I think I'm okay with these 3 parts, but I'm not okay with this one part. That amendment would have to have a second, so somebody else has to agree with that. And then there's an opportunity to discuss, it all starts over again. You discuss that motion as amended.
Yes,
So
that's correct.
suddenly you're talking about something different rather than just that main motion you started with. Now you're in the amended motion.
Yes.
And when we get to a place where kind of the discussion is wound down, and I know there's some other things, some other procedural things you can do, but for the most part, once the discussion winds down and everybody's had an opportunity, then usually the vote is taken. And once that vote's taken, that's kind of the end of that discussion and the end of that item. And if it's voted in, then it's upheld. And usually that vote is a majority. So you have to have at least 4 votes on the board for it to move forward.
Yep.
It looks
That's
like
exactly right. You would, and one of the things that sometimes trips boards up is that order of discussion piece. You have to have, I believe technically you only have to have a motion, but most boards will have, a second. This is for Robert's rules for small boards. But if you've got a motion, you've got a second, then you wait to have discussion. I see a lot of boards, have a motion and then they start discussing to see if somebody wants to second the main motion. And it does not mean when you make a motion that you're going to vote, or if you second it, that you're going to vote a particular way. So a lot of boards think that, well, if I second this, it means I have to vote for it. It does not mean that. It only means that you're advancing that motion to discussion. You could very easily, you can vote any way you want at the time of the vote, but if there's going to be discussion, you have to get to that point procedurally. And then as Tom just mentioned, if you want to, if somebody wants to move an amendment, then you are going to, again, discuss that like you would a main motion, and you're going to discuss it as amended. So, and then you will vote on the amendment. If the amendment does not pass, then it's back to the main motion.
So as I'm looking at this chart, that number 1 at the bottom, that's kind of what we begin with, that main
Yes.
motion.
Mhm.
2 through 8, those are things that can happen once that's put on the table. So you could postpone it, like let's say we're having a conversation and it's like, hey, I don't think this is going to go anywhere. We postpone it. You can amend it like we talked about. So everyone here has the right to amend things. We can refer it to a committee. So you could say, actually, we think this is a better taken up by the Equitable Policies Task Force. We want to hear from them. We can postpone it for another date, like another school board meeting in the future or later on our agenda. Like if we're getting to a big debate, we have a lot of things we got to go through. Let's just kind of put this for later. Limit or extend the debate. So that means that, like, if a board member is like, this is going on too long, we need to really not continue to discuss this. You can make a motion to limit the debate. And then calling the question, my understanding is that's just moving it to a vote, right, Kristen?
Yes, if debate or discussion has gone on, too long, you can handle that with, somebody asking to call the question, to move it to a vote.
And
And
then tabling it is,
You need 2/3 to agree to do that.
so if that would probably be something where if there was like one or two board members who were continuing to discuss something and the majority wanted to move forward and close the issue, that's the motion.
Yeah, sometimes when you hear conversation that gets really circular in nature, where folks are starting to repeat the same thing, or the conversation is no longer productive or providing anybody any new information, then someone will move to call the question, and then it would take a 2/3 majority to move to vote.
And then tabling it just means we're done with this issue, we're moving on. It hasn't been voted down, but it's just, we're not going to be discussing it further.
So I believe that tabling it is actually keeping it on the same agenda, but moving it, because you can either, if you want to postpone it to a certain time, that would be a different date. If you want to postpone it indefinitely, you're not saying we're going to handle this at the next meeting. If you want to table something, sometimes that means that like the person that you need information from for this agenda item isn't there, and they can't get there for another hour or something. Then you can also do that by amending your agenda, but you could table it and take it up later in the agenda.
Or table it for a future meeting, or table it for 3 future, it takes someone tabling something means you're just not taking it up at that time, and then someone else brings it up later to say, I move that we take the thing off the table. So it doesn't have to be just later in the meeting. And that doesn't have to, as I recall, it doesn't even have to be an official vote that you table something later in the meeting. You can just, and it's also the discussion of the board chair that they can move an agenda item further down if the staff isn't there or something like that. That's the chair's discretion, correct?
Usually if you're going to amend your agenda, it's a vote of the board, and often that happens at the beginning of a meeting, but sometimes it needs to happen in the middle of a meeting. If you do want to postpone something to another date, though, you would use that motion, postpone to a certain time, and that means another date. And then if you, again, want to, there's sort of 3 ways to do it. If you want to postpone, we don't know when we're going to schedule this again, we want to remove it from the agenda, or postpone this indefinitely until we can figure out more information, then you would use postpone indefinitely. And there are a couple of ways to amend your agenda. You don't have to use the table motion. You can just amend your agenda as well. If you have given your board chair the authority to keep the same agenda, but swap things around, then yes, you can do that.
But I was taught way back when in parliamentary procedure, a tabling meant there was a motion on the floor, and if people saw that it wasn't going the way that they thought it was going to go, whatever, they could ask to table the motion. And again, because there is a motion on the floor, the board can agree to table the motion. A postponement was something that maybe hasn't even been brought up yet for discussion, that you're postponing. But if you have an actual motion on the floor, you see it's maybe not going your way, you don't have the 4 votes for it or whatever, somebody else can say, I move that we table this motion. So maybe there is, and again, I learned parliamentary procedure many years ago.
My instruction on this was from Betsy Miller Jones, who used to be the ED. I don't know if she was a parliamentarian, but she knew a lot about parliamentary procedure. And I don't know if it was just through experience or what. We actually had this discussion on what does tabling mean? And that was her instruction to me, is that tabling meant we're not going to take this up now, but we'll take it up later in the agenda. I may have given you more resources. I'm showing you this because it's 1 page, but if I didn't, I can certainly provide those. There's, I think I did. There's a script where it says, if you want to do this, this is what you say. And that's a little bit more comprehensive than this cheat sheet. But we can certainly get clarification from maybe that sheet or more resources in in parliamentary procedure from, I don't know how many of you heard of Jurassic Parliament, but Anne McFarlane is like the foremost authority on parliamentary procedure. We can certainly clarify that.
Thanks. We appreciate this. I'm just thinking the main things for folks to focus on is the main motion, the amendment part, and then like a postponement if somebody would want it postponed. Because I know that the majority of the board work is, I don't know, 98% of the time transacted based on those 2 or 3 motions. And if there's ever a pause in the meeting, guys, where we put something forward as an action item and we're waiting, it's usually because we're waiting for someone to make a motion or for somebody to second that motion, because we can't move forward with the discussion until that happens. And it sometimes creates awkward pauses, but not much more than that.
Tom, is there a way we can just have this on hand at each board meeting? Maybe it's in our board book, just so it's kind of a reminder.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The other thing I've seen come up, and again, not on our board, but I've seen it in other boards, is usually at the end when we do ask, we ask that you vote aye, nay, or abstain. And we say, all those in favor, say aye. Now, again, during Zoom COVID, we called on each one individually by name and you had to vote. But in person, we always just said, how many in favor, those in favor, they can raise their hand or just say the word aye, opposed. You can ask people for a roll call vote so that everyone has to individually, not just kind of go with the flow there, that you ask for a roll call vote. Is that something you see?
Yes, I see both. And I agree with you, Becky, that during COVID, it was usually a roll call vote. I sort of see split that although now that we're broadcasting meetings more often and folks may not be able to necessarily see the board as well if they're watching, I'm seeing more of the roll call vote so folks can actually determine when they're watching who's voting what way. So I have seen boards keep that roll call vote piece or just go back to what they were doing, which is, just saying it all at once and the board chair announcing how the vote went.
I have a quick question. Is there a more comprehensive chart that gives the definitions of all these terms? Because I'm not sure that I'll be able to remember what each of these terms mean.
Mhm.
If there is something more comprehensive that talks about what the steps are and what the definitions are. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I've got a couple more. And again, I may have sent these. I will check and see. If I didn't, I will. I've got a couple more. There's still cheat sheets, but they have, again, like there's one with a script that says, if you want to do this, here's the way to do it, and here's what you would say, and here's the vote that's needed to advance that. So it's a little more descriptive and provide some definition for these things so that you could make better use of the chart here as a one-pager. So I will happily send that along, and other things that I've got 2 or 3 things that I often will send along to boards, and they can use them as they wish, take what's useful, discard what's not. So happy to do that. And as Tom mentioned, you are likely to mostly use main motion, amendment, and adjourn. Again, rarely do I see points of order. If you're having a productive meeting, probably no one will need to say, point of order, this is very disrespectful, or something like that, or this violates our board operating agreement. You can also have, I don't know how you're set up for discussion, but you can also have, rules that are recommended in Roberts that everybody gets to speak once before anybody speaks twice. And that at some point, discussion will end after everybody's either had an opportunity to speak once or speak twice. I mean, there are multiple ways to organize that if you are more open and informal with that. I don't often hear folks needing to call the question because discussion tends to end naturally but that's a possibility. But for the most part, you're going to use main motion, amendment, and adjourn. Anything else on this? I will send additional resources.
This is Karen, and so, the bottom part, I got the top part now, I think, and it will be helpful, like Sunita or Ilana said, you have the cheat sheet for us, you folks in the back. But the point of order, you said it's like, if somebody's saying something and we don't necessarily agree, but we just, or we're going off track or something, then people could say point, would raise your hand or whatever, and, or signal and say, I have a point of order. Is that how you do it?
It's often used when I saw this used the other day in a meeting where someone was insulting another board member, where one board member was sort of making an ad hominem attack on another board member, and somebody called a point of order because that violates their rules of engagement. And then the chair rules on that, whether or not it's, that part of the discussion needs to stop, whether or not they tell that person, please stop using that kind of language. It's usually when there is conflict. If you're wanting to just move on, that's sort of that's the call the question thing. But usually point of order is when there is conflict or disrespectful language.
How does the chair adjudicate those claims? I mean, is it their personal prerogative or their standards that they reference?
It's usually, what would a rational person say? If you are also hearing that, the language is disrespectful or, is not, or maybe, talking about the community in a disrespectful way that is not advancing the conversation and maybe creating conflict, then, it is the jurisdiction of the chair to say, that's well taken. And then that person needs to cease that behavior. You could also say, not well taken, go ahead, keep talking. And then somebody could appeal your decision. But it doesn't, it's very uncommon. Especially if you've got a functional board, you're likely not going to need to call point of order very often.
Another question would be, let's say it's not our board that's being disrespectful, maybe something that's happening from the other side that we're people or that are in our boardroom. So is that a point of order, or how does that stop? How do we stop that? Is that within these things that we say, or is that something totally different?
It's different. These rules are just for the board advancing its work and the board interaction. If you've got, somebody in the boardroom and there's a couple of different pieces of that, what are they saying if it's during public comment time, you've got a policy for that will guide how that goes. And I actually sent Tom a couple of other districts of your size, how their rules for public comment, in addition to their policy, what they want their constituents to know before they engage in public comment. Sometimes I have a little script I will send boards, and it includes, we model the way for our kids. So our expectation is that even if you have a concern or a disagreement, respectful language will be used. We will understand that that's a concern or disagreement, but we model the way. If you've got somebody who is complaining about an employee or using very inflammatory language that would be, egregious, you can ask them to stop. I have also been in board meetings where there's somebody in the audience who's causing a major disruption, and the board will sometimes just recess. Or if I've also been in board meetings where, the entire audience is yelling or preventing the board from doing its work, and the board can recess until that stops. Sometimes the board adjourns. Sometimes you can ask someone to leave. That's harder to do because it's a public meeting, but there are, there are different ways to handle that. It's most straightforward in the public comment piece, but the board always has, the ability to ask the audience to, be respectful, let the board conduct its meeting. One important thing to know is that the public has no legal right to participate in your meetings. They have a legal right to observe your deliberation and decisions. You, of course, have a policy for the public to engage in public comment, because that's, I don't know any board that doesn't have that. That's a community building thing to do. You want to hear from your constituents, but you grant that right through policy and not through law. So there are times, and I've been in these board meetings, where a board will suspend a policy for a particular meeting. And sometimes, that's suspending public comment. Again, sort of a last resort if that's needed, because you want to hear from your community. But there are various ways to address that lets the board move on with its work.
And Karen, we're gonna take a look today at public comments. And then once the board's kind of reached a decision about how we want to do our public comments, I'll be following that up with kind of a script that's read before the comments happen. Then we'll deal with disruptions and things like that. But that'll probably be a later meeting once we kind of understand what everybody on the board wants to do, so it can be tailored to that situation. And I've been working a little bit with Camelia to just understand what the right way of going about that is.
Does that mean that we would have a policy change in something, or is that just something that we can, as a board, decide, or did the policy change? I don't know the policy enough to know.
That's a good question. Let me think, because we could adopt that script. We could say like, hey, we're gonna all vote on it and adopt it, and that's one way of showing board support for it. But that means that if there need to be changes on the fly due to the specifics of the meeting, we would be limiting ourselves that way too.
Your policy likely says, because most of them do, that the board will develop procedures for.
Our policy as it is allows us to do what Tom is going to talk all about today. I don't think just the policy to be able to read an opening statement or to marshal public comment in a way that allows the business of the board to move forward if there's a disruption or something like that. So I reviewed it with that lens.
Thanks, Camelia.
You're welcome.
Great. Anything else on this one? Okay. I know I've only got you for a few more minutes. I just wanted to review, there's a researcher out there that's developed a board self-assessment tool that actually OSBA is going to adopt. It is a nationally normed tool. His name is Tom Alsbury, and it's more modern and more comprehensive than the board self-evaluation that we have been using. I just wanted to point out what those standards are, because even if you're not doing a board self-evaluation right now, which you're not likely, it's important to think of what are these expanded roles that we fulfill, and what do those mean? And again, I can get you this information if you'd like to have this. We talked about vision-directed planning, and that's engaging staff and community on a shared vision. We talked about community engagement, recognizing that all members of your community are stakeholders. Effective leadership is that focus, direction, and expectations for student learning, that you are also aligning authority so that decisions can be made at the most local level, right? The board looks at, again, policy, governance, but how is leadership then distributed throughout your district? You are not going to do that yourself, that's operational, but knowing how leadership is distributed in your district. Like what do your administrators do? What sort of authority and leadership abilities do your principals have? That kind of thing, and your teachers. Oops, went too far. And then that accountability piece, again, the expectations for the learning of every student, aligning your policy, your goal setting, your budget with your vision and goals. We talked about using data. A piece in this that is really important is cultural responsiveness. So recognizing the many facets of culture, the many facets of diversity, the many facets of all of your students and staff, and that the board is always working to reduce and eliminate those barriers. As we talked about earlier, applying diverse and multiple perspectives to programs, to policy, who does this impact and how? What are the negative impacts? What are the positive impacts? Who did we hear from and who is missing? Creating that culture and climate, again, expectation that all students can learn, but modeling also those respectful and professional relationships. What you do as a board models the way, and your leadership will be looked to and can set a tone that permeates your district. The learning organization piece is newer and really, really critical, so that it's, folks get to pursue their own professional development, that there is a constant learning and professional community, that your staff is reflecting, discovering, constantly looking at what is best for our kids, and that those leadership opportunities are distributed, and that learning and education is not static, but is a dynamic process, and that the organization continues to learn. Systems thinking, you may all already do this because you're at the board level, but looking at an integrated view across systems, across schools. You are a very large district, so you have to do this more than a very small district that may have 1 or 2 schools. But being in touch with, and a lot of this is through your superintendent, local, state, national partnerships, looking at sharing resources, bringing in community organizations, and looking at the K-12 continuum of education, and often pre-K 20 education integrated view of how the system works. Innovation and creativity. Boards often ask me, well, we're not supposed to do that because we're not supposed to be in the weeds. We're not supposed to be operationalizing things. We operate by law. And yes, there are constraints on you. It does not mean that you, together with your superintendent, cannot collaborate to be innovative in response to what your students needs, and to be creative in your problem solving. The relationship with the superintendent, again, board conduct, adhering to ethics, your relationship with your superintendent, and your knowledge of your roles and your respective roles. We've talked about this being important. And then if you've heard Jim Green, our executive director, talk, he always says that boards hold the 2 most valuable resources the community has: their kids and their money. And he says that in practically every speech I've ever heard him give. So all of these pieces being about students, but aligning your resource allocations to your goals, to your pillars, and assuring that the district is financially sound. One more thing I just want to point out, there's a governance continuum that we get asked a lot. We don't want to be a rubber stamp board, and we don't want to be in the weeds. And what research has shown us is that both of those are equally as harmful. When you're a disengaged board, when you're a rubber stamp board, you're only looking at the ends, and the questions that you ask are only about outcomes. There's nothing else. You're just looking at recommendations, giving a rubber stamp, and moving on. The middle piece here is the healthy place to be. You have informed oversight. You are monitoring your strategic goals, and you are talking about student achievement and outcomes. Your focus is on learning and students learning and their needs, and monitoring those pillars of your strategic priorities. And then, as we hear a lot about the overreaching boards, the micromanaging boards who take on an operations role that they shouldn't have. And their inquiries are about management. They are not about the overall broad needs and focuses of the district. So it's that middle area where you want to be, the informed oversight. And a few things that we recommend, you may have many of these pieces already, but if you don't, a board operating agreement really just lines out the expectations you have for each other. How do you expect each other to prepare for meetings, to interact at meetings, to interact outside of meetings? What are your priorities in how you function as a board? Separately, we recommend a board and superintendent working agreement as well. And when I facilitate these, we've got like a long list of really common things boards and superintendents will choose. And I have you prioritize these things. What does this mean this year? What is the consensus and the one voice direction and expectations that the board has for the superintendent? And what are the superintendent's prioritized expectations for the board? Because those are equally important. Again, collaborative relationship. We don't have time to talk about the superintendent evaluation process. You've probably got a solid one, but this is one of the most important things that a board does in a year. And the evaluation process should be a year-long thing. Nobody wants to be surprised at the end of the evaluation process. And having evaluative check-ins as the year goes on is very supportive of both the board and the superintendent. I facilitate these all the time, and the better your process is, the better your collaborative relationship is with your superintendent. And then finally, when you're ready, doing a board self-evaluation can help you set goals for your own professional development and your own operations. All of these end up in documents which are less useful than the conversation that you have. So the conversation you have as a board when you're reaching agreement on these things is often the most important part. But all of these are great systems tools for keeping functional, keeping that collaborative relationship, and keeping at the top of your mind that what you do together matters. So I've got a couple of minutes with you. I just want to ask you if you've got some ideas, what's next in your work as a team? What do you want to commit to?
Kristen, I know that one of the things we're going to be looking at next is our operating agreement. Is that what you're referring to with that question?
Well, not just that, but given the conversation today, given your entire role as a board, what do you think? I mean, that's part of it, certainly, is looking at your operating agreement, but holistically, what do you feel like is next in your work as a team in solidifying that team and particularly in that collaborative team with your superintendent? What do you want to commit to? And maybe you'll know that at the end of the day, because I know you've got a longer day ahead of you, but I would ask you to think about these things. We know that one-shot training or professional development doesn't generally stick, that it's an ongoing process. Whether or not you use a facilitator, setting aside time for your work as a board and your internal bonding as a board with your superintendent as well is critical to your success. So maybe considering looking at, when do you want to include discussions or next steps in your own board work?
I think I'll just modify your question just a little bit and ask the board members, is there more training that folks want to receive in specific areas? Because I know we can make time on future board agendas to continue this training if there are other areas people are interested. And don't feel like you have to answer right now too. That can come later. I know it kind of what Karen was saying earlier, where it's like you don't know what you don't know sometimes. So, and I'm reflecting too. This has been a great training, Chris, and I really appreciate it. That's a lot of information to take in, even for me, having a couple of years of experience under my belt. So I know I'm going to need some time to reflect before I can even answer that question for myself.
Absolutely.
I would just say, one, we've got new team members, and all of this is a team, and it's getting one to just get to know all of us as team members. Have the new members of the board get to know the staff, because that's an important part of this team. Have the new team members get to know the superintendent. So I think the next step is just us, and things like parliamentary procedure it's hard to look at it as a theory until you actually sit through a board meeting and having to make motions and see amendments and second. Then you have more questions of how can we best, address that. So I think some of this is great to get up front, but it's actually, we're gonna have to put it together in practicum. And then we'll probably know where we need extra support and going forward. But for the first step for me, what's next is us becoming a team and the team with the staff, so.
Becky, I just want to echo what you just said, because I was, gonna say the same thing, copycat, or I'm a copycat. But the being collaborative in our work is also important, knowing that we all come from different backgrounds and different ideas, but collaboration is so important, and I'm so looking forward to working with this board on that, so that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so I grew up working in a bike shop, and I think what we just did, I'll call it our educational overhaul, which you want to get like once a year, but we might need a tune-up at some point. So we'll come back to you for the tune-up, Kristen, if we need some of that.
Great.
But I would also echo Susan's comments. I'm really looking forward to collaborating on this board as well.
And just know that you can call me, email me at any time. I talk to board members every day. That is my day job. So we facilitate a number of processes. Happy to talk to any of you at any time. I will get you those additional resources. And if you have questions or thoughts later on about anything today, I'm around. So thank you.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you for having me. All right. See you later.
All right. Next up on the agenda is the school board operating agreements. This is a space we have on the meeting. If folks have questions about the operating agreements, if there are changes that anybody would want us to consider, and then it will be coming up for an actual vote on our next board meeting later in August. And that's when we'll approve those operating agreements for the next year. So we approve them for a 1-year period of time. I know current board members, we've operated under these. And for some of the newer board members, when we were doing board orientations, this is one of the things I brought up. David is putting it on the board up there. If it would be helpful to have it in paper, we could pause this item, maybe get it to everybody in paper and come back to it later on the agenda. Would that be helpful? Yeah, okay. So why don't we do that? We will hold this time period, and when we have a little bit of a hold, maybe towards the end of the board meeting, we'll come back to it. No worries. Now there are 2 things that I would want to add to the agenda. One of them is a little bit of a surprise. Maybe we'll start with the surprise there. There has been an individual on this board who was board chair for the last 3 years. I think that individual's name is Becky Timchuk. And we have been so lucky to have her leadership over these last 3 years. And I would highlight in particular the last year, which has been one of the most difficult years I think anyone could imagine to be on the school board. And Becky has led us through that difficult time. She has helped ensure that our students and staff were safe. She helped us with many difficult decisions as that situation was evolving. And I just want to say this about Becky, her time commitment, the amount of time she puts in for this district is a full-time job and a half. She is there for our kids. She is there for our families. She is always out in the community. I think if somebody were to write Becky's itinerary, it would probably break my Google Maps. It would not work anymore because she is crisscrossing this community. And she also has commitments beyond our community. She served on the OSBA Legislative Policy Committee. She has helped influence at the political level some of the biggest things that happened, including the Student Investment Act, which that was huge. That was decades in the making, and Becky's involvement in that was very large. And she still shows up to be an avid tutor a couple times a week. So all of that is just so impressive and amazing. So we have an award here for our very own Beaverton Encyclopedia and former board chair. I'm going to take some plastic off of this so we can give it to you right. Dawn, I don't know if you wanted to echo anything here.
Yeah, just real quick, it's just, I mean, for all board members over the last year, it's been, it's really been a journey as well as administrative team. But the one thing Tom mentioned is Becky's commitment of time and the time commitment that it takes. These are hard jobs to do as board members, and a lot of times, and I'll say it right now, our public, these people are not being paid. Oftentimes using their own money, their own resources, their own time to do what's right for kids, to make a difference for kids. And the other thing that I like about Becky is that she really wants to hear varying opinions that are not her own. Even though she has strong opinions of her own, I can tell that, Becky, but you are always willing to be objective, subjective, and listening out, and a team member, and, fortunate to have you.
Thank you very much. And it's easy to lead a board that is so committed to our students and to our staff. I a lot of times was the front that it took a board that was so engaged and wanted to do what was best for kids. And I counted myself blessed every single month when I would hear about other boards that maybe weren't functioning at that level. And I was so appreciative that we continue even through strife to remember what is important, and that is our kids, and keeping our staff safe and our kids safe, and that was our guiding principle. So I appreciate this recognition, and I so appreciate having the opportunity to still stay in leadership and welcoming new board members, because I know how that felt when I came on board 6 years ago. Of this is the future, and so really am honored to be a part of that transition as we move into the future. So thank you for those kind words, and I'm ready to get to work.
So the next item, Dr. Mead, if you are ready, he is going to provide us with a document that actually shows all of the different things that are happening in this district simultaneously. It's kind of a larger tracking document. And we wanted to make sure that everybody on the board had an opportunity to take a look at this. And it helps us as we're planning. And it's just this point right before the beginning of the school year where all these threads are going to need to come together. And Carl has provided with this in the past, and it's been really helpful.
For the new board members, please don't get scared.
There's some color coordination. It's exciting.
I can't vouch for Carl's aesthetic sense on this.
All right.
Carl, hit us with what you got here.
All right.
Probably.
If you turn your mic on, I'll just speak loud enough.
Okay.
All right, when you turn your mic this way. All right, so I promise you this is not an eye test, a vision test, shall we say. There's just a lot of information included in this document. And Don asked me to put this together about 5 years ago. And unfortunately, that assignment is stuck with me. I've tried to palm this off on multiple others, and every time it continues to come back to me. Let me just explain to you just in brief its content. And yes, color coded just simply for talking purposes. I can point you in specific areas. The yellow portion are all the local elections of this body, the board. So you know the timelines there. Your names are also listed, so you know which zone. Excuse me. Talks about presidential elections, but also the legislative session. So we're in a short session, long session, those types of things. Continues on with budget committee membership, as well as the audit committee membership, who those individuals are, and the time frame. So not enough color there for you, Karen, you gotta add some more.
I got 3 colors, pencils and pens and little.
I love it. All right. So this is really a 5-year forecast for all of you. Just got it. It's just a quick glance, so you have that information. This next portion in green are the local bonds and levies. This is truly just a glimpse of the various measures that have passed recently and their timeline. There's another document that has even more detail behind that. But that, again, is just for you to get a quick glance, most especially as we consider future bonds and levies for ourselves as a school district. You know potentially what competition may be out there on the ballot, which is an important factor for you. The next one in pink are the negotiations of the various groups in which the board negotiates contracts with. That's the teachers union, OSEA, which are our classified staff, our administrative agreement, and there's also a substitute contract, which is governed by PEA, so the Bureau of Education Association. The next portion there, this is your teaching and learning department, and these are the various academic areas in terms of our cycle for adoption. So you have a sense of when those things will be happening over the next several years. You've got cadres, you've got project teams, and those will be further defined by Jenny Hanson, our deputy superintendent for teaching and learning, in addition to her team as we move forward with each of these. You're not surprised by these. There's a whole process for this. It's introduced to you as a school board, and you approve the timeline to various individuals on those groups and sort. This next portion, district priorities. A lot of these are your priorities as a board that you've identified over time, and I would see that this will continue to change. I will continue to update this on a monthly, if not quarterly basis as needed. And this reflects your interests as a board when you have reports that come forward to you. And I promise you, this is not 100% accurate. There's so many moving parts in this district. There's probably some things that have been missed. And please don't hesitate to let me know what those are. I'm happy to add those there for you. So for example, I can give you, just in terms of CTE, it's the third one down in the blue there, it's career technical education. We expend a good number of resources towards CTE in the school district. You would know that it would happen in our third quarter of the school year in February before typically gets a report of what's happening, where those resources are going, so you have a sense and moving forward. Doesn't mean you can't have a question in November, or ask those questions to staff, but you'll know that you'll be getting a full report at that point. The back side of the document, moving on to the yellow. These are current bond projects that we are moving forward with. You'll see that we currently have the remaining 2014 bond projects, and those are not detailed out. That's that original $98 million that was approved as part of the bond for just a multitude of things, from refrigerators being replaced, the walls being put in, to just a wide variety of expenses. The school board last year authorized that budget to go up to, I believe, $123 million, adding $25 million to that pot of resources. And the intent of that and the purpose of that increase was to actually match what market price is to actually get those same projects done. We want to make sure that we can deliver 100% on those projects, and we're certainly headed that direction across the school district. This next portion is the future bond project for Raleigh Hills Elementary. This board authorized the delay of Raleigh Hills Elementary, which was supposed to have approximately $12 million of improvements. As we evaluated that, we determined it was not wise for us to move forward and do that, but we reserved those funds for the next bond, and we recommended a complete tear down agreement. So we have some due diligence to put forward, and our board has authorized us to do just that in preparation for the next bond, but also to ready ourselves so that we can do some timely fashion when the next bond is passed. So those are just kind of some of the details and processes of that. The other one is the next one there, future bond project, Eveton High School. That has been identified through our community process, and the board will be reappraised of all of that, especially for those of you as new board members. We'll begin that in September. We'll also be reaching out to you to have some individual meetings, to be able to get more detail and find those conversations that we've had over the last year. You move forward then into the green portion. This is always our school board's most favorite part. This is where we potentially take a look at boundary changes that need to happen across the district. We're currently in the process of beginning the sod home in Springville, And that was authorized by the board this last spring, and that process will begin in September with our community. You'll see others there, Broad Creek and Springville, elementary school boundary review, across the district, and then elementary consolidation. One of the things that we've talked about on and off over the years is it does not make a lot of sense for us to continue to maintain schools that service 250, 300 students at a time. We are building schools for capacity of 750. It makes better sense for us to use resources. Doesn't take as many resources to have 750 in terms of school population as it does to have multiple schools that are smaller. So I would forecast us having that conversation over the next couple of years. They're not easy conversations, but I promise you the staff will lead us through that process. It is very much driven in our community, and we'll be reaching out to our community. This should not be a shock or surprise for anyone. Most importantly, it's not for you to make that. It's a shock and surprise factor. By the time it gets back to the board for a final decision, we will get the process in the community full of money. You'll hear a lot of comments about it as well. The next portion here is the long range planning. This also comes out of my office down there, Steve Sparks. His work is a lot around the capital bond right now, future capital bond. He also oversees facility use and our agreement with CHPRD, as we are partners in that work and sharing our facilities across the district. And then governmental coordination with the city of Houston, as well as. And then finally, that last goldenrod one is annual, those are just annual ongoing responsibilities that we have as a school district and you as a school board. Again, the intent here was to give you just a glimpse, and it's a very broad glimpse, but there's a lot of detail behind this. And I'm happy to point you in the right direction so that you can actually have an in-depth conversation with choose to staff members who's responsible. The next document you've got, this one is new. We decided to provide this one to you this year. And I opted not to give you the same document that the county sent to me. It's a 156-page document. We tried to boil this down to a single page. It just gives you a sense of what our local community is paying in taxes. The other part you need to recognize is that in Beaverton, the Beaverton School District, there are 66 different tax zones. Because of where people live and county of services in which they have, some have CHP, some do not, some have sheriffs, some do not, some have police. It's a wide variety of things, as well as Tiger Police, because we do go into Tigers, we go to Portland. We don't, well, one of our schools is in Hillsborough, but our community is not. So the beige box is permanent tax for this jurisdiction, as you can see it listed out there. We've got a typical Beaverton property in green and a typical Washington County property in blue. And then, as I said, this is a more extensive list of bonds and monies that include the lower portion of this document. These came from our county documents. They too do not have all the answers. Notice the yellow box on the far right there. Those, they could not find the per $1,000 charge in any of the literature that was provided by that organization once it was passed. So again, there's still some holes out there. And again, this is just for big picture of things, and things vary widely in the district. With that, any questions? Nobody test later.
I have some questions actually that, on your taxation piece, I was learning about where there's only a certain percentage of money that can go toward education. So ESD, school districts, and this one's divided into kind of we're all together. So it'll be interesting to know how much we actually don't get with bonds, you know, because of that crunching of the percentages. So that's just a wondering. On the blue, on my really favorite one, on the blue part, one that I would be interested in adding to that last column on the bottom would be diversifying the workforce. We put some money into that, and I'm wondering when you would be hearing about what's happening there. And then on the green, on the second side of that one, around the boundaries and programs, I noticed some of my zone 2 schools, Sato, Springville, Rock Creek, you know, I'm wondering if we could take as a board, take a look at our policy for how we do how we as a board interact when there's when there's boundary changes. And so I just would like to put it out there.
I'd put a pin in that, and when we talk about board committees, because I know the Equitable Policies Task Force is slated to take a look at that. The real question is, we have the student handbook that they're gonna be taking a look at this year, and will we have time to get through that and do a look at the boundary policy at the same time? Might be a good conversation with like Pat McCreary, about seeing in those things, two things happen at the same time, or is it something that needs to be slated for the next school year?
So can I follow up on what Howard just said about, the potential for school closings, looking at it with the equitable lens as well, finding out what our steps are there. I think it's really important because a lot of the school closings are in my zone, so.
Absolutely. So we currently have a policy FF, which goes over our process of consolidation. So the modifications the board want to make recommendations to would be through that policy.
One quick question. I saw you consolidated the middle schools. Was the idea, was there also elementary schools, or this middle schools is the only thing open?
Looking at elementary.
Got it.
Can you remind me again what you said about consolidating middle schools?
Potentially consolidate on numbers.
If I can, some of this has to do with, we had a very in-depth study regarding seismic. And so wanting to also make sure as we look at the age and condition of our schools, as well as the enrollment in those different areas for consolidation, there's many different variables that are going into and will go into when we actually have that discussion.
Simply because they're listed here, not mean things are happening next year. This is a 5-year forecast, and that will also ebb and flow based on board input and staff resources to be able to complete these processes.
And enrollment.
And enrollment, absolutely.
And I would just highlight for fellow board members too, these district priorities, these are kind of the regular reports we get. We also sometimes ask for other reports. So if there's something that you don't see on there, you just approach me or Becky about it, and we can work to add that into the yearly reports. But these are the ones that happen like every year regardless, right? So even if there isn't like a board member inquiry, these are the ones we can count on seeing.
Right, so if I can go back to Karen's request for diversified staff workforce, that would actually be included in the report of the resources. And I'm trying to. That is, that's in October. You would get a full report of resources, so we would make sure that that information would be included.
So if I'm reading your report correctly, for the boundary change, the only thing that's upcoming in the third quarter is the potential other boundary adjustments of schools, the TBD section. That's like coming up.
Those are
That's
TV, that's because we have not sectioned those out yet.
Oh, you haven't.
No.
So
Those are
the-
2D.
So the ones that we really need to look at, the ones in October and November, that's coming up.
That's correct.
And Carl, just to clarify, the ones that are coming up, were those the ones that we kind of got a brief look at in our, in the board packet, I think in May?
Yes.
Okay, so if new board members, you're looking for more information about that, they're outlined, you can see photos, kind of, and I would just, no boundary change is completely minor, right? Because it always has an impact to someone in our community, but these are much smaller changes than what you see when you were talking about a large, district-wide boundary. This is like, and some of this I think has to do with housing developments where nobody is currently at them, right? So they're going to be building them. And so these changes are made ahead of those families coming so that it's not disruptive later.
Correct.
And I remember that May meeting, it was, because it was like the bus comes on one side and there's only a few families, they've been notified, they've been given options. I didn't know if this was different or if it continues that.
That is that process.
Okay, so I wanted to just make sure.
Yeah.
I know the community wanted to know, and it sounds like like they were informed in May about any of these changes that we see on here.
And we'll continue with our outreach in September and October, as we'll hold meetings, as well as send information out to them. I believe if my memory serves me right, there's currently 14 students that are potentially affected. Several of those students actually would be matriculated up to middle school and not be affected. So I think it takes it down to 9 out of a total potential of 60 students that we're looking at. But the majority of those are homes that are not yet built.
Just to clarify, for those two boundary teams, like those two schools, there's a total of maybe 60 students that would be impacted, and you're already conversing with them and letting them know.
Yeah.
And working something out. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Carl. This is a great document and much appreciated. We'll talk to you about the hot pink color and getting everything a little more coordinated.
I'll work on that.
And you have job security in this area of this document.
Have board members, have you gotten the operating agreements paper now? Okay. So we could potentially discuss it now, or we could hold that discussion towards the end of the meeting. We're a little bit early before we're gonna get some of the executive administrators are gonna come and we're gonna have a conversation with them, but if you feel prepared to talk about the operating agreements, great. If you need more time, I would look to board member responses to decide what to do next. Okay, so with the operating agreement in everybody's hands, questions, comments, thoughts, changes? And I would also just remind everybody, this isn't the total endpoint where you'll be coming in front of the board. So if later on you were to realize something about this agreement you want to change, there's always the opportunity for an amendment at the next board meeting. And Dawn, if you wanted to say something too, this is a great time for you. I know this operating agreement also includes our agreement with you. So if there's anything that you wanted to bring to our attention.
Yeah, no, I think it's worked well in the past, and like I said, been fortunate with existing board here at Beaverton, but also the new board members. You've been so great. I try to get you send me your questions, and if I can guide you to a different department, I think it's worked well. But just never be afraid to reach out. I think you all have my cell phone numbers, and sometimes if it's not a text message, or if it's not a email you want to send, I'm 24/7. You can call me up day, night, whenever that occurs, and just if you have questions, we'll try to get you the answers. And sometimes I won't have the answers, and I'll need to go to somebody else in the administration and get an answer to you. I think one of the best things that we've been able to work on is you will hear lots of whether from parents or even sometimes from students, and they say, hey, can you help me with this? And it's great for you to be able to listen and help, and then try to make sure to get me, or sometimes maybe it's somebody you know that it has to go there, as long as I know. So then you can get back to the person so that they know that you are truly listening to them and you feel that they've been listened to. And most of the time we can take care of the problem or resolve an issue, and I think it's worked well, just effective communication.
I have a couple of questions under board chair responsibilities. Number 2, respond to community requests or questions if directed to multiple board members in the zone or school district are unknown or not specified. And I know since we've moved to our new system a couple of years ago, new board members aren't going to know the difference. So it's that when it says school board, it goes to all of us. People can choose from a list to go to all school board members. And when it says all school board members, And then other times we get ones directly to us, and this is where it gets a little bit confusing, is when it comes directly to us and it's someone that is recognized in our zone that we represent, we usually encourage board members to respond, on their own. If they don't know that something, that they have a specific question about a principal or something like that, then we have you check before you respond. I'm wondering how, there's no way of me knowing, case in point, you and I both received an email. I thought it just came to me, the first one's in my zone, but I happened to see that they wrote to at least Tom individually. I know we've looked at a system. How do we know if something goes to each one of us individually and we should be responding, or if it went to the full school board and that the chair is going to respond on our behalf?
What I've been doing, Becky, and we could reimagine this, but is if it's like I don't see my email address at the top, it looks like it's been blind copied to a large number of people, then I will come in and respond because it's pretty clear to me. And if it's not addressing me specifically by name, it's like one board member, right? Then I see like, I think that's for the board. If it's an email that's the same email, but it's being sent to every board member specifically, then, I think that's that board member, they're being addressed specifically and addressed specifically. And it's up to them how they would like to reply. But, coordinating a little bit, you can always just shoot me an email and say, hey, I got this. Is this something you got too? If it feels like that, because I don't think there's a perfect way to handle that. But staying in communication with one another helps. There's a variety of things you can get BCC'd on something. It can be the same message, but it's sent to 7 people, but individually addressed. Is that what you're thinking, Becky?
I'm not sure we should all respond to, even if we individually are getting those messages, I'm not sure we should individually respond because, we can be giving mixed messages.
That's true. I will say I'm always happy to respond on behalf of the board. So don't hesitate to let me know. I think what's difficult is when everybody gets an individual message, they're not going to know if the others have gotten it already too. And sometimes, there's little clues, like if it looks like it's sort of like a form letter, right, that you maybe received multiple times before, that could be a clue. If it seems like the address isn't used specifically as a board member, but the address of the email is more broad and it's kind of addressing the larger board, you could send that to me as well. I don't see an easy solution. I think it's going to be kind of communicating with one another but just don't hesitate. Just if you see something like that, send it to me. And then if I see it, what I can do is if it doesn't have like a clear address to the entire board, I can send an email to everybody else and say, hey, I got this. I think you may have gotten it too, and I'm going to reply to it. And then that way we're all in the loop and help keep us together on that.
I have a quick question, Tom. So if we receive personal emails directed to us directly from committee members requesting a meeting, in-person meeting or Zoom meeting, how do we respond to that? Is that something that we have to clear with you first before attending the meeting, or we're good to go based on that invite?
You're asking about like members of the public inviting you to a meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Committee members asking to meet,
that's your prerogative. Yeah, you don't need to run that by. It's helpful to know what's going on, but that is in no way, that's your personal prerogative.
The other point I would point out is one about ensure that community members who testify at board meetings are appropriately thanked and provided the information. And I will say this past year during Zoom, we did not do that. So how you want to move forward with that, if it is in this operating agreement, we absolutely violated that this last year.
We didn't, for most of the year, we didn't have people testifying though, right? Oh, okay. So when I think testify, I think like in person in front of us. I don't know if there's.
We need to acknowledge that's what we mean by testify.
Right. Camelia, question on this. Is there a difference in our policies between testifying and receiving comments? Would comments be considered testimony?
So based on how we ran our meetings last year, we were utilizing the comments and the written comments as our public testimony.
Okay.
Been called to the principal's office.
Sorry, Camelia.
Hi, everyone. So based on our board policy, saying clients was allowing those public comments, we were using the written comments as the testimony to fulfill that requirement. So I would somewhat agree with Becky that because we weren't acknowledging, those that the board agreement, we should probably figure out how we're going to still continue to take testimony both in a written format or only in a written format. We're going to make sure that there's no like that. My understanding is that we're going to have public comments again, person in this case. That's the adopted.
Yeah, I just know that we did not do that last year. So if going forward, either it's a definition of what constitutes testifying, or we need to remove it because that's not how we're gonna do it going forward. But I just wanted to acknowledge that's not what we did last year.
Do board members have a preference about that? I mean, do you prefer that an email go out thanking somebody for their testimony, or I'm happy to do either. That's fine. And the way I'm understanding Camilia's response, if someone provided written testimony or spoken testimony, irregardless, they would be thanked. So both of those avenues.
Correct. I think this was written in a time when we had spoken testimony, we weren't necessarily taking written testimony in the same way. In this last year, we were taking written testimony in lieu of having a spoken, an open mic that like we've had in the past. And so we probably should have been acknowledging it in the same way that we have for spoken testimony, not an actual word. So going forward, if we're going to keep this as a rule, you could clarify if that applies to verbal testimony only, or if we're going to be full, then you guys are going to decide how we want to acknowledge both written and verbal submissions and how we want to go about it. Rather than parsing, specify it and backward.
Sure.
I was giving you the historical that we use the written to substitute for the word that we have.
And not to split hairs here too, but we also put thanked and provided information. So if they ask us for specific action, or, there's a problem, they're first, expressing concern or a problem, we need to address that in here as well.
Preference from board members, how we do this?
How many do we get? Like, if we get a lot, I don't know that it's physically possible. I mean, I think it's a great thing to do, to explain to people. I just don't know, coming in new, if that's physically possible, depending on how many we get.
It could be very difficult.
It is a huge lift for the board chair. I can tell you this right now, and it's getting more and more so, and I don't know if that's going to change when we go back to in-person versus that. To ask one person for this to be their responsibility, it is a lot of work.
I would agree with that, and I would recommend ending the practice, but I do think if there's some action that we can, for those that there's more information that they're looking for and that can be provided, I think that's an important thing to keep, but as much as possible. But if there's a way of communicating on our website, something that acknowledges all the responses we're getting, the comments we're getting, that might be a way of doing it.
Yeah, one thing, whether it's in the protocols or not, we can always follow up with somebody, especially if that person's looking for more information. Even if we were to take this out, it doesn't preclude doing that.
I agree with Susan that it's something that we can put out there and have it publicly done for those who testified, or we can have it as a shared responsibility instead of having it for just the chair or the leadership of the board. Let's have it as a shared responsibility.
this is a question for Dawn, can the chair get some help from staff if the chair can direct them what needs to be done?
Yeah, and a lot of times that's what usually happened. If it was a specific, something that involved a specific department, we would give the card to, or the inquiry to that department, and then that department would often respond back. So we did share that responsibility. I just always want to be careful that I don't have a department head or myself or somebody speaking for the board. And then you always get to Karen's point. Sometimes it's not a question or an inquiry, it's just a comment that they're making, whether maybe they appreciate something, or more of the case is sometimes they don't agree with the decision that the board's made, or the superintendent's made, or somebody has made. But you exactly, that's why it usually happens is, thank you for your thing, we'll have somebody, and then we'll during the board meeting, we're writing, and usually at our next cabinet meeting, we're saying, hey, there were some questions in teaching and learning, there were some questions on the operations side, can you get back with some answers?
Maybe we can modify to something where either, when possible, board members, or we can provide them the information if it's available or something, like, so that, because what people want to know, if there's something we can answer, obviously we want to answer. So whenever possible, if the information is available, then somebody will follow up with that person, if it's something that we can follow up on.
I'm thinking as a next step, if I take the input I'm hearing here, make a couple edits and bring this to us at the next meeting. Yeah. And then we'll have some language we can look at and then modify that language from there. I like a lot of great ideas, distributing it, staff members, changing the language. Yeah.
There was that other piece that Becky pointed out earlier about if an email comes to all of us, then you respond. And I think being new on the board, I didn't know that's how it worked, and I was a community member. And so I'm wondering if there's a way that we can make sure that we're putting that out to people. I know in the message that you wrote, we looked at, that was it was stated in there. But if somehow, maybe on the website or something, there's just a quick comment, if something goes to the board, the chair will be responding, so that it's clear that it's coming from you. And it's not that, Becky or I or Susan or Sunita or Eric don't want to respond to people, but that's just our process.
That's a question, Shelley. I'm wondering, when we have that button that's like reply all board members, if there's a way to put under that, I'm just coming up with language on the fly. When sending an email to all board members, the board chair typically will reply, or something like that.
We can add that.
Yeah. Karen, does that answer? Yeah. Okay, so I think unless there's other questions or thoughts on this, I would just say, kind of as a closer on this one, this is a document that outlines all the roles and everything, but really it's the trust in the superintendent that I think makes things work. And I have to say, over my years on the Beaverton School Board, Dawn has been so collaborative, so responsive. And that sits above this document, is that willingness to constantly work with us. And I really appreciate that. I think that that's what makes us all work, is that collaborative relationship.
But we do make mistakes, and that's when, hey, I've got to call if we get back and somebody hadn't got back, and then we have to go back. So, because I know you're putting yourselves on the line too, because you want to make sure that people are talking to you, that you are being responsive. That helps us all. So if something, we'll try to be as timely as possible, making sure that we're including you in a CC so that you kind of know what's been transmitted. But if something happens and you're not seeing it, or you're thinking, wow, this has been a while, I'm getting a little nervous here, don't be afraid to reach out to me. We'll make it happen.
I think our next agenda item is cabinet introductions.
That's a lot of people that are really excited.
Now, I know we have a little bit of a mic mics are feeding back in the front. So I'm trying to, I mean, if somebody wanted to come and sit here and stand back and excuse themselves, if that's helpful. And I'm happy to kind of yield my chair and give people a place to, yeah.
We've got Steve, the expert here.
I was gonna say, when we switch Ugana's mic and Susan's mic this direction, it seems to be fine. It's picking up okay.
Yeah, let's give it a try now. That's great. We had a little trouble when Carl came up, that's fine.
You could hear Carl though, so we're okay.
Okay. So Don, do you want to explain a little bit about who cabinet are, or like a function cabinet does in the school district?
Yeah, I'll try. They try to keep me in line and they work very hard. So I have a cabinet team made up of various department heads. And we meet every Tuesday during the pandemic. We were actually meeting every Tuesday and Thursday. And of course, we'll call emergency meetings when something happens, and it'll be all hands on deck. And so we come together and we talk about critical issues, responding to issues, but also talk about long-range planning for the year, where we're going. And I believe that on our cabinet, we have folks that represent a lot of our teaching and learning departments, our special education, our student services director, multilingual director is here. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves and tell you. But what we've tried to do, since I've been here, we've expanded cabinet. So it used to be a smaller group, and we meet. And also we just often invite every once in a while a board member. If you ever want to see what a cabinet meeting looks like, we'll invite you to come and be part of that and see what happens. Sometimes we will have different people below the cabinet level come and do presentations, and they're able to come in. We've had our union presidents come in before and talk, so we'll invite various people into the cabinet level. But it's really about doing the work of the business, the work of the district. So we all are have great communication about what's going on, just like I think the board always wants to be in unison, and we want to be in unison as a cabinet. And just like a board, we always don't agree sometimes on something, but usually when we walk out of a cabinet meeting, we're together there. That's really kind of the 50,000-foot view of cabinet. So I know they're excited to meet you and tell you a little bit about what their job entails at a high level.
Come on over. Don't be shy.
Toshiko, and we always give Toshiko a problem because she usually comes with about 100-point slide deck, but I don't think she brought her 100-point slide deck this time. You come on up, Toshiko, so people will get to see you.
That's a strength, that 100 point.
It is a strength. I love it. Oh, she's very detailed. You don't walk over play going, not knowing what Toshiko wants.
We're not using those.
Oh,
Just take that one off. And then Ugana and
Go
Susan's mic.
try this one. This one's working better.
all right. So good afternoon, good morning, or good afternoon. So Toshiko Marizio, I'm the administrator for multilingual programs here at the Beaverton School District. So excited to see you all. So what multilingual programs encompasses, it's Title III. So our English learners or emerging bilinguals. We also manage our Title I-C program. So we have our migrant program under our department. Title VI, our Native American program. We have newcomer programs. We have dual language programs, newcomer programs for our regional libraries and refugees. And we also manage the translation and interpretation for the school district. And so making sure that we are serving our families and making sure that our culturally and linguistically diverse families have the services that they need and that they receive meaningful communication from the district. So that's what we do.
Hi, good morning. I'm Danielle Hudson. I'm the Executive Administrator for Student Services. So Student Services encompasses the multilingual department, special education, behavioral health and wellness. And so I'll talk a little bit specifically about behavioral health and wellness, because that's really where my lens lies. So BHW, for short, behavioral health and wellness, it encompasses our counselors, our social workers, our student success coaches, our school support specialists, health services, 504. So it's all those additional supports that we provide to students and their families to meet their social, emotional, like well-being, all of those pieces so that we can help them support with academics. And Toshiko really dives into, with her department, working with our emerging bilinguals and their families, or families who English is second language. So they really dive into that and have a laser-like focus there. And then Kelly Rath is our administrator for special education, and her focus is really on the running of the special education program within the district. So there's kind of like this umbrella around student services, then these three areas that really dive in deeper to focus on those needs of students.
Can I ask a point of privilege here?
Sure.
It would really be helpful for me when you introduce yourself, if you could say how long you've been with the district or how long you've been in your job, and maybe a little bit about your background, because I think all of you have such unbelievable backgrounds. I think it would give a great point of reference for our new board members.
Sure. I guess I'll start because I have my resume now. Now I'm not asking for money, so that's always a good thing. So I started my career as an elementary school teacher in California, and then I became a special education teacher and then relocated to Oregon. So in my time in Oregon, I worked as a special education teacher in North Clackamas School District. And then I was fortunate to be hired by Beaverton as a special education facilitator. So a lot of times when you get emails or calls from parents who might be struggling with special education, they might end up talking to a special ed facilitator. They're like a liaison between the district. After being here for a couple of years, I took my first administrator job in the Malala River School District. And there I oversaw special education, health services, 504, Title I, you name it. You go to a small district, you wear a lot of hats. And then I was really fortunate in 2012 to return to Beaverton as the director of special education. And then a year later, I was really lucky because Carl Mead hired me to be the executive administrator of student services. So I've been in this administrative role here in Beaverton since 2012. Sure. Oh, and one more thing. I am a parent of this incoming freshman at ACMA, so I also have a very vested interest in the school district.
All right, so I'll start again, sorry. Good morning, good afternoon, my name, so Toshiko Maurizio, my pronouns are she, her, hers. I identify as Asian Pacific Islander. So part Japanese, I'm also from the beautiful island of Guam, grew up there for about 23 years, moved to the island of Hawaii, did most of my collegial work there at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. And then while I was at University of Hawaii at Manoa, I did some study abroad programs and then lived in Spain, Seville, Spain for about 3 years, and attended the University of Seville there, got my master's in Spanish Lit and Prompt. And so came out here to Oregon and landed a job as an ELD teacher at Tiger Tualatin School District. Was a teacher there for about 4 years, and then came here to Beaverton School District and as administrator, assistant administrator at Whitford Middle School in 2008, and then principal at Meadow Park for about 5 years. So altogether, I've been in the district for about 13 years, I think. And I landed my dream job, which is to become director of multilingual programs, working with our multilingual learners. And this is the job that I've kind of been working for since the first year that I was teaching as an ELD teacher. I wanted to dedicate my time and energy in serving this population. So it really is a passion of mine.
All right, tough act to follow. Hello board, hello boss. Thanks for having me. I'm Pat McCreary. I work in our Office of Equity and Inclusion as the Administrator of Equity and Inclusion. And Becky, your question is forcing me to feel a little older than I want to, because at 49, I can say that I have been in Beaverton School District for the last 26 years, I believe, starting in 1995 as a student teacher at Westview High School. getting hired the next year, fortunately, at Westview High School, and spending the years between then and now all on 185th Avenue, with 4 years spent helping to open up health science school in the space, teaching social studies at all grade levels, and then for the last 10 years, up until taking this role, also working in a variety of TOSA forms at the district or TOSA capacities at the district and the school level. Prior to that, I was born and grew up in Eugene, where I had a fantastic experience as a child and then continued as a Duff at U of O. But just to be clear, I currently have the proud parent of Beaver. So I, being the administrator for inclusion, this is all of my aspects. And I think in terms of the role that I serve in the district, I've been in the role almost 2 years, about a year and 50 weeks to be precise. The word that comes to mind is partnership. So I get to work with both colleagues at the cabinet level, but also in different departments, different schools, working on partnership to ensure that our equity pillar is in fact one of our focuses, that our equity lens is being employed in ways that create a sense of belonging for all students, all staff, and all communities. The ways that that has manifested recently are in my work with the Equitable Policies Task Force, which is a wonderfully representative group of folks who are helping to direct our work. I work with our staff on our equity leadership teams, helping to work with a couple of different contracts, both with our district level through the Center for Equity and Inclusion, and then our individual staff level with our Oregon Center for Educational Equity Partnership, and looking forward to expanding that partnership with as many departments and schools as possible. Thank you for the time. Susan. We are not under, but we will see very soon if there will be somebody working with, as we are in the process of interviewing for an additional administrator for equity. So I'm smiling very large on that. Okay.
And Pat, can you share the equity lens for the district so the board has it? Or that you remember
Yes.
can see it?
Yeah,
That'd be great.
absolutely. I'll share that very quickly, and it's actually on the, can do a little shout out for our website. It's on the equity and inclusion page of the website, and I'll send that link to everybody. We'll find out, and we'll see if we can get that happening. Okay, thank you very much. Nice to meet you, and welcome to the board.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tamilia Oster, and I am the district's general counsel. I have been with the district since 2006 in this role. My job is to provide legal advice pretty much all up and down the organization. So I help folks all the way from the building level, calls from secretaries who are trying to interpret custody agreements or who have received a subpoena for a teacher or a staff member, trying to advise them around that. But primarily, I spend most of my time working with our administrators and our managers through a variety of issues, whether it's contracts, employment-related issues, bargaining advice. But for your purposes, I also advise the board. So as the board is called me up here, we're looking at policy or how we draft or state things as we're working through decision-making or some of the other kinds of issues, hearings, and other things that might come before the board. I am there to provide you all with advice on what our policy says, what the law says, and helping navigate some of those different decision points and things that are going to come before you. I work out of Dawn Braddock's office, the superintendent's office as well. And my background, I studied law at Willamette University. Go Bearcats. My undergrad is U of O. I think that's probably one of my primary allegiances for that. And actually grew up in Southern California in North County, north of San Diego, before coming up to the Northwest for school. I have the unique opportunity of having 3 children in the district. So my oldest will be a junior at Sunset High School. My middle daughter will do 8th grade at Tumwater, and we're very excited to experience the new school. And then my youngest will be in 6th grade this next year at Acma. I've had kids go through Acma before, also Richard Carson, so I've seen a variety of our programs on Slope Elementary, and we just have a tremendous amount of pride in what our district does for kids, and get to see that on display every single day. Very small talk. Hello and welcome to the board, those of you that are new on the school board, and if you're in a new leadership position as well, congratulations. We're super excited about starting this year out with you today. I'm not just today, but as of July 1st. I'm Susan Rodriguez, and I'm the Chief Human Resource Officer for the district. I had to think about how many years I've been with Beaverton because they were interrupted. This is my 18th year with Beaverton. I started 30 years ago with Beaverton as a teacher at Highland Park Middle School teaching French and Spanish. And I've been an educator for 35, I think I'm in my 35th year. So during that career, I was 15 years as a teacher. And during those 15 years, I taught kindergarten through 12th grade. Didn't intend to do it that way, but that's what happened. And then I was a principal for 12 years, including 6 here in Beaverton at Barnes Elementary. And then this is my 8th year in HR. It's my 8th year in HR, but it is the beginning of my sophomore year as chief officer in HR. And I'm just delighted to have my freshman year behind me. I will say for myself that I grew up in California as well. I came to Oregon for college. I studied abroad at Universidad de Guadalajara in Mexico. My first teaching job was in Medellin, Colombia. I taught 2nd grade. And then I taught in bilingual schools in San Diego, California, before coming to Beaverton to teach French and Spanish. Then my family moved, because my husband was transferred, we moved to Olympia, Washington, where I taught international baccalaureate Spanish at the high school level. So my career as a teacher spanned levels, but the one thing that was always the case everywhere I taught was a diversity of languages. I also taught adult ESL, and in recent years, I've been an adjunct teacher of linguistics at the University of Portland for pre-service teachers. So languages are my dear love, as are other cultures and countries. In HR, I always think, why do we have to explain what HR is? Everyone knows, but I'll go ahead and go for it in a nutshell. It's really where our human capital resides in an organization. And we take that very seriously. HR is a place for us to be strategic about capital and also transactional. So anything that has to do with our employees, any work action, leaves, hiring, recruitment, coaching for supervision and performance, all those things are work that we are delighted to do and help our leaders and our staff with in HR. It's a wonderful opportunity to have the agency that I have in this new position, and I don't take lightly that I'm on a cabinet level position. I want to be a good steward of that. I want to use it well for our organization. And I am a learner and can't tell. And I look forward to all the learning that I can do in this position, as well as all the good that we can do together for our students primarily. So probably, oh, I'm also a BSD grad parent, okay? My son graduated from Sunset High School in 2015, and he graduated from Pacific Lutheran University in 2019. My nephew also, who is like a son to me, we had custody of him. He graduated from Merlo Station High School as well. So I do have that insider view of being a BSD parent, and it's a very, very important view as well. And I'm very proud to be a part of this organization. So thank you.
Hey there, I'm Shelley Bailey Shaw. I'm the Public Communications Officer for the district. I've been on the job a whole 13 months, so I am the newbie of the group and have survived my first year, so yay. I am a BSD parent. I've had 2 children graduate from the Beaverton School District, one from ISB and one from Sunset. I'm originally from Michigan, went to Northwestern University in Chicago for both my undergrad in radio, television, film, and my graduate degree in broadcast journalism. I've spent 20 plus years as a professional journalist. Most of that time has been as an on-air reporter. The last 12 years were spent in the Portland area at K2. My specialty is investigative reporting. So my background makes me sort of an expert in writing, video production, and social media management, which ties into my job with the district. So I run the Communications and Community Involvement Department. Our tasks are sort of three-pronged. We do all the communications for the district. So that includes written communications. Basically, if you get an email from the district, I probably wrote it. We do video production, and we manage all the social media accounts the district has. We also do the community involvement side. And so we are in charge of volunteer services. So we do all the background checks on our many volunteers in the district. We run a nonprofit, Clothes for Kids, which is a service here at the district office where any student in need can come and get clothes for school. And we also manage the community partnerships. So the district's partnerships with businesses or faith-based organizations or nonprofits in our area are usually managed through our department. Other things that fall in my bucket are public records requests. We manage all of those. And then I am the election official for the district. I think I'm probably forgetting a few tasks, but that's the overview.
Thank you. David Williams, Executive Administrator for Strategic Initiatives. And perhaps unlike my colleagues, my title is probably not as self-evident to describe what I do here for Beaverton. I do work out of the superintendent's office. I guess I'm a little bit familiar as a doppelganger, maybe. The other side of the coin, she is an actual lawyer. I just pretend to be a lawyer when needed, and you can't sue me for it. So essentially, it's a little bit of the Harvey Keitel from Pulp Fiction. Where needed, I'm deployed around the district to support key efforts. Project-based was integral, for instance, in the development of our SIA outreach application process and bringing that to conclusion. Those types of work will be integral to the review and creation of a new strategic plan for the district as we move forward. That expansive work. So that's my role in the district. I do work right next to the superintendent's office, and I'll maybe speak a little out of turn. I think the superintendent would say, if you're ever not able to reach him, feel free to call me. I serve that role as a resource to the board and your access point if needed. I guess a little bit about myself. I'm also from a state south of here. Came up to go to college at the finest institution of higher learning in the Northwest and perhaps western Mississippi. Thank you very much. Not University of Washington. Thank you. Go Bearcats. I did go back east for grad school. I am not an educator by trade. I'm a political scientist by trade. I have a master's degree in political science. My first job in Oregon and in education was as a lobbyist for the Oregon School Employees Association, OSCA, the state's largest classified employee union. And my first session lobbying for them was 1999. So that's where I got my start in the state. I worked for them. I then subsequently worked for the Oregon School Boards Association. So for my labor friends, I did turncoat and go to management. After that, I started at Portland Public Schools and worked for Portland Public Schools as a full-time lobbyist for them for about 5 years. And I'm finishing my 6th year now in Beaverton in an ever-evolving position of support for the superintendent board and the district here. I have 2 kids. They don't go to school in the district. One is a rising sophomore at DePaul University in Indiana, and the other is a rising freshman at High School who just got shipped off to cross country camp this morning. So we'll see if he survives. He was quite nervous as the only freshman actually going to cross country camp today. So that's me. Thank you. Yeah, well, the legislature is not meeting right now. And of course, this session was kind of a pretty terrible session from a lobbying perspective, I would say, being virtual, but yes, yeah, absolutely. Fortunately, we have really great partners as well that help us leverage in a more traditional lobby role for an association. in a non-global pandemic environment, I would probably spend most every single day at the Oregon State Capitol when they're in session. When we were not in a pandemic here for the district, I'd say that's probably about 2 days a week. I would go down to Salem and spend time with our legislative delegation there, leveraging and impacting legislation as it moves through the system. And I would call out our partners at OSBA and the Coalition of School Administrators as really great advocates for education in the state. And the group of education lobbyists from them to my counterpart in Portland Public, East Moline County Schools has a lobbyist as well, and several of the other advocacy organizations really work well in coalition in Salem to make sure that education kids are adequately
Good afternoon, school board. Good afternoon, superintendent. I'm Josh Donners, the chief facilities officer for the Beaverton School District. I have been here 2 years, 2 years as of August 5th. Prior Navy, if you can't tell from the haircut, and I attempted to grow out my hair during the pandemic, but it did not look good. So I keep it short. So 21 years in the Navy, I did project management, construction management, facilities management, the same things I'm doing now for the district. So in my job as chief facilities officer, I oversee the maintenance department, I oversee custodial. I work very closely with Steve Sparks when it comes to long range planning. So we'll have plenty of opportunity to talk about the current bond that we currently have and looking forward to the next bond. That'll be a topic that we'll talk about. But overseeing that piece of it, we also have energy and resource management that we do here in the district. I have those reports to me. I'm a direct report to Carl Mead. In this last year, the COVID with the pandemic, I've taken a role of overseeing emergency management for the district. So looking at what are the policies that we follow, face covering policy, what can we do with physical distancing, COVID, and working closely with teaching and learning. So taking that role here quite extensively over the past year, which has been very busy, as you can imagine. And we'll talk here today about that. For family, I've got a wife who's a paraeducator at Rock Creek. So I have that kind of inside school intel from her. She's definitely my rock. 2 boys. Oldest boy is 20. He's over at U of O. I am a Husky. I went to the University of Washington, so go Dogs. But I do support the Ducks now that I have 2 boys there. So a senior at U of O in journalism, and my youngest is a graduate of Westview High School. He'll be a freshman in the fall, and we'll be empty nesters. So we're looking forward to that. But love my job, love being here with the district. And, it's been a very fast 2 years, but I'm looking forward to many more years.
Hi, everyone. I'm Steve Langford. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the school district. I joined the district in 2006 after 17 years of working at the University of California, Davis in a variety of technology roles. So my role as Chief Information Officer, I oversee the technology functions of the district, both the administrative functions, the business functions, technology services, and then also supporting classrooms and schools and teachers as they use technology. There are 3 main areas we focus on. Infrastructure. So we have a wireless network that in all locations that at one time was larger than Nike's wireless network. With the expansion, they're now larger. But and then so telecommunications, networking, the access to systems, the software that we all use. We support our student information system, our Business Plus systems, as well as a variety of instructional systems used in schools. And then finally, we have our customer support, which is making sure that as teachers are using technology in the classroom or front office staff, be it here or in schools, are using technology, we can be very quick to respond and support them if they have problems. I have a wife, 2 daughters who went through the Beaverton School District, both ISP and one ISP, one early college. And so just really enjoy working here, getting to see how technology can impact both learning and the work that we all do every day. So very nice to meet you all.
Hello, I'm Diana Hess. I am the confidential assistant for the school board for David, Camelia, and Don. I actually have been with the district since 2001. And I started at Conestoga, went to Beaverton, and was in the special education department from 2007 until last year when I came over to work with you guys, all virtually. So I'm still learning my job. Have 5 children that all graduated from Beaverton schools. We've lived in the community for years, love the area. Southridge grads, so we're up in that area. And I don't recall what else it was, so I think we're good.
Hi, glad to be here. Congratulations to our new school board members. Thank you for being here. I'm Jenny Hansman, Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, and grew up in North Portland, and which brought my passion, I would say, for equity. Went on to be a Beaver at Oregon State. Yay, go Bees. After that, I got my master's degree also at Oregon State and received my administrative credentials through Lewis and Clark. So my role in teaching and learning has been vast. I started with the district in 1982. So this is my 39th year in the district. So I was asking everybody to help remind me all the places I've been. I am a teacher at heart, and so spent 20 years in the classroom. My work in the classroom in elementary and middle school was kind of, again, what brought me to want to go into administration and also serve the district. With those years, I was able to I started as a student teacher at Heighton through the Oregon State intern program, and then went on to my first job, which was at Aloha Huber Park. It used to be Aloha Park back in the day, and taught a couple grade levels there. After that, I went on to serve open 2 new schools. So my first school was Sexton Mountain back in the day. Can't remember the year, but it was back then. Spent about 6 or 7 years there, then went on to open another new school, which was Finley, and spent about 7 years in that area too. I did leave out, I knew I would. I started at Lotus Elementary, and so that was my experience in a title school, which again strengthened that equity mindset that is ingrained in me. After that, I did come to district office for about a year and worked in HR, and did some mentoring across the district for our new teachers. And from there, went to my first principalship, which was a vice principal at Highland Park, and spent a couple of years there. And then got my first principal job, and that was at West Walton View. Loved that. Had great parents over there. Carl Mead. And after West TV, then went to, it was at the same time that we were, Heighton Elementary was expanding. So went on to be a principal at Heighton for a number of years as well. After that, came to district office, was an administrator for curriculum instruction and assessment for a year or two, and then moved on to become chief academic officer in teaching and learning. And finally, my current job being deputy superintendent of teaching and learning. So been here in central office for the last 6 years, and again, just really have that focus and want to do the best for our kids. Teaching and learning is a pretty vast department, as you've heard through a couple of people that have already been up here. I directly supervise 12 amazing administrators in our department. 5 of those are our executive administrators who oversee all of our schools. And the other 6 or 7 are either curriculum instruction and assessment administrators and our multilingual department and our special education department. We are a strong team and also just filled with a lot of expertise and experience in our department. So oversee a lot of those areas. I've had discussions with many of you about what goes on in teaching and learning, and really look forward to our time together because I would love to spend that time to help educate and answer questions that you have in regards to teaching and learning. I also have 2 kids in the Beaverton Duke School District. They have graduated from Southridge, and those 2 have become teachers in our district. So I have my daughter is in her 7th year of teaching, and she's at Beaver Acres. My son's in his 8th year of teaching, and he is at Sato. And my daughter-in-law, they got married, and I'm a new grandma, have a new granddaughter as of a year. And she just got a job with at our new middle school. So I'm really excited about that. So, and I knew I was going to have a vast array of things that I've done, but I'm really excited to meet with you and excited for the experience. So thanks. And hopefully one of you was shorter than that.
I can do that. Chair Collette, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Mike Schofield, Associate Superintendent for Business Services. The departments I work with are purchasing, payroll, budget, finance, and risk management. So those are the folks that I work with on a daily basis. I am a little over 18 months into the school district working here in Beaverton, but you can tell by the color of my hair, I've been at this a lot longer than that. I have over 30 years experience in Oregon school finance, primarily in 2 districts, Gresham Barlow and Forest Grove. I grew up in Southern Oregon, came to college here in Portland at Portland State University. I have, on a personal note, I'm married to a recently retired elementary school principal. We have 3 grown children, Beavers, Oregon State Beaver grads, but you know, that their mom's judgment might have affected them. Anyway, that's us and our department. That's all I have. I look forward to working with you. You will hear from me on a monthly basis regarding finances and a financial report. So I look forward to that. Thank you.
And good afternoon. Carl Mead, Deputy Superintendent for Operations and Support Services. I'll start with, I too came from California. I was raised in San Jose and decided to come up here for college and chose to never return to California. I got my bachelor's degree at Pacific, my master's at Lewis and Clark, and my doctorate at the University of Oregon. So it's been an adventure to say the least. This happens to be my 36th year, the start of my 36th year in the school district. It's the only school district I've worked in. It's a school district I student taught in. So I've had the pleasure of being a teacher at the elementary level at Oak Hills. I taught at Whitford as well, back when we were junior high schools. So we served 7th, 8th, and 9th graders. I did a 1-year stint at Lower Beaver Park as a student supervisor. Then I was a VP at Conestoga when that school opened. And then I became principal at Hazeldale, then moved on to the principalship at Mountain View, and then moved on to the principalship at Sunset High School. I can't keep a job, as you can tell. Moving from there, I transitioned into the Department of Teaching and Learning as regional administrator, which we currently call an exec position for the Aloha Southridge region, had 9 schools that I ever saw there. And then I had the pleasure of moving into the position that Jenny holds now. And I was deputy superintendent for teaching and learning for 6 years, and I now am in this position in my 6th year now. Had 3 children graduate from the Beaverton School District, all 3 from Sunset High School. They're 29, 26, and 20. And so our youngest is going into her junior year playing volleyball out at Linfield. It has been a complete joy. I cannot think of a better place to work and to be a professional educator than Beaverton Schools. I was an elementary ed major as well as a Spanish major because I won't get into politics. The president at the time eliminated bilingual programs across the nation and funding for those. So decided to continue with being a Spanish major. What my parents did not know was that would require travel abroad and living abroad. So took the opportunity to do that for a year and studied in Granada, Spain for a year, my junior year. With that, I oversee, or not, I wouldn't say oversee, I work closely with total of 9 different departments. And they range, several of the individuals up here already. So IT with Steve. I work with Susan in HR, long-range planning, facilities, transportation, nutrition services, public safety, and maintenance. So after all of that. I just have to say, like Jenny, I work with a myriad of wonderful professionals, great leaders in the school district, here to support our students every single day. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for your time.
I think it's time for lunch, guys, so we're gonna.
What a great reminder, what a phenomenal staff they have and what expertise they have and tenure. I mean, it's just great to hear it all again. So.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for everything you do every day for our students in our district. And I know I've been on the board 4 years and I learned a lot just listening to your introductions right now. So some amazing, really deep roots in Beaverton and lots of experiences, and we're looking forward to working with you all this school year. Yeah, that's right.
And they all speak Spanish, so I think la próxima reunión está todo en español, ya que todos hablan español.
Okay, I think we'll adjourn the meeting for a little bit here while we go get lunch, and then we will come back. And when we come back, we have a very important discussion item, return to school, that we'll be going over.
Diane, do you have some directions for lunch?
All right. Are we live streaming here, guys? Okay, excellent. So we are bringing the board meeting back into session here, and we have two discussion items. The first one is the permanent removal of the F mark. And we have, looks like we got Brian Sika and Jenny. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm skipping ahead here. My apologies. This is return to school. So we got Jenny, Brian, Josh, and Danielle to present to us. So thanks, guys, for being here. And this is an incredibly important subject for us, so we are all ears.
Hey, good afternoon. We are really glad to be with you in person today. We're used to doing this over Zoom, and so it's unique for right now. Today we're going to be updating you on our return to person school plans, and our team that's presenting today will be Brian Sika, who's our administrator for curriculum instruction and assessment, Josh Gomez, our chief facilities officer, and Danielle Hudson, our executive administrator for student services. This team has been working all year collaboratively to bring you the latest on our plans for return to school. We thought it was, next slide please, David. We thought it was really important for especially the new school board members to kind of refresh memories on what the last year has looked like and what the process for return to school has been. So as you remember last March or February, we were found out that we had a lot of different plans to make because of the pandemic and the COVID-19. So with that, we had to kind of think fast and come up with a collaborative process that could lead us through the changes that we're going to incur. Now, at that time, we didn't know what the year looked like. We knew that we needed to change some efforts. So it was a collaborative process between our operations department and our teaching and learning department. So we had two leads in both of these areas. So Brian Sika took on the lead as our administrator for CIA in our return to school efforts, and Josh Gomez for chief facilities officer. And both of them took the leads in forming processes and communications along with others in both of those departments to make sure that we were up to date on the latest that we needed to go forward with and making sure that we were making the changes possible. We began by starting a return to school team, which was led by Brian, and we had at that time representatives from staff, from administrators, and each department to make sure that we were all on the same page as a district. And we had regular meeting setups to make sure that everybody was involved. And as you know, that was kind of a time where, boy, things were changing weekly, monthly, and had to pivot at each change. So we had to remain thoughtful in our planning and making sure that our team was meeting regularly along the way. All of those things, our teaching and learning department at that time was taking the lead role in return to school. We had our executive administrators who were meeting regularly with their principals and discussing plans, how to transition from an entirely in-person teaching to comprehensive distance learning in a very short period of time. We had just weeks to plan and weeks to get ready for it. So they planned and executed some plans along the way, along with principals in each of the schools, and then site-based decisions were made at the school level as well to ensure that we were following our guidelines and also making sure that we were making that transition successfully. Our curriculum and assessment and instruction needed to take all of our teaching from pre-K to 12 and make sure that we had a process in place to be able to transition from in-school to CDL. And so their job was to make sure that that could happen, whether it be through some online technology or planning for teachers that needed to take place. And finally, student services, special education, Behavioral Health and Wellness and Multilingual Department collaborated with all of us to make sure we were meeting the needs of each and every one of our students. That it wasn't, that our main focus needed to be on those kids that we knew were not being able to engage or successfully implement what they needed to be doing. So with that, all of that was taken into place, and here we are a year and a half later, and we're still talking about it. And I was just saying to somebody just a little bit ago that I'm surprised that we have so much to share with you today. In about a month ago, I was thinking this is going to be really short, and we're back to school, and that's not necessarily the case. So, and just to update the board, we're going right into our equity lens. And David, the next slide. This equity lens is really important when we're talking about return to school. And each one of our decisions, we have had so many to do in the past, and we have had this equity lens at the forefront of everything that we do. And as you can see, there are 4 key questions. The first one, whose voice is and isn't represented in this decision? And this is something that after we've had a discussion, or after we have, or right before we make a decision, we need to remind ourselves, because sometimes we forget and we need to go back and say, okay, we need to take a look at the equity lens. So the second question, who does this decision benefit or burden? Is this decision in alignment with our BSD equity policy? And finally, does this decision close or widen the access opportunity and expectation gaps? Now, this might seem fairly simple, but this is something that we take very seriously, and that we know that in order to make anything go in our district from whatever level, we need to make sure we're using that. So with that, we're going to kind of start by, we have our agenda for this next few minutes with you. And we will be updating you on the current Oregon framework model. We will be updating you on key considerations that need to be made moving forward. The COVID-19 health and safety protocols, the instructional shifts we're going to need to make. And we have all 3 of our administrators up here to help with that. At the end, we will have time for questions and comments, and we will be here to answer any questions you have. So with that, I'm going to put it over to Ryan Sika, who is going to start with an update to the Oregon framework.
Thanks, Jamie. Welcome, everybody. Chair Paulette, congratulations. Good to see you, board members. Thanks for having us here in person and hosting us, Superintendent Grotti, and everyone else in attendance. We'll make sure to get these slides to you. One of the reasons that the slides aren't in board book is we try to update them kind of day of with changing metrics and things. And I'll go into that at the current slide, but don't worry about feverishly taking notes if you don't want to. We'll make sure to get to you. David, could you please advance the slide? Thank you. So if we ground ourselves in a goal for the work, and it really is to make sure that we have a safe and engaging in-person experience for all of our staff and for all of our students. And so we really need to make sure that while we're bringing our kiddos back into an instructional model that looks more familiar to them, we do so in the most engaging way, but we're also making sure to pay attention to the safety concerns that are certainly still there and certainly still relevant in our community. Can you please advance the slide? Thank you so much. I want to talk just a little bit about the difference in kind of guidance and requirements and recommendations that we'll be talking about throughout this year, and contrast it a little bit to what we had last year. The biggest difference last year with the Ready School Safe Learners, we talked a lot about requirements and then recommendations. And even the recommendations last year were given to us with a bit more of kind of thresholds and sort of, you know, if we meet this level of community spread, then do this. And it was pretty prescriptive, even if it was still a recommendation. The goal of the Department of Education and the Oregon Health Authority this year is to leave the majority, or actually leave all of the decisions, to a local control level. And we'll talk about a few exceptions to that we're going to have when we start off the school year. But that's the big thing to think about, is that instead of looking at requirements and recommendations and sort of finding out where we fit, we're going to be needing to make decisions that are really guided by the information, but that come from our decision makers that are in this room. Can you please advance the slide? So essentially the top statement just says that we're going to work hard with our state and local authorities. We're going to work hard collaborating with our other districts but ultimately the decisions that we make as far as mitigation and response strategies will be local control. However, right now, there's 3 significant exceptions to that, and these are pretty much mandates or requirements or expectations coming out of either the governor's office or those 2 departments, the Department of Ed and the Health Authority. First, it's offering full-time and in-person instruction to all of our students. That means we'll be on our 5-day-a-week schedules. We'll be every day, and students will not be in any kind of a hybrid. All measures of instructional minutes and those types of things have been returned back to pre-pandemic thresholds or requirements. Face coverings, and we'll start using face coverings and masks a bit more interchangeably than we did last year, but face coverings are required in our school buildings. You know, that's from the governor's order, and then the face coverings in buses. And we'll talk about those a little bit more in detail, but those are outside of that local control. Next slide, please. So when two of the metrics that the Health Authority and the Department of Ed ask us to consider when we're making these decisions is the amount of transmission in our counties and in our local areas. And so that's just the transmission of the SARS virus, the COVID-19, and as well as our levels of vaccination. And so if for those of you that were paying close attention last year, which I know was all of you, when we looked last year at Ready School Safe Learners, we had really prescriptive levels of community transmission and recommendations what to do based on this. Those are not there any longer. We're still looking at the transmission. We're adding vaccinations because those are available now, but there's really no specific thresholds. But we do have some rules of thumb to look at. And so let's go to the next slide and I'll just talk a little bit about what those are. So this data, it's not updated quite as frequently. So this is as of the 14-day period ending on July 31st. And I chose that period because it's the most recent published, but it'll be as close of context to what we were looking at last year as we could. That 14-day interval where we talk about cases per 100,000. That's where you want to look at that 106. So if you remember from last year, that 106 was one of our kind of lower areas. It still allowed us to do everything we were wanting to do in schools as far as the hybrid was concerned. But if you look in near the top where you see that substantial, that's one of those rules of thumb that we're able to look at. Again, the department does not have those specific threshold or areas or cutoff points, but they do have 4 descriptors of their amount of transmission. Substantial is the 3rd out of the 4th. The next most significant would be widespread. By all accounts, we're probably already out widespread at the next data update, or when the data catches up to what we're currently in, the amount of cases per 100,000 would be exceeding the threshold for widespread. I'm just going to ignore whatever that error message in the middle is and just hope we can go to the next one.
And Brian, really quick,
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
What is that threshold for widespread?
I don't know, Tom. I can look it up and get to you. The CDC defines it, and I'm not sure it's some percentage or some ratio per 100,000 residents.
Does it include test positivity rates, or is it just per 100,000?
I think it's the total cases, but let me look to make sure.
Okay,
I'll find out to make sure. So good news, this year we can talk about vaccinations. That really wasn't an option for us last year, at least not a significant one. And I'm gonna ask you to take a look at the sort of bar graph on the right-hand side first. This is Washington County. So this is the residents just in Washington County, broken up by those about 10-year age groups with a couple of exceptions. And the ones I really want to point out to you, at least from the start, is if we look to the very right-hand side, where throughout this pandemic, we've been talking about our most at-risk citizens, our citizens up there in age a little bit, and that's a very highly vaccinated group of individuals, all above 80%. Probably a good time to give a shout out to Washington County. We are the most vaccinated county in the state of Oregon, with an overall rate, at least last time I checked, right around that 75. If we kind of look to the left-hand side of those bar graphs, or the gray and the kind of pink, the 12 to 17 and the 18 to 19s, our 12 to 17-year-olds at that 60%, that's where most of our students would land in that are eligible for vaccination, and that exceeds the amount in the state. If you look at the statewide average, our 12 to 17-year-olds are only about 50% of those individuals are vaccinated, whereas in Washington County, we have over 60%. And I'll talk a little bit more about what's happening to that number in just a second. The lowest one there, that 65, where it's 20 to 29, I just wanted to point out the implications that has on schools, and I think I have some better news. Not many of our students fall into that category. The majority of our students are younger than that. So that would just be any teachers that we have in that area. But we know teachers in that population, we know from sort of voluntary surveys with teachers that we actually have a highly vaccinated workforce. So where that is the lowest number, as far as our teachers goes, we do have some confidence from our data that our teachers are a fairly highly vaccinated population. Then just the only thing to look at on the left side, I know it's a bit of a complicated kind of line graph in that, but just drawing your attention that where that 2.3% is, that's the rate at which our 12 to 17-year-olds are becoming vaccinated. So that just means from the last reporting period to now, we have more of them becoming vaccinated. So it seems not only are more becoming vaccinated, the rate at which they're becoming vaccinated is going up. So all good news for the goal of getting as many people vaccinated. So once we've considered all that, how does that lead into some decisions? So I'm just going to talk for a few more minutes about what some mitigation strategies will be in the SDG. So if we go to the next slide. Well, maybe one more then. Okay, thank you so much. So this graphic just shows the 8 strategies that are most effective for stopping the spread and keeping people safe. Vaccination, we just spent a lot of time talking about. That's clearly our most effective tool. And then we have everything you can read there, everything from protective equipment all the way through to cohorting, even into our cleaning and disinfection. So the team here today, we're just going to talk briefly about almost every single one of those and how they'll impact BSD this school year. So if we can go to the next slide. I just want to talk for a second about all of those and how they impact instruction. And this is just meant to be descriptive more than exactly which category they fall into. But if we think about kind of impact to the school day, take like washing your hands and hand hygiene and vaccination, they really have limited impact to like what a teacher could be asking their students to do. Vaccinations, once we get past kind of any side effects and get the kiddos back, they're not going to change what a teacher does in class. Really the same with face coverings to an extent. When we talk about face coverings and we talk about does a face covering make it so a teacher has to stop doing something? It's kind of the opposite of that. The face covering actually allows kiddos to be a little bit closer together. It allows teachers to do more of that group work. It actually makes it so we have more instructional opportunities or instructional strategies available. Now, of course, I put face coverings on there twice because it can be uncomfortable. There are students who are unable to wear face coverings due to medical conditions. Or glasses are all fogged up. There's all those things that create somewhat of disruption. So it's not a no change. But what we're really trying to do is not get to the stuff on the right-hand side, in particular, the isolation and quarantine. That's the most disruptive thing that we can do to temporarily do to the school day, when we have to take students and remove them from the educational setting. So we're hoping that we cannot get to the point of that significant impact. I'll talk a little bit more about cohorting and where I mean at the secondary level, where cohorting can be pretty disruptive to the school day as well, especially for our secondary. The next slide, please. So when we go to protective equipment, just going to go quickly through this, and Josh will reiterate some of these things and go into a little bit more detail. But essentially, face coverings will just be with all people, all students, all teachers, all staff on district property during school hours when we're indoors. We have good data that's been shared with us from the state and from the county, from national groups that face coverings not only limit the spread of the virus, but they also, we know in policy and in regulations, they limit us from needing to quarantine kids. And I'll get to that specifically. One thing on this slide I think you should pay attention to, or direct your eyes to, the last bullet there with the health authority. Again, like I said, the goal is to get to local control, and the ODE OHA is going to be reviewing the metrics monthly and eventually getting to the point where all of these decisions become completely at the local control again. But that'll happen monthly. So that's where we can expect changes to the guidance that comes. Next slide, please. So here's what I was talking about a little bit with cohorting. We are going back to pre-pandemic scheduling. If you remember last year at the secondary level, we had the 4x4 model, which had students taking half the number of classes twice as often. It was a big change. It was successful for what it was designed to do, but it's not what we want to do to continue on with our education. And we are having all of our students back. Cohorting can limit the opportunities for our secondary students based on limitations of scheduling. And so as a result of that, we have far fewer stable cohorts at the secondary level than we do at the elementary level. And we're hoping to mitigate that, the risk of that by all the other safety precautions, face coverings and masking. Our additional piece, K-12, will be all staff will be asked to utilize a seating chart. That's a seating chart that's in Synergy, our student information system, and that students abide to whenever they're in their classes or any type of instructional setting. Next slide, please. This distancing, a little bit different from last year. This will be the 3 feet of distancing expected to the greatest extent possible. And really what that means is we will not prevent a student from coming onto campus. We won't prevent them from having the opportunity for in-person instruction, even if they're limited by space. So to the greatest extent possible, we will be able to maintain 3 feet of space in all of our classrooms and everywhere, but we know at times we won't always be able to. We are going to ask our staff to be thoughtful and cognizant of the learning activities they're asking students to be engaged in by picking activities where students can stay 3 feet apart. I've always said it's better right now to be playing Frisbee than to be wrestling in a class. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's talk about these kiddos. When we do end up with a positive case and we do end up with the need to contact trace and sort of our response to that. Very similar to last year with a few exceptions to the rules. So that second bullet point there is a good one to put your eyes on right now. If we cannot confirm that 6 feet of distancing was maintained, so 6 feet at first, but by wearing masks, we can actually drop that number down to 3. So that's the point I'm trying to make, is that the threshold of 6 feet, you'll still hear a lot of voice to, but the caveat will be if we have consistent mask use and can keep it within 3 feet, then those students will not need to quarantine. Guidance right now is if you're fully vaccinated, you do not need to quarantine. However, just whatever this was 5 days ago, the CDC does recommend now that even if you're fully vaccinated and you're exposed, that you get a test within 3 to 5 days. And so we'll be able to accommodate that as well. One more for me, and then I'll get to pass it along. So with screening, testing, and contact tracing, and of course all related to COVID, screening, same idea. We're going to ask families to please screen at home. We're going to ask that schools, as we're walking in, we continue to do that visual screening, visual monitoring. We are going to ask students and families if they reported absence to let us know if it was due to COVID-19. We do have the opportunity. We are participating in a kind of state initiative, if you will, or a state program that anyone with symptoms will be able to provide them with a COVID-19 test. Just to be clear, families, parents, guardians will be notified and will be able to give permission to do that. That'll also help us with that previous statement from a second ago about if you're vaccinated and you need to be tested after those 3 to 5 days, students will be on site because they're in quarantine, and we can help by providing that test. Contact tracing is going to be another tough one. With the number of cases and the case rising that we're seeing, we're no longer at that 100% of cases are being responded to within the 24 hours. That was a statistic we kind of looked at last year. It looks like right now we're about 80% within 24 hours. But we're still our nurses are going to still work hard with the county. We're still going to work hard with the county and really see if we can limit any spread that would come from positive cases. So how about the next slide? And I think I'm passing it over to Josh for some more details.
All right, good afternoon, School Board. Josh Gomez, Chief Facilities Officer. So I have 5 slides that I'm going to cover for you. And I wanted to review the guidance that we have from ODE. Just a quick refresh. Brian touched on a couple of these. But for face coverings, the bottom line is that we will wear face coverings indoors. I know Karen, you had a question. Will we make them available for students and staff? And the answer is yes. And I'll cover some numbers of what we've distributed to our schools. For ventilation, you can see what ODE is talking about specifically. Last year, we went into more of an analytical approach with healthy buildings, ASHRAE, Society of Refrigeration Heating, and we were able to dig into that a little bit more. But what you have now for guidance for ventilation up there, increase the amount of fresh outside air that is introduced into the system, exhaust air from indoors to outdoors, and then clean the air that is recirculated indoors with effective filtration. I'll cover those things about what that means a little bit more. And then with disinfection, we are during the pandemic and when we did return to in-person last year, there was a lot more of focus on disinfect high touch point areas. So if you touch a door handle, if you touch a desk. Now the guidance is saying cleaning once a day is sufficient. That's direct from the CDC. If you go to the ODE resiliency framework, it'll point to the CDC, and that's what I pulled in a quick summary. So there's a summary of that. If you go to the next slide, David. So what I wanted to do is give you a snapshot of where we stand with our supplies. We bought a lot of supplies and PPE, personal protective equipment, last school year. We're in good standing for this school year. So just an orientation, items to the left are the items that we purchased. The columns are distributed, what we pushed from here essentially to our schools. I don't break it down by school, but you can see the quantity of what we pushed out. What we have currently on hand in storage here essentially, and then what we have on order. And you see a lot of dashes on order. I'll explain why, because again, we have a lot of stock that's currently out there and has not been used from last school year. So adult face coverings, we have disposable. So here is a little show and tell. This is the disposable face covering that I'm referring to. This is what we have out in the school. So if a staff member, even a student wanted to have a disposable face covering, this is the number that, or the product that we have. And you can see what we distributed. We're at 64,000. We estimate that the schools probably used 5 to 10% during the school year. A face covering at this point, very personal. You want your own type of mask, which is understandable, but they are available. KN95 adult face coverings, you can see the asterisk up there, provided by FEMA. Here's a KN95 that we received. ODE was very specific. These are not medical grade masks. They're basically to be used like your blue disposable. So we have a lot that's been pushed out to the schools. They have availability to that. A common complaint that I get is that the loops on the KN95 are very tight around the ears. So we'll have to look at that. Child face coverings, disposable. We have the child type that we have distributed out to the schools as well. Face shields, if you look at the guidance from ODE, face coverings are recommended over face shields. So we are very, we're going to continue with that policy. But here are some samples up here. This is what FEMA ODE provided to us. There's a sample. It's kind of a little flimsy, but it is the face shield that will work. We do have some more fancier types that have the iframes that we can get a hold of. We do have some of these in stock, and we have pushed these out to some of the schools. And then with Lysol and Clorox wipes, standard white packages that we sent out to the schools. You can see the numbers up there. Bottom line, we have plenty of supplies out in our schools. I do not see a need at this time to place any orders at this time. Next slide. Hand sanitizer, in summary, we have gel and foam that we've distributed to the schools. We have plenty. We've received donations. And we also have freestanding dispenser units that you can see here at central office. You go up and pump it. We have them wall mounted as well. We have enough refill bags available. We can get those quickly. Plexiglass barriers, we distribute quite a bit. The current guidance doesn't give anything specific about a plexiglass barrier, and that's okay. Schools are asking, do we keep them up? We put them up in libraries, we put them up in the front office. We just said, hold them on site for now because they may come back and need them. So that's the status there. Next slide. Okay, so for ventilation, we upgraded all of our filters to MERV 13 earlier this year for the last school year. Karen, I think you had a question. Do all buildings have them? They do. Yes, they do. So we have all those buildings. So with the filter, you have to do a swap out. We plan to do a swap out at the start of the school year. The one thing that we're going to be very cautious about is a smoke warning. We don't want to do a swap, and then at the end of August into September, you've got a bunch of filters that you contaminated. So we're gonna monitor that like we did last year. But we have 13 MERV 13 filters on hand now to do a swap for the next swap. We're going to return back to our HVAC operating hours of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So just get that outside air in, get the system running longer in the day. In our high schools, gyms and common areas will run the system a little bit later because we know that athletics will happen. We know that those events will take place later in the day. We do have portable HEPA air cleaners. These are smaller portable units. If you go to West TV or if you go to an isolation room, you'll see a black air cleaner that's cleaning the air. We are using those. We bought 150 of them. We've deployed 105, so we have some remaining in stock. West TV, a question about conservative air quality. West TV classrooms have older univent systems. It's a mechanical system that brings in air and heats it, but they're older units. So with that, we wanted to include additional air cleaners in the classroom. That's the only school, because of the age of the equipment, that we have air cleaners in addition with isolation rooms and beds. Yes.
So, portable stuff, do they have those air cleaners
Portables do not have air cleaners because we have MERV 13 filters in the portable. It's all buildings, so up on top. I didn't say specifically portables, but portables have 13 filters. So with the filter swap, portables get that too. And so that's next slide. Disinfection. So I talked about cleaning once a day is sufficient for the CDC guidance. CDC also makes a statement, very low risk of transmission from surfaces and shared objects. That's different from where we had last year. Again, touch point areas, high frequency cleaning. We were very specific about what we did during in-person instruction and after. Students will not disinfect. Last school year, we had middle school students do electives. They were disinfecting their desks and chairs when they left. High school students were not doing that this year. Our custodians have products that are effective against the virus. It's on EPA's list N, so we are very comfortable with the products that we use. We'll use those at least once a day when we're done with school and make sure we disinfect those areas. Electrostatic sprayers, we were doing that once a week for the most part across the district. Last school year, we've taken that out, and we will only use electrostatic sprayer if we need to, or a viral outbreak or anything like that. Next slide. I believe that ends.
I guess, do you guys want to take some questions about this part first, since it kind of breaks, it's a good break there?
This is questions for Brian. I was thinking about lunchtime. I know you're, I'm assuming you're gonna be taking the masks off to eat. And if we're not requiring 3 feet or the 6 feet and there's no masks, that's concerning to me. And I know the logistics of it would, unless we have everybody eating outside or something under tents would be really difficult, but that's something that I'm still wondering about. And then also, if that's the case, and they're eating outside, or they're eating without masks, then there's gonna be points of more than 15 minutes a day when every single child would then, if something happened, would have to be quarantined. Correct. Unless they were vaccinated.
Yes, short answer is yes, and to everything you said. So one idea is, that, the schools continue, just like they did last year, to find all available space for lunches. Early in the weather year, that's gonna be a lot easier for our outside spaces, et cetera. When it does come down to, do we have the room? If we can have students spread apart to more than 3 feet, we will, but many of our spaces just won't accommodate for that. So that would be a spot where there would be that close contact. And so that's where the contact tracing would come in, and whether students are assigned to a specific spot or it just comes into the, I don't want to say traditional, but the process of like, who you sit with, who you by, that group of students would be is subject to, included in a quarantine.
I just want to add, we have the, so in terms of busing as well, we're going to be back to relatively full routes. So what we do, our nurses have done a really good job of going back and pulling the route and figuring out where the student was on the route and determining if they were on the bus for greater than 15 minutes. If they are, then we're in the situation of quarantining the bus. But that is another factor that is out there. And we've been doing that since last year, and they're going to continue that practice.
One more. If they're just putting it out there as we're thinking about having a quarantine, more than likely it will be happening. So thinking about how we're going to continue education for students once it occurs, because it'll be a lot of disruptive education. So you don't have to answer right now, but just something I wanted to put out there.
And great, maybe I'll just give a quick little timeline update on that. Just working closely with the association on sort of what the requirements would be a classroom teacher and additional sort of support staff, if you will, and additional teachers that we can do to, last year was actually a little bit easier where the student could just go straight into the distance learning side of the hybrid that wouldn't be available. But how could we use the electronic resources we have to kind of, keep it manageable of a workload, but keep the kiddo connected to the classroom as much as we can. So we can probably give a more detailed update on that next time through the dialogue process.
Hey, thank you for the plan. I mean, I really appreciate the focus on safety and how you frame that too. That the mask is a tool that helps keep our students in school, that helps keep them learning. I think that approach is so important and that message is so important. Because the most disruptive thing for our kids' education is for them to have to isolate or quarantine. And by bringing this, by basically moving forward with the mask mandate as it's been given to us by the state, I think that's going to help protect our students. So I really appreciate that approach. I have a question around transmission and tracking transmission inside of schools, because ultimately all these mitigation measures are to prevent transmission inside our schools. How are we going to be tracking that? I know we've got contact tracing, but the question of whether that transmission occurred inside the school or outside the school comes up, right? And how are we going to be basically holding ourselves accountable and making sure that as the school year goes forward, that we're not the point source for transmission, and if that is occurring, we can adjust in real time.
Okay, so easier on Zoom, right? So if you remember last year, there was I'm scared to quote the numbers, I don't quite remember it, but there was an amount of transmission that if you could through contact tracing and decide to have it in the school, there were a number of occurrences of that gave you pause, gave you like a call to action, gave you things to do. I don't believe that guidance has gone away. So that's where we'd be working with the health authority to say, maybe the first case that we have, that's an event, we quarantine those students, we work through it. But now when we reach that threshold, I believe it was 3 and 2 weeks, but again, please don't quote me on whether that number was right or not. That's where we work with the health authority, with Washington County to be what further mitigation strategies do we need? Are we talking about a whole classroom? Anyone want to say it? Are we talking about the whole school? What at that point, what do we need to close down on the temper?
You're basically looking for clusters, basically. Where you see a cluster of cases, then it's assumed that there was some transmission in the school.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's helpful. And I also would just say I appreciate Board Member Perez's comment too about lunchtime and any sort of mitigation measures that could, make that safer. Because my concern is that if you have everybody breaking that 3 feet without the masks on for 15 minutes, that could lead to potentially quarantining the whole school pretty quickly.
It's definitely gonna be one of the riskier times, like you both said, without masks, with limited distance between them. So we'll continue to work on that. Thank you. Yes.
What about in case that going from one classroom to another classroom, they're in clusters, they're wearing masks, but we're giving supervision, making sure that, they don't pick up their masks and stuff like that?
It'll be, again, asking teachers, administrators, everyone to be in the halls. Again, it's those friendly reminders, over your nose. That's one we forget a lot. You've probably seen me now pulling mine up on accident a few times. Again, the good news about our passing periods is none of them get to the 15 minutes.
Yes.
And so that's good news in it. Of course, anything beyond complete isolation brings in risk. So that would be a time where, we'll be trying to encourage students, keep moving to your class, keep your mask on and doing all those things. But that would be another point of contact where students could be, and staff would be in contact with them.
Good question. Have you worked out how, when students are in extracurricular activities at any time and also recess, have you worked out to keep them safe? I mean, it's another thing that it's something that we're talking about now that they're going to be in clusters as well. Is there any plan? How do you plan to continue with their, again, example, the PE period? How do you plan to incorporate that in their school activities, yet keeping them safe?
Yeah, so with PE, again, it's gonna be a bit easier at the start, again, encouraging outdoor space use as much as possible. So, the data that's presented to us continues to indicate that outside is a much safer place, to be and to interact. And so again, encouraging the activities to be outside. And then, like I said, it's a kind of a silly analogy, but again, that idea of getting the learning targets of PE taught and accomplished in ways that still can maintain distancing. So again, like I said, it's a silly analogy, but Frisbee is a lot safer than wrestling, keeping those activities where kiddos are spread apart and they're in as small of groups as possible. There is some guidance around taking your mask off inside if it's potentially creating a choking hazard, which of course we're going to follow, but we're also going to suggest let's just not do those activities so that we can just maintain keeping our mask wearing on through that entire time. So absolutely correct. It's another area that does increase risk. Students are running around and just breathing heavily and all of those sorts of things. But through distancing, through using outdoor space, and keeping the masking on, that would be the way to mitigate.
And if I could add, washing your hands. So when you're done touching a person, you touch something, give the hand sanitizer or no civil.
Urana, at the high school level, the one thing that we're hoping this encourages those students who are eligible for vaccinations to get vaccinated, because if they are vaccinated and we do have an outbreak, they wouldn't have to be quarantined. So if they're in athletics, they wouldn't have to miss their volleyball game or football game or cross-country event. So we're really trying to encourage as many of those students as possible to get vaccinated. And I know Board Member Perez had a question about, what are we doing to encourage, whether it's a vaccination clinics, promoting vaccinations for those students who are eligible. So I think maybe somewhere that would be a great one for your question to that, because I know, as Brian pointed out, two things we can do: vaccinate, wear a mask. Those are the two most important things we can do.
I think Becky had a comment, and then Susan.
I know that probably because it's so good to see our upper levels, our secondary kids are more apt to be vaccinated. And I do believe I read in the literature, but when it comes to indoor band or indoor choir, I know we were wrestling with that last spring when we came back for hybrid. What will be going forward with those? And again, I'm so supportive of the fact that so many of our students are vaccinated, so we don't have to probably be quite on, but still that how important it is for us to follow the guidelines of making the reassurance of wearing the mask when possible, because we know that really makes a difference, and that we want our kids to be in school.
Yeah, Becky, and maybe in addition to that is, or a detail of that we want to make sure the board's aware of, the community's aware of, is the new guidance that came out does allow for students in band, if they're playing in terminology like a wind instrument, you force air through with your mouth, you can remove your face covering for that. But all other students will still be wearing their face coverings, will still be trying to do distancing. Again, a lot of our band, choir, a lot of our performing arts activities, they were able to take it outside last year when the weather's still nice. So still trying to do all those things while keeping them engaged in school. Again, Chair Colette, that perfect statement, right? We got to get them engaged in school. When they're not engaged at school, that's when the most significant learning loss would happen, and the most significant change would happen.
I forgot all about that.
You're on Zoom in person.
Yeah, my concern is students that are not wearing masks. They just refuse to wear it. What's the mitigation there?
So there's probably two ways to talk about that one, and the first one might be it's pretty optimistic on my part, but this is our whole community working together to keep our kiddos in school. Masks is a way to keep our kids in school. I don't like wearing one right now, and for families and students that have medical conditions and medical necessities, we have processes and procedures for that. We do need some compliance and some cooperation from our community. And our first goal and our first step when either there's a refusal or like what we notice most of the time, a forgetting or wearing one improperly, it's education, it's sharing the data that's been shared with us, and it's just, trying to work to a spot where we can use one of our best strategies for keeping our students in school. Progressively as we go away from that, we have to continue then with that family and try to find a way to accommodate them, to still provide an education to them in a way that, all the rules and regulations are considered. We have BSD Flex, which is a fully online option where, students can do so from their home and then obviously do so in whatever conditions they like. So that's the answer. It's a lot of one-on-one. We're already starting to work with it right now. And it's a lot of working with individual families, just trying to find something to work with and trying to keep those kids safe and in school.
Okay, well now to kind of the fun part, which as we start thinking about students returning to school. So as you know, as a district, we received about $18 million in summer school funding. And what I gotta say is this was an amazing opportunity for us to really engage students who had not been engaged this year, and also to really support the students in our district. So if you look up there and you see the numbers of kids who participated, we had 20 sites at the elementary level, every middle school had a site, every high school was running. And so in the past, you may not know, we've run Camp Achieve at a couple schools, and that is an elementary summer program that's been funded through BEF. And then we've run a high school program, summer school kind of credit recovery enhancement program where some students paid so that they could take some accelerated courses, or other students were doing credit recovery. And then we've also done our trades program. Well, we were able to expand all of those opportunities this year through the funding through ODE and the legislature. So what that meant is we ran these elementary programs where it wasn't just about academics, it was about connection, it was about exploration. We had the reptile guy there, we had, OMSI type activities, we had Lego activities, really things to get students back on site to really re-engage the love of learning and the love of school. And so 50% of those 2,300 students were targeted for students who either experience a disability, they're an emerging bilingual, they might have other supports or needs, and they were identified through their behavioral health and wellness team. And then the other half of students were kind of students who got in through a lottery in terms of spaces. Unfortunately, we weren't able to offer as many classrooms because just like I was talking to Board Member Simpson about staffing shortages, we ran into that in the summer, not a lot of people wanting to work in the summer. But even then, we were able to help support over 2,300 students. And then for the first time in a lot of years, we had a middle school program. And each middle school had between like 100 and 150 students on site. And we were able to offer there a band program. So we had like a summer band camp for enrichment. So some students who hadn't been able to come together and actually play instruments in person got that opportunity this summer. And then we really enhanced our high school program. We haven't had this number of students participate in our high school program since ever that I can remember. And when we've had high numbers, a lot of those students might have come from private schools who were paying to get the accelerated schools. These were BSD students who were here to either do credit recovery or really just to reconnect into schools. And so what was amazing was our attendance was really strong. Students were coming, they came back. The day, sometimes a Monday or a Thursday might be late because, a long weekend, but kids kept showing up. Parents kept sending kids. And although we had some instances of COVID-19 where we had to isolate students, all of those cases were directly related to community spread. They were not because the student received, it was transmitted within school. So we really got kind of this opportunity to trial run with a class size of 20 or 25 students in the same room. Whereas last year we had classes, when we were in hybrid on site with 12 kids, it was really easy.
this gave us kind of that opportunity to try it out. And we were able to see a lot of success, and kids were happy to do that. We ran our extended school year as we usually do through special education. And then with that, they had a recovery program that was in the afternoon. So students who were eligible for special education came on site and got some additional specially designed instruction. They were identified, maybe for some reason we were not able to deliver their specially designed instruction via Zoom, and those students were able to come on site. Our migrant program, again, we had several students who participated in that. And they worked really closely with our general education program. So traditionally, our migrant summer school is kind of like its own isolated own program. This year, because we had such a robust summer school program, we were able to push those migrant school supports into those school sites. So we had students who were participating with all of their other peers within their neighborhood school in most cases. And our newcomer or emerging bilingual students were able to do to come together and really get that language support that they needed. That, you know, again, in hybrid is really a challenge to be teaching language and customs via Zoom, and our teachers were able to really make that impact with 32 of our students who participate in that program. And then really excitingly was we were able to push our move forward with our American Indian Alaskan Native summer program. And so we had 15 students who engaged in that. And it's a combination of learning about heritage, also just making connections with each other, building a culture. And so we had this robust, real school happening this summer, which I think was a really great trial run for where we're going next month. And to see, you know, I can't tell you just the excitement to see kids and smiling faces and just back to that. And one of the other things, not only did we have summer school, we had childcare that we offered at our Title I elementary schools. So all of those childcare daycare programs, they were full. We had kids coming, we had parents who were able to go back to work. And I think they were really relieved to be like, okay, for a month now, my kid is learning, I can get back on my feet and go. So we do have a significant number of students who did have this opportunity to enhance their learning over the summer. And I think that's really going to help them for when they re-engage in the fall. Next slide, please. So one of the things we just, that just came out at the end of last week, and my team, the Behavioral Health and Wellness team, will be touching base with community involvement, is really this idea of a care and connection week. So ODE is really pushing this idea that we really, as a district, have a conversation with our students and our staff about building relationships. So there are things, I had a colleague who I worked with all year via Zoom. I had never met him in person before. And finally, at the end of the year, I met him and I was like, wow, he's really short. Like I had thought he was gonna be super tall, right? So we, so you don't have like some of those like just organic kind of interactions that happen. And so the big push around this is kind of looking at during pre-service week, when we're bringing our staff back and we're moving towards integrating back to school, that we're really working on staff wellness, right? We want to build resilient staff, because if our staff aren't resilient, if our staff aren't well, it's really hard for our students to be. So it's really giving our building principals permission to take time to really emphasize that staff wellness component. So as much as we're going to emphasize learning targets and instruction, but it's also saying it's okay to spend some time and focus on relationships. And as we get into the second week, so it's really 2 weeks of care and connection, but it's a week for staff and then a week for students. The focus really for that first week for staff and students, again, is about building community. One of the COVID wins that we had this last year is, as a behavioral health and wellness team, we were really able to push conversations about community circles in classrooms, about social emotional learning activities that happen at the start of a lesson, getting to know your students and your students getting to know each other. So we've already done that this last year. We did it at the beginning when we were in CBL, and then we revisited it as we entered into on-site hybrid. So again, we're going with that same push to say, Yes, we have students who may be behind academically rate. We have some students who didn't engage, but we want to give you permission to take some time this first week, first couple of weeks, get to know your students, get to know their families, because if you don't, it's gonna be really hard to bring them along as you get into the harder work, right? Like the doing the academic component. So that's really, as a district, as we start thinking about this care and connection and how important that is, just as important as our academic focus. So we will continue to support our schools and teachers with lessons, so social emotional lessons, as well as classroom circle activities to really generate and push that support. And I'll get a little bit more into that as we talk about the supports we've added as well to our buildings. Next slide, please. So one of the things I talked about is the behavioral health and wellness team, or BH and W teams. So we started them last year. And really, it wasn't the intent or the start of this work actually wasn't built out of COVID. It was built out of our student investment account plan. It was part of our SIA plan to really build these behavioral health and wellness multidisciplinary teams. And they took on a really huge role last year. So we had their job was really to look at students who were not engaging, families who kind of fell off our radar, and to find ways to reconnect and keep connecting. And so we had lots of students who were referred to these teams for additional supports. We had many students who were able to exit the supports and re-engaged and did really well. We had many students who continued to need follow-up. And then unfortunately, we had some students who we still continue to fail to engage, but we never stopped. That was our job, is to keep doing that. So as we go into this year, we have some baseline data that we'll have from last year that we're looking at this year about referrals that came in. Who were the students, demographic information, percentages, and our plan is, our hope is to beef up that system to really be able to gather really clean, clear data around who are our students who are needing supports, what supports are they needing, are they being successful with those supports, are we needing them ongoing, so we can we just really haven't invested that time in looking at that. And we've even set some metrics that we're going to start looking at, where we're really hoping that 80% of our student population can have their supports met with just their classroom teacher and the building administration and just those supports, and then looking at our 20% of students who might need that higher level of support. And again, I included it in the slide for those of you who are new. We have we've been applying our BST equity lens and all the work that we're doing in our conversations. We're in the process of a quality curriculum cycle, but our biggest thing is thinking about how do we build a resilient community. So what does that look like? What are all the components of that? So we can make sure we're addressing all of that. So I'll make sure you have a link to that so you can take a look. Next slide, please. So how do students or families access services? So our schools will continue to refer students for behavioral health and wellness services through a request for support system, which we started last year. We did not, prior to last year, have a really clean process on how kids got access to support. Sometimes it was the loudest person, whether it was the loudest student or it was the loudest teacher. But what we found was there are a lot of students who fly under the radar who are also in need of support. So we really wanted to have a very strategic process. So we went in and we, through our student success coaches, and then our hope is this year with our school support specialists, that we're pushing the training and the instruction to the teachers so that they can have a really strong, robust toolbox and help and connect with students. But when they've exhausted those resources, they have a clear way to say, how do I access help? And when do I know to access help? So that is what those coaches and those specialists do. The other thing that happened last year that will continue next year is our BH and W teams will continue to meet weekly. So we didn't have a standard meeting process. It varied from school to school. We have one school that had a really strong process where they have weekly to talk about students, to say, who's doing what. And next year, we're going to continue that. That's still that expectation that your team is meeting. And that's really, it's giving the building principal permission to say, yes, this is an expectation but it's also so that people know it's a priority and they put it on our calendar, right? Because, you know, we all overschedule ourselves. And so it's really that you need to continue to meet. And then also, I think, Karin, one of your questions had been whether or not we had a screening tool around behavioral health and wellness and kind of like that initial mental health screener, depending on whoever you talk to, what they call it. So we are in the second year, or like the second part of our first year, technically, of our QCC process around behavioral health and wellness. So we have a pretty robust team that's working together. And when you talk about behavioral health and wellness, one of the biggest things you have to focus on is your anti-bias and anti-racist practice. Because as we look at, when we talk about student behavior or misbehavior, or we're talking about family supports, there's a lot of bias or judgment that often lies within who is referred to those supports or who do people think need that. So as we started looking at curriculum, we were going to purchase screening tools, all of those pieces, we had to kind of rethink things. Like I thought it was going to be really easy. We're going to come out and we have our screening tool and we go. But one of the things we found is that if we rush it, we're going to probably continue to disenfranchise students. So we had to kind of take a step back and really dive into conversations around our using our equity lens and our equity questions. We had to have some hard conversations about behavior learning targets and who does that land on it, who's judging a student and all of those pieces. So our focus this year, we will wrap up that process. We specifically targeted classroom teachers and student services support, but we also have a mixture of people who, like a very diverse candidate pool, because we wanted to make sure that we have representation, that we had participation of people that matched our student population. So we actively recruited from our workforce, people that have a more diverse representation there. So we are going to continue that work this next year with the hope that in the fall of 2022-23, we will then have a screening tool and a very clear list of adopted materials for lessons and all of those pieces in terms of what our staff do, what they teach, and how that works. So that's still going.
Sure. So when you say behavioral health and wellness team, what is the makeup of this team? If a student is being referred to this team, who is the student going to be? Is it going to be behavioral therapists, counselors? What is the student going to meet when he or she is referred to these services?
So, David, I'm going to have you go to the next slide, and so I can talk about that. So at our elementary school, our behavioral health and wellness teams are comprised of a full-time counselor. They're at schools with larger than 750 students. They have 2 counselors on site. At our non-title schools, there is now a 0.5 social worker, and then we have a full-time social worker at all of our title schools. And I want to be really clear, school-based social workers, their intent, they are mental health providers, they're trained mental health providers, and their goal is about helping support students who have mental health needs and helping their families access those community-based resources. I bring that forward and wanted to pick that out because I know there's a connotation in our community that when we hear social worker, people think about DHS social workers, and that is not what our social workers are about. They're there to help families connect with the resources they need. Then we also have a full-time student success coach at the elementary level and a 0.3 district nurse. So they are all comprised of this team. Now, depending on the supports, our student success coaches, for example, their role is a coach really to the teacher. Like their role is to help teach the teacher how to support students with their social emotional needs within the classroom. How do you build community? How do you have a classroom that has rules and responsibilities and expectations and how we teach them? Then our counselors and social workers and district nurses are kind of that next level of support. And so they can be offering anywhere between whole group instruction, where they're going into a classroom and talking about character traits, for example, to small group counseling or individual counseling or short-term kind of mental health supports in some cases, then also helping direct outreach to families. So through this last year, that has been a lot of home visits. So we're significantly increasing the number of counselors, social workers, and student success coaches to help with this work this next year. And at the secondary level, we've decreased the counselor ratio, and so we have one counselor for every 399 students, and that's on a weighted ratio. So students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch increase the count in terms of enrollment. Every school has a full-time social worker, so this is all new, and a full-time school support specialist, and then they have a 0.4 district nurse. So we have added in our system, we've added school support specialists to every building. Every building will have that. We did not have that previously. Every secondary building will have a full-time social worker. That is new this coming year. As well as every school will have a full-time student success coach at the elementary level, which is new as well as the full-time social workers or part-time social workers. So their goal is, as a team, is to really look at, are there academic needs, are there behavioral needs, are there family needs, are there basic needs such as housing and shelter, and to be able to do that work and support the families through that. Are any of those support, I'm sorry,
Are any of those supports being funded by ESSER funds?
Yes, they are funded through a combination. My accountant really loves working with me along with the business office because they are funded through general fund, they are funded through SIA, they are funded through ESSER, and they are funded through high school success. So it is a kind of melding of all the funds that we've had and made available to us to really offer this robust team and invest just as much as we're investing in small class sizes. We're also investing in the student support services that students need beyond just classroom environment.
So just to make a comment about the ESSER funds, that's like money that'll disappear in a couple of years. So I hope that we have some way of having sustainable funding so we don't lose. I don't know what the makeup is percentage wise, that we don't lose what we gained. Because that's my big concern about ESSER funds. Makes me sad. Are we time for questions, or is this like we're still going on with the? Okay, I just wasn't sure. I have two questions to ask Danielle. One is, I didn't hear anything about like special ed for those students that might be 21 or 22. Are we extending the age of accessibility for special ed?
We are
And
not
okay.
extending at this
Because,
time.
okay, is there some consideration for that?
There has not been consideration.
And is that because of the expense of it? Because I know some school districts are doing that, so that's why I'm asking.
So I'm really only aware of one school
Right.
district that is doing
Right.
that. And so the rest of my colleagues that I have talked
Uh-huh.
to, we have said we're not extending that. And there are a lot of reasons for that decision, but ultimately, there would need to be action taken to do an extra year for those students because at the age of 21, then those services end.
And thanks for that, you know, it's worth asking. Another question is, and I'm going from my own experience in terms of my daughter's mental health. And she brought this up recently, and this concern is for kids that, you know, she was told when she, early on 9th grade, that if she didn't attend classes, she wouldn't be on track to graduate. Well, that actually pushed her back and made her feel like a failure. So my concern is, and I realize is we're in a whole different world and everything, but words do matter. And so as we're, you know, because we talk about being on track still to this day to graduate, that possibly we should be like working on our verbiage at this point, because I don't want our kids to feel like failures And I don't want our kids to feel like, okay, I'm not on track to graduate, so why? I mean, there's definitely lots of options for our kids, and I want our kids to know that.
I appreciate that, Susan. I would say that's a really good like segue when we get to the point where we're talking about the F and N policy, because there is a message that, you know, is sent, and how are we communicating that? And just like, you know, we've shifted from college being a 4-year kind of endeavor. We think of, you know, many people have 5th year or 6-year college students, right? We will have some students who will probably have to do a 5th year given the pandemic. So how do we adjust our language to have that conversation to be more inclusive and not, you know, seem as though we're judging students given their situation?
And different paths. So like, you know, for my own child, and again, I'm using my child, I know we had this discussion earlier with OSBA, but that's my experience, but I think of it broadly for children that are in the district right now, that it's okay if you get your GED. You know, there was different paths. And if we continue to say, well, no, this is our path and you've got to, you know, take 4 or 5 years to graduate, then our kids are losing out. And, you know, that's why I'm here, you know, is to make sure that we're not losing sight of our kids. And I know that's why you're all here, so that wasn't like a diss.
You know, quick follow-up to one of the things Susan was asking about the ESSER funds. One of the things I've been talking to Mike about is as the ESSER funds go down, we are seeing ramping up of the SAA funds, at least potentially if our businesses and everything stay on track. It's a business activity tax, so it will be impacted by the pandemic. But if we're starting to see some economic recovery, and how much of that overlap, right? As we're seeing ESSER go down, how much from the SAA, it's a question because there's a potential ability to maintain programs. So I don't know if there's any answers right now, but that's something that is being thought about. Well, that's the question we're asking. That's the question we're asking. We don't know the answer.
So what I would say is that Mike and the business office have done a really good job of boxing me in and making sure that whatever we're funding, we can really try to spread it out over 3 years. So we had to make some adjustments, even if I leave him lots of Post-it notes asking him where my money is. But to make sure that we're at a point where we're spending wisely, and so that we're not turning around in a year laying off people or in 2 years laying off people. We don't want to get in this situation. So yes, it's a gamble. Anytime you use grant funds to hire people, it is a gamble, but we also know it's a need. And what we hope for is we will see an increase in funding like SIA to offset anything in 3 years when that federal money runs out. So I have hope that that will continue and we'll be able to do that. But what I would also say is one of the things we're doing a really good job as a district is having strategic measures to really measure the impact. So we've made a decision to hire these positions because right now we think this is the way to go. But if we hire these positions and they don't work, they don't produce the results, we really have to be disciplined enough to come back and say, maybe that isn't the right path for us, right? And so I do think this is an opportunity for us to do some trial runs to see if it works and then come back and readjust. And we're telling all these people who are hiring, be prepared. Your job might look like this on the first day of school, but by the end of the school year, your job might look a little different.
So first of all, I want to say thank you. It's really exciting to see how you've chosen to spend the ESSER funds and how you're grading, and thanks to our, our finance department too for figuring out how to grade ESSER, SIA, and Measure 98 funds. Thank you for doing that. I have had parents reaching out to me with parents have anxiety about sending their kids back to school, and they're asking me to set up some times when I can answer questions of parents as a kindergarten teacher, as a parent, not even necessarily representing the board. And I know you have the plate is full. But I'm wondering if like maybe Shelley's department with that community engagement piece could possibly think about providing where I'm not an expert in those areas, but maybe a couple of like listening sessions the parents could like just let them kind of the anxiety kind of at least be able to get it out. That would be helpful. And then I know that's putting a lot more on your team's plate, and if they can't, that's okay, but it would be helpful to parents. I'm new on the board, so I didn't know if I could interrupt earlier. And when we were talking about summer school, I was thinking about the numbers that you talked about within migrant summer program had 302 students. I was thinking about equity lens question number 2 about benefits and burden, and equity question lens number 3, which is closing or widening the gap. I'm also thinking about the presentation that's coming around the grading policies. And in that second presentation, I noticed that like our newcomers, our English, our migrant students, American Indian, Alaska Native, and also our Pacific Islanders, they're the ones that had the highest failure scores. And I noticed that we had 15 students that were Native American, American Indian, Alaska Native that participated in summer school. I noticed we had 32 of our newcomers. I don't know our complete number or what percentage that is of our students. And I noticed that our migrant students used to have their own migrant summer school, and that when we went to combining it with everybody, I don't know if we lost slots or not for our migrant students. So it doesn't necessarily have to be answered now. I just wanted to say, as we move forward, if we can think about what opportunities maybe we have to increase the numbers of the students who we know have had the highest rates of failure or Fs, which I feel is a break in our system that we need to improve, and I know you're all working on it. So I just wanted to note that, and maybe at a later time.
Yeah, and I think Toshiko, Maurizio, and then Andy as well, they could give you something for more detailed information about the summer program this summer for migrants and all the things they did and how they did it.
And maybe I'll send those questions to them, and then we can have a.
That's great.
Becky?
I have more of a procedure, kind of managing expectations sort of questions. I was able to spend a day observing summer school, and I was very impressed with all the things that you said, Danielle. I got to talk to teachers, I got to talk to students, I got to watch. I also talked to several principals about the experience and got some really good feedback. And something we can take up a little bit later that I think for us to get back on track, we're going to have to find funds, because I don't think we're going to be able to expect our families to pay for that like they did in the past. And I saw the 8.5 and even the 9.5 of freshmen who had never been inside their building. That aside, one of the high schools, as you mentioned, toward the end of summer school had a COVID outbreak. And so I got to watch in real time how they handled that. And I was very impressed. And what I was most impressed with was nursing, with the nursing of how they took things on. And that's where I come back to you, Josh. What I found, Brian, you mentioned that we provide free testing. These families, a student leaves during summer school, they do have summer school on Friday, we get tested over the weekend by a private company. What do we say to our families of the expectations of getting back to us so that we know? So in this school's time, it was several days that they handled it the best they could once they had the information. So I'm wondering, Josh, Brian, what are our expectations of our family? How we, and again, I think it was because of the tenacity of the nurse that they found out. I was very impressed, but if we have more students than we had at summer school, you can't expect a 0.3.
Yeah. I gotta start by giving a shout out to my district nurses. They are rock stars. They, this last year, have just, every turn have been like, I'm like, okay, you got to plan for this, or you're going to teach people to do COVID testing, and you're going to do this. And they have always been number one. And I think this is their opportunity to like shine a little bit, right? So they're in the forefront, which is exciting. So some of the things that we've done is we have added 6 nurses to our overall nursing staff for this next year. So we're increasing. So when it says 0.3, yes, that's not a lot. but it is more than we've had in the past. So usually our nurses had anywhere between 4 and 5 schools. They will all have 3 schools, 2 being in elementary and 1 being either in middle or high school. We also added back 4 health assistants, so we'll have a total of 10 health assistants, which is more than we usually have in person to help with kind of contact tracing and all of those things. We ask parents, we desperately ask parents that if they have a positive case in their home, their child tests positive, that they notify the school district immediately. Because we have had cases last year when we found out on the 7th day. So we had kids who were going to school and we only found out on the 7th day that there was a kid in that cohort who tested positive. And so then we would have to make some decisions like, are we going to quarantine the cohort or not? Because, you know, if they had symptoms, they would have already exhibited them. And that was a real reality that we had. So that's why on our message, like our absence management message, we're asking if you're calling because your student is ill, is it because of COVID? So we can track down those leads. So our leads come directly from the family, the student, the county, and what I would say is the county is often delayed in letting us know. And unfortunately, the rumor mill, right? So like my friend told me they have COVID. And so what we have are like these little sleuths in our buildings who like, someone then reports to them, I heard someone, and then they go and ask questions. But unfortunately, I think there's a stigma around a positive or presumptive positive case, and not everyone is willing to be upfront about that. And if they were, it would help us move quicker to be able to identify students who might be potentially at risk, or also to possibly prevent an isolation. I do worry some people hold that information back because they don't want to isolate kids, right? Like they want kids to still go. This is happening a lot in our athletics teams. That has been one of the trickiest areas, I have to say, is, you know, our athletes are not masked, like they're hanging out after school. Hopefully they're vaccinated, but when they weren't, they were hanging out and then we'd have an outbreak and the whole volleyball team would have to be quarantined. Now, hopefully they're vaccinated and we don't have to do that. So all I can ask is that everyone urges families or in your communities that if they have a positive case, to please let the school district know so we can start the investigation.
Danielle, going back to I think it was the first slide from your section you presented. If you can put that up.
The summer school?
Yeah, the summer school. It would be great to get percentages of what these students represent in terms of the percentage of students who maybe weren't on track to graduate or experienced like some learning loss in terms of credits last year. And then also maybe a breakdown on the subgroups.
Yeah, we'll have we're in the process of collecting or organizing all that data for ODE. So we will make sure to share that full report with you once it's completed.
Awesome, thank you.
Can you also speak a little bit about the need? Because you said that 50% is lottery, but the interest still. So how many kids wanted to be? Population.
So all our slots were full. So we didn't have any like unfilled slots.
There was a lot of need.
Yes, there was a lot of need. There were a lot of people. So if we, and I can send you a summary of last year, and I'm going to be producing a summary to kind of get us on track to see what this year looks like in terms of behavioral health and wellness referrals. We had, 1,600 students referred for behavioral health and wellness. Some schools more than others, but we had a lot of kids who needed that level of support. So when we think about that in a percentage per school, there were a lot of students who really needed that boost in instruction. So, I think about it, there were people who were just grappling with trying to maintain, but then also wanting their kids to be in school. And there were just some families that could not open the door for because we didn't really, as I had to tell the superintendent Roddy most of the time, is we didn't have the staff who wanted to work. So that actually ended up being our biggest barrier and limiting factor in the number of students who were able to.
I noticed that there were, like when I was looking at websites, their school websites for each school district, but there were some schools had these technology classrooms where kids could go and look at books and do some reading exercise, something that can be done by a parent and, and not too much staff time is needed for that. But it was not in all the class, not all the schools had those websites. Can something be done where we make that accessible to more school websites where parents are told about this so that they can help their kids in their own time, and it wouldn't cost the district so much money.
No, I appreciate that, and I think through our CNI department, so our elementary and our secondary, as well as our behavioral health and wellness team, one of the things our TOSAs, who are teachers on special assignment, or in my case, social worker on special assignment or counselor on special assignment, is to create central tools like that we are able then to push out so that a school can rebrand it to their building and still have access to it. So that's just something I think through this that we learned that we want to continue to do, because you're right, it's great for parents to have those resources.
It's a tool that can be easily used and you don't need.
Yes, absolutely.
So, sorry.
So I wanted to ask again about the behavioral health wellness for kids. Now, you mentioned on one of the slides that the teacher makes the referral. Is there any point where the parent is taken along on that decision or get consent from the parent? And then secondly, can a student request for mental health support?
Yes, so a couple of things there. So if there's ever a concern, we're always, the first line of kind of communication should always be the teacher and the family. That's really what our student success coaches and school support specialists are really trying to push home is, if you have a concern or you have a worry, you as the teacher are the number one influencer in kind of that student's school experience. So you're the first line of defense to try to figure out what's going on there. So then the next part is then really like, they're looking at this team as like a think tank. Like, what are things that we're gonna do? I'm at a loss, I've used all my tricks in my bag, I don't know what to do next. So now I'm gonna talk to all these experts around the table to generate new ideas. And always at that point, we're saying, bring the parents along. Like, have you had a parent conference? Have you had a conversation with them? Whenever we go into doing like groups, like either like small groups or individual grouping, we always have to get parent permission to be able to do that. At the same time, a student can ask to see a counselor. They can ask to see the social worker. And so there's also kind of that self-referral. But the biggest thing is we always want to make sure that the parents are brought alongside. And I think sometimes in education, we're really like people pleasers as educators, like we want to do well. And sometimes it's hard to admit like we're struggling in a situation. And so my goal as someone who's seen it on the end side through special education, I want to prevent as many surprises. So a parent's first experience should not be sitting down at the table and hearing that someone thinks their child has a disability, right? So we need to be doing a lot of stuff up front to really kind of tease out like, what is going on here? Is it maybe a disability or not? But that shouldn't be the first point of entry for us. So as we start to build kind of that strength of our teachers, to be able to have those tough conversations, that's a big part of our goal.
I had a question, but I'm wondering if it's gonna be answered in.
Well, this is my last slide.
Oh, so I do.
Again, really, we're focusing on caring connections, really that non-punitive response. One of the things that's happening this summer is, and actually this week and next week, all of our behavioral health and wellness staff will be trained in restorative practices for educators. They are also receiving restorative conferencing training. along with our suicide prevention and intervention training. So we're really looking at kind of how do we build those relationships and how do we support schools and school teams with doing that. Again, the retention and promotion, we did not retain any students and we are advancing them to the next grade. We wouldn't want to retain them based on their experience in distance and hybrid learning, but what that means is training for our teachers. So if I have been a second grade teacher for 20 plus years, and I kind of know what to expect from my second graders. The second graders, some of the second graders who enter my classroom this year may look like mid-year kindergartners, because for the last year and a half, that maybe their experience wasn't there. So that's why the care and connection really is important, because it's learning what the strengths of the students are instead of focusing on the deficits and figuring out what's for next, right? Grading and reporting, again, you're going to talk about the proposal to eliminate the punitive nature of delayed learning, goes to what you your point, Susan. And then again, we have these priority learning targets. If you go onto our website, we have lots of learning targets, and it can feel overwhelming, but it's really focusing on what are those priority learning targets and making sure that our teachers are really honing on those ones, because those are the things that we really need to build on for the next year.
Another question then. So, and thank you all for your presentation today. I know it was long and there's a lot of questions. So kind of going along, and this may tie into the NOAF presentation, but for those students that might need extra help during the school year, I'm pretty sure there's support there financially to have extra support. I just wanted to hear a little bit about, what's available for students that might need that extra support during the year to get it.
So one of the supports we've added, as well as the behavioral health, is we added academic coaches. So we have full-time academic coaches at the elementary level, and we now have academic coaches at the secondary level. So that is something that hasn't been in place previously. So it's looking at that targeted support for those students from academic coaching. We're really trying to move away from like an intervention or a deficit-based thinking, but more how do I coach you to help support me. So that is one component that's there. Through ESSER, we do have some funding for our middle school after school program, which we will be continuing. We've been doing that for several years. It's part of our soccer activities. We have some extracurricular activities, and so we'll be continuing that. And then as well as at the high school, there is some credit recovery support. And so Brian, do you want to speak to that?
And Susan, looking at the clock, can we defer? Well, we have some principles here from the schools, and when it's going to be tied into the conversation on the grading practices, maybe we can just give you some kind of concrete examples of how those things are happening in the schools. That might help kind of braid the two conversations into one.
Thank you for being proactive on the restorative practices with our staff to get them ready for our kids. And this might also be for the next conversation, but I'm wondering, how are we being proactive to re-engage or have re-engagement plans for those students who disengaged last year so that they can actually start this year with our cohort. So that might be the next question.
I think Danielle spoke a lot to the behavioral health and wellness teams, a lot to the care and connections, those first 2 weeks of school, that are in the pre-service week and the first week of school. And then, I think it'd be great to hear from the schools specific activities they have planned as well.
One last question for you guys. In terms of distance learning for families who want to choose distance learning, do we have slots available for all of our families who want that right now?
All through BSD. Sorry, I don't know how that got out. So it's all through BSD Flex.
Yes. Okay. And then my other question is, were we to find ourselves later in the year in a worse spot, hopefully this does not happen, where more families would want that, how would we resolve that? If we have people mid-year who are saying, okay, I no longer feel comfortable with my school, what would the plan be there?
So currently, it would be to utilize still BSD Flex.
Okay.
That would still be the piece, and know we're all plugging our ears, and I guess I'll have to be the one to say it. We hope we don't get to the spot where we're gonna have to consider a more comprehensive distance learning plan. But we're already looking at what would need to be done, structurally, I guess, so that if we had to flip that switch on, we would be ready to. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much again, guys. I really appreciate it from the very beginning, safe and engaging. That's a great framework for our kids, and you guys, I can tell you've done lots and lots of really good work, and it is appreciated. And I know we'll be talking a lot more of this as the school year goes on, so. Yeah, so the board's gonna take a 5-minute break here, and then when we come back, we'll talk about the permanent removal of the work. It looks like we are about to start here. We're gonna get a report on the permanent removal of the F mark. Thank you for our administrators who are here, including our building administrators during a very busy time in the school year. So thanks for coming out. We are all ears.
All right. Oh, sorry. Just getting used to the mic. Good afternoon. We are very excited to be here. First, since I haven't met the new board members, my name is except for Ken. My name is John Franco. I'm the executive administrator for high school and option schools and programs here in BSD. I think they all know you, Ken. Ken Struckmeyer, executive administrator for middle schools. I've heard Brian's been here for like 3 hours, so you know him. We are very fortunate as well. We have some building leaders here. We have in the back, just to my left, we have Ann Irwin, principal at PHS. John Helskamp, the principal at Sunset. We have Casey Ferens, who's one of the counselors at Aloha High School, and she was instrumental with the summer school program, and is just a tremendous advocate for students. And then, of course, Matt Castillo, the principal at Aloha High School. And so, just so you know, we've been allotted 45 minutes for this presentation. We really want to take 20 minutes to actually go through the presentation, and then we really reserve 25 minutes for Q&A. So we hope that I know there potentially is a tendency to want to ask questions, during. I would ask that you allow us to go through the presentation and, of course, jot down any questions that you do have, and then I'll call the principals and Casey up at the very end for that Q&A that can give you some building efforts that are going on, and then also some testimonials not only from staff but from students as well. Okay, so we are very excited to be here. It's always been, as through the pandemic and through everything that happened last year, there's always been this kind of foundational, fundamental thought about and worry that, okay, we can't go back to how it was. Okay, what are we taking? What are we learning? What are we going to apply to really change the trajectory of students and to change practices and systems moving forward? And that's always necessarily been our work, but the pandemic really has reinforced, okay, that we need to change something. And so that brings us to here. And I don't know, David, do I just talk to you and you forward the slide? Yep. Okay, so go ahead and go to the next one. So we are here, just like Tom said, to discuss or propose the permanent removal of the F mark. And I show this quote as a foundational piece as we move forward for a presentation. This is from Joe Feldman. He's a researcher, he's a writer, he's written a number of books. One very powerful book for educators is his book, Grading Equity. And in that book, a quote that resonates, and like I said, is a foundational piece of why we hear about the primary purpose of grades is to communicate the achievement status of students to parents or guardians and others. And that is foundationally why we're here. We really want grades, and we believe that. We adopted being a standards-based learning system several years ago. We want grades to be indicative of student proficiency on content and to communicate how our kids are doing academically. And we believe, and this is something that we learned, that the removal of the F will improve that level of communication. So just to be clear, our proposal is this. Go ahead, David. Is that we want students who do not provide evidence of proficiency on the appropriate number of learning targets for a course taken in grades 6 through 12 will receive an I for incomplete or an N for no grade, as opposed to an F. So that is our proposal today, and I'm going to go ahead and transition to Brian.
Good seeing everybody. David, can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So one of the key foundational piece of our standards-based learning system, something that we adopted years ago, is this idea of the 9 components of SPLS. These have been published on our website. These have been fundamental and foundational to our planning. I won't go through all of them, and John did a great job of describing that our grading system is there to be a descriptor communication tool of how our students are progressing through their learning targets and allowing our students and families to understand that. These 9 components also help us to remember and to understand that grades are not to be used for more than that. They are not intended to be the source of motivation for students, and they're not intended to be punishment for students. And we're going to go into that a little bit more in the coming slides. So David, go ahead and advance, please. So I'm going to talk to us a little bit about sort of the nuts and bolts or the policy pieces that we should consider today. And a component of policy IK reminds us that, or directs us that the reporting of student achievement, and you'll see those 4 indicators, and or those 4 criteria, and I'm just going to walk through them briefly. Is our reporting of student achievement still clear and understandable? And we believe it is, and we actually believe that using an I and an N to describe what has happened when a student has not earned credit or has not passed the class, the I and the N is actually more clear, and with some education to our families would be more understandable than just only utilizing the F. Something to remember on B there, based on valid and reliable assessments. We're not changing our assessment plan. We're not changing assessments. This is not the end all be all for improvements to grade and reporting and assessment. So our assessments would not change as a result of this proposal. Is it accessible, efficient, and manageable for all stakeholders? Again, we believe by utilizing the I and what we'll hear more about through question and answer in this presentation, the I opens up more opportunities for ways that we do recover credit or we do make up for that learning that did not happen. And so by increasing the opportunities for that, we do believe that it keeps the the workload manageable for what we need to do. And the reporting at timely and regular intervals, it doesn't change. This has no change to any of our calendar or any of our reporting timelines. But David, can you go to the next slide, please? What may not be evident on the presentation here, but that GNR grade policy white paper was included in your report. It's a link right here. And it goes through quite a bit of research, quite a bit of the literature on marks, on using an F, on how grades may or may not serve as motivation. And while I won't summarize the entire thing here, the key takeaway is that the literature, the research is clear that using an F does not provide motivation for students. It does not help students to perform better, to learn more. And in fact, the research is pretty clear that it is and can continue to be detrimental for students in their progress towards meeting all of those standards. Next slide, please. Additionally, January of 2021, the Department of Education came out with an equitable grading policy memo, an encouragement of districts to adopt more equitable grading policies. I won't read the whole thing, but it essentially summarizes the, argument, if you will, that we're trying to make, that giving a D that awarding an incomplete as opposed to an F, and they even go so far as to include the D and ODE, though that's not our proposal here. That this is more equitable, that again, it reiterates that idea that F did not serve to be the motivation that some may hope it is, that it allows for that extension of time and allows for the student to have more opportunities to earn the credit in the case of high school and to demonstrate the learning throughout the secondary level. So it is a recommendation by the Department of Education, and so we're just including that and bringing that forward. And one more for me, David, please. So when we look at IK and we look at changing our policy, the board put in, gosh, Becky, you'll probably have to help me on the timeline in this. I believe this was 7 years ago. This was in addition to IK or about that. Significant changes to the grading policy. We have to meet certain pieces. So we have to be based on research. We provided the white paper and we provided what we believe the summary of the literature and the research. It has to be circulated to the staff and the community for feedback. Mr. Struckmeyer is going to go over the results of the survey in just a few minutes. Approved by the superintendent or designee. We were able to bring this presentation and get feedback from our cabinet as well as Deputy Superintendent Hansman, and then approved by the board, which is, of course, is why we are coming to the presentation today. And of course, the last thing the board will approve changes if they meet the requirements of this policy. And so that's what we're hoping to give you information about. But David, can you go to the next slide, please? I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Struckmeyer.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Ken Swartmeyer, Director of Middle Schools. In the fourth quarter of this year, we engaged with our community, following the guidance that was provided to us. What you see here are the results. There were 2,968 participants in the survey, and of those that responded, 69.5% of the respondents agreed that the district should continue to use an I or an N in place of the traditional F mark. I also want to point out on this slide, there's some more information about work that was done by the multilingual department. There were targeted outreach sessions with diverse communities. Most of those were done in languages other than English to support engagement. And there's some highlights there. Participants in Arabic, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Russian, Somali, Spanish, and Vietnamese. And you can also see disaggregated by group. For the most part, or by and large, there was support in those targeted outreach events as well. Next slide, please. We also thought it was important to share information. Participants in the survey were given an opportunity to share information about themselves and about their child. And that provides some evidence that we do have a diverse participation in the survey, which helps us to trust that affirmative voice more. Next slide, please. Respondents were also able to identify which group they might have belonged to. What I think is really critical here is that you can see 1,554 of the participants identified as a parent, and there were 957 that identified as a student. We believe that those would be mutually exclusive groups, so that 2,511 people out of 2,968 are either parents or students. And that voice coming from those that are most impacted by this policy is really critical. It was not staff voice that dominated this survey. Next slide. The information here gives us really a sense of purpose about why having an incomplete or an N mark provides an opportunity for greater equitable outcomes in the future. So of our entire student body at the secondary level, 9.9% of all students received an I or an N. If you scan the table, anytime you see more than 9.9%, that gives us information that those students were more likely than the group, the entire group, to receive an N or an I. We would expect to see 9.9 or lower. And when we see above that, that gives us the imperative that we must continue this work. But it must also be accompanied by work with our staff around professional development. What does it look like when a student is not yet demonstrating proficiency? To build in those supports that we will have students demonstrate proficiency, and work to do with our students and their families to provide them greater support on the front end so that they don't earn an incomplete or an N.
Thank you, Ken. Next slide, David. And so we just want to end just this part of it. And I'm not going to play, David, let's not play the entire video, but if you can play just the first 45 seconds, because you can kind of get an idea about what some of our students are thinking. So there are two students who gave testimonials as to how the app has impacted them and why personally for them having an I or an N was more beneficial for them personally in terms of their achievement. So David, I asked that maybe you just play just the first 45 seconds and then we can go ahead and transition to question and answer. Oops.
When I was a freshman and I got my first F, it really derailed my motivation to keep trying for school, keep, doing homework, and I got off track and I, ended up failing pretty much like most of my classes, and now I have 8 missing credits and I'm a senior, and looking at an F online is pretty hard, like when you have to come home and say, Mom, I have an F, instead of Mom, I'm not passing. I feel like I'm not passing is a lot more easier and just more understanding, then I have an F, and that's just, it's frowned upon to have an F. And overall, I just think that Fs shouldn't be a thing. You should just say, hey, you're not passing my class, instead of you have an F, you need to bring that grade up.
So it sounds like I hear you saying that the F feels different.
That's good, David. And so you all have the presentation, and I would encourage you to watch the rest of her testimony, and then we also had another student also provide some testimony as well. So I'm going to go ahead and ask I don't know how you want to do it, Tom. I think maybe we can all just stand just around here, maybe just pass the mic around.
Yeah. Do you have more presentation? Are you ready?
No, this is just for Q&A.
Okay.
So we want to.
Susan, right off the bat.
Right off the bat, it's, I see it's from 6th grade to 12th grade, and I love you guys all, but there's no middle school representation, and my question is, why not?
So the middle school, the survey was open to middle school students and middle school families. So the representation comes through in the community voice. In terms of representation today, it happens to be our high schools that have been more deeply involved in this work, and that has to do with credits that are earned at high school predict graduation. And we have practices around transcripting and around moving toward required courses at high school that are distinct and different from the middle school impact.
Well, I appreciate that, because it is kind of confusing. Like, then there was no voice in there about middle school, so that was my other concern about it. Like, it does impact, middle schools, and I kind of feel like.
Agreed that the impact has to do with exactly what the student from Aloha was talking about, the impact on motivation, the sense of self as a learner.
Right.
But in terms of the progressing to the next course, that's a distinctive difference.
I'm gonna say this because this means so much to me, that if you're, we have to look at this at our middle school, because as they go on to high school and they're feeling like, oh my gosh, I realize that we're gonna alleviate the F in middle school, but I don't want to disregard the middle school, population. That's the only reason I brought it up. So, and I know that
I
means a lot to
appreciate
you.
that, and we're on the same page on
Yeah,
that. Thank
okay.
you.
And my other question is, has there been any consideration of eliminating the D as ODE as recommended?
So somewhere in the presentation, there's the kind of comment, this isn't the last thing we'll do, this is kind of the first step in the direction. The trick with, if you eliminate the D, you're eliminating a opportunity where a student did earn credit. So where an I and an N don't have credit. So you're taking work that, while I'm at minimal standards, it still met standards to earn that credit. And so we've actually had schools in the district attempt to eliminate the D, and the amount of professional development, the amount of learning it takes to get that to where you're being consistent and you're not actually almost further punishing the student or having less students earning credit. So we're just not there yet. It's just for the non-credit bearing piece that's the start.
So going back in the day as to why we probably have all this, how difficult it is to get grades changed, is proficiency grading. That was the big thing 7 years ago that, like we're using or not. So are we ever going to come to the day where we're not actually, is the thought of not actually putting grades on there ever? Are you looking in that direction at all? Not using grades, but using proficiency as a model?
So I think, Susan, if I understand your question correctly, it'd be just reporting out like the numerical value from the rubric and not converting that to a letter grade. It's not a current proposal right now. That'd be a pretty big leap for our community, pretty big leap for our other educational partners.
So just for education, is why 7 years ago was that whole topic, and so they didn't come.
So I see that Dugana, and then I think Sunita, and Karen, you guys all have questions, right? Okay, and Becky, okay. So in that order.
Okay, so my question is, when you give a student a no grade or incomplete, what opportunity do they have to recover credit? What does that mean for that student?
I would love it if one or all of our schools would talk into specifically what they're doing around that. Dr. Irwin?
I'll start and go this way. So I love your question because that's what we appreciate about the N and the I, is it tells us what we need to do next. If a student receives an N or no grade, that means somehow we have to replace that full credit. They didn't demonstrate any learning, we need to replace the entire credit if they need it for graduation. An I is they've not demonstrated or created enough evidence of learning enough. And so we need to help them to generate more evidence of learning in summer school, in a credit recovery class, or on their own. So all of those have the on their own and the credit recovery classes were done last year, summer school done this summer, and those first two will continue to be done starting this fall.
So what I'm understanding is with the no grade, the student has to repeat the class.
If they need it for graduation.
Correct.
Just to add on that. Just to add on that, that's correct. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the exact same class. So the N as opposed to an F actually broadens the kinds of experiences and opportunities that we can offer our students when they need more credit. So we're talking about an F and we want that. We have to change that grade. It has to be the exact same thing as opposed to saying we need a science credit, which allows us in summer school in our credit offerings and experiences during the school year to maybe offer something different that might even be a more than experience or a different experience for students where they might be able to experience more success. Not as rigid.
With the F, you have to replace it with exactly the same class.
And just a small piece that I would add to that is the F also goes into the GPA calculation as a 0, whereas the N does not calculate the GPA. And I would say personally, one of my strongest arguments for the use of the N versus the F specifically is that our students who qualify for Oregon Promise and receive that first 2 years of community college education for free, Oregon Promise requires a 2.5. And historically, over the past several years, we've had students who have been so close, but there's been, that F or a few Fs on that transcript that have artificially drugged that GPA down to the point where they do not qualify. And I just think that, this not only sends a clearer message of achievement or what they failed to achieve, but it also doesn't close the door in the same way that the F does.
The only thing I might add is I agree with all of the conversation around the N mark. For the I, think of that almost as a contract between the student and the teacher. What that means is if the student just did this one experience or this additional task, then that would provide enough information for the teacher then to actually make a decision around a credit bearing grade. So it's a much more sort of concise model for a student who hasn't yet met the minimum standards.
The only thing I'd add to what Matt said is it's not just informing the teacher, but also the school. We let our teachers know that on June 18th, their responsibility for filling that incomplete and for following that through transferred to the school. So it becomes the school's responsibility to shepherd that forward. So it's not falling completely on the teacher, but that it also informs us more, whether it's an I or an N, what the next step is.
First of all, thank you for that presentation because it did gave me some clarity on your thought process about it. And thanks for Yulona's question too, because I was going to ask that too. But I will ask you another question. Now that students are going to be returning from CDL to in-person, are you expecting a big increase because of the learning gap that kids will be getting an F, I and N? And would that put more load on the teachers? And what would the role of student coaches be in this situation?
Great questions. We don't know what the impact is going to be in terms of an increase in incompletes. We just don't.
Is it an expectation?
I don't have that expectation, but I'm a forever optimist. So I believe that if we do the start of school well, and we have systems in place to help students feel included, welcome, seen, supported, and the I that doesn't, what, I appreciate what John had to say about Oregon Promise. Oftentimes those Fs happen in the 9th and 10th grade, and Casey can speak to this, and they dig a hole for a student that they feel it is impossible to come out of. So the incomplete offers a kind of a hope, or a glimmer of hope.
This student who you saw is one of my students. This scenario fits her perfectly. Tons of trauma in her life, terrible transition into high school, did not do well, got overwhelmed. Now she's getting all A's and B's. And another student who came in out of Mountain View had to move away for a year. She had great grades in middle school, all A's and B's, left, got into clearly a situation where she was not well, came back to us and earned all A's. Now, the student Faith is a 4-point GPA for her sophomore year, but has 0 GPA for her freshman year. She's a student who clearly has the capacity to go wherever she wants and do whatever she wants when she's happy and supported. So I think that that's just a couple of kids that we work with. But in terms of what I disagree with Anne, and this depends on what we do. You know, what's our outreach plan to our students when we come back? What credit experiences do we have ready to go and in operation for them when they come back? How are we using our grad mentors to support that work? How are we supporting our grad mentors to support students in that work? The role of school counselors in that work, and grading is a huge piece of that. So I don't know if that answers that.
And the only piece that I think I would add to that, because your beginning question was, you know, what do we anticipate in terms of learning loss or gaps? And really, I would say for Sunset, we've shifted a bit of our mindset away from a deficit model and more to, it's going to sound like an odd analogy, but more of a family reunion model. I just flew in from Detroit last night, and you know, the first question at that family reunion is, look how much you've grown. And really, that's the mindset we need for all of our teachers and for all of our students. Upon their return, it's not about what target did or didn't you get to cover. It's, okay, let's look at the growth you've had. Let's take you where you are, and let's move you forward. And that mindset will help us keep students rolling forward at a level of success that I think all of our students deserve. So I don't have an exaggerated sense that we're going to see this abundance of I's and N's. You know, our use of N's this past year really isn't, you know, out of line with what we've had F's in the past. That's specifically at Sunset. So I don't anticipate there being a much higher incidence.
Oh, out of obligation, I'll say something. I think we have a mountain of work in front of us, and that hasn't, regardless of any decision that ever gets made. The world has handed us an incredibly difficult, complex. It's going to take everything we've got to get through with success. And I would simply say the last thing I need is more students feeling like they can never be successful because I failed here, so why try? That just now turned our problem into an impossibility.
Can you also speak about the role of the student coaches? The one that, yeah.
Yes, I think it's going to be vital. We're actually at a low sort of transitioning to more people focused on sort of one-on-one. We're especially working with students who have any sort of hole that they're trying to dig themselves out of. So shifting more and more resources to that, because we know that personal connection and relationship is the widest road out of this problem and into success. And so the more we can add to that, the more resources, people we can add to that effort, the better off we're going to be. So it's a great question, and I would say at least for a low, we're shifting hard in that direction.
I'm just gonna steal it on road to say that for our student coaches, they are aching for us to transition from the F to the N because it's our 9th grade on track number that they completely own. And they are targeting, kids early on with interventions and pulling them in. And this gives them another tool in their toolbox of how they can better support our kids and keep more and all kids on track to graduate. So it really, our coaches work 9 through 12, but there's a special emphasis on those 9th graders and keeping them on track so you don't have this, huge deficit of credits that a senior's trying to make up.
But when they're on that road that Matt and John talked about, the grad mentors or the coaches need to know what's the map, how are we going forward? And so at BHS, we had for each class by the end of the year, for each learning target, what is the one demonstration of evidence that you need to provide so that we can give credit for that learning target? And that set us over in terms of being able to have all these, because a grad mentor would see, oh, Anne isn't passing whatever class, and then have to go to the teacher to find out what are all the things that Anne needs to do. But now we have great clarity about this learning target in this class. Here's the demonstration of evidence you need to create. And then we have people who are going to evaluate that. Could be the original teacher, might be a credit recovery teacher, might be a teacher who's has a release period to do that. We're going to be very, very focused, Susan, on early learning target remediation as well.
I might say that is the biggest key, and I hope that happens not just as seniors, but early on. That,
right.
Because I can tell you there's kids out there that are very bright that are feeling behind. That is key.
So we have it for every class, for every.
I think that's great. Is that awful?
I don't know, I don't get out much.
I think it should be an option.
Well, I know we worked on
I get it. Yes, I'd say that each school has systems right now working towards defining the systems to support that. That's what has been great. It's great about this potential because what Casey said is accurate. Having an F is a different deal than having an I. And it is very specific on the part as opposed to having to make it course. If you have an N and have to make them type of, it doesn't have to be exact in the course. And we were, Casey, since you have the mic, summer school was maybe one of the best summer schools. Not only because we had some more resources, but I would say more so because we had eyes and ends. We could be extremely innovative and creative with the sections that we were able to provide kids with credit. And when you walk into Wall High School or Southwood, and you see guitars and kids playing musical instruments. Let's say you go into like a traditional setting, right? With, maybe the experience music that the kids get is through traditional music. But here's kids playing guitar and doing all these types of things. When they had for language arts credit, they had looking at actual music. Actually looking at the specific themes, so kids were able to pick specific, relevant songs for them to record it for some language. So it was just really neat to be able to see that.
And I just wanted to mention one more group in answer to your question, which is about our teachers and what our teachers have done in the last 18 months, or I don't even how long has it been now, to reinvent their own thinking around student success, around student learning, around our students who can't access learning for whatever reason. And so when we talk about how students are coming back and who they're coming back to, we're talking about a group of people whose, in many cases, philosophy around assessment, grading has a much deeper understanding. It's a different landscape than I think it's been in the past for most of our teachers, and they have had to innovate and do new things. And so I just think that they are in a very different space than they've been before to receive our learners in the way that John is talking about, and the way that Nan's talking about, the way that we hope they will. So in terms of, is there going to be this mass of ends and I's? I really just think our teachers are more equipped to help our students succeed.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for all of the work that you're doing. I've heard amazing things about everything that's happening in our schools, and I'm 100% behind this with the research. I mean, you're using research and our own data, so that's exciting. Something that broke my heart in that video was not the F and what that caused to that student, because that is sad. But it's that that student wasn't saying or talking about failing and saying something like, I had so much support and there was all this stuff happening in my life. And even despite that, you know, I still failed that class, but I had all this support. All these people were reaching out even before I got to an F. And so in my dream world is that before they get to an F, that we have checks and triggers around the D or before in each trimester, you know, and I know you probably already do that, but I would love to hear about, we actually got all these students when they had Ds or they were going down and at first trimester, and this is how the students, you know, how we shifted that trajectory for that student. And then the other part was, how are we going to monitor ourselves? I think the way that you set this up, this chart, I would love to get the data this way for all of our stuff, because it really made it clear which groups of students we need to support. On this chart, I see English language learners, migrant, dual language ELLs at 25, 23, 24%. I see our American Indian Alaska Natives at 23%. And I'm thinking, wow, I'm sure that when you're targeting the ESSER funds and when you're targeting all these other extra money that we have, you're gonna really focus on those students. And when you come back to us in like 3 months, you'll be able to say, hey, Karen, our board, this is how we impacted those groups of students, and this is how we impacted everybody else. So I would love to, the way that you broke this down was genius. And then the other part is, like, you talked a little bit, Casey, about how our staff has been trained. And I think that's exciting because they'll know what to do. And when we looked at dual language programs a while back, Toshiko had this like research approach to it where they had, you know, there's 5 different models, and we're going to see how successful we are with each of those models. And it sounds like each of you at the high schools have your own model of approaching this, and you described one model. And so it puts you in a very vulnerable position. But if you break this down for each of your schools, and then you have conversations around, and that might be too many details, right? Because we're supposed to say bigger picture, but I'm thinking system-wide, that it would allow you all to be having conversations like, this is working in my school for this particular group of students, and it's not working the other school doesn't have that same data. And having those rich conversations amongst you all is going to push it up for all of these students. So I'm excited the direction that we're going. It's exciting that you're being vulnerable and we're looking at this now. And I'm excited to hear in a few months from you, like, this is what we were trying. This was really successful. This didn't quite work, but over here at, Westview, they did it the other way, and I learned from them, and I tried these other things. So thank you for all your work, and I'm excited for the direction we're going.
I have several questions. One, first of all, as a board member, nothing more than I want is to provide our students hope. And I think for a lot of our students, when they get a hope, they feel there's no scaffolding or anything that we can provide. So I'm very much want to provide our students hope. What I've heard kind of universally here is that freshman and sophomore year really is what makes a difference. When you're starting with 0 and you don't have the credits, and you've already been told you're at a deficit before you even get started. And we had all thought about a hybrid system of the N and the I being used more for freshmen and sophomores rather than juniors or seniors, as they are getting closer to their end goal, because somewhere, somehow, there still has to be accountability of having those credits so that you can graduate. We don't get to move that end zone. We still have to get to those credits somehow. So there has to be, while still providing that scaffolding and that hope when they most need it, maturity-wise, when they get their feet wet more in high school, that sort of thing. So that's one of my questions. The other thing is, what does this do to sports eligibility? Because I've also noticed once you take one of these reasons for them to come to school, I'm wondering how you're dealing with that in your school as far as sports eligibility or being in the band or participating in the speech and debate team or whatever it is, because I know how important that is to keep our students engaged. So how does this N and I, and then lastly, my observation when I attended summer school and talked to teachers and talked to students and watched was our students a lot of our students, even though we had great results and we had some of our students that need the most, still have the same issue. They have to have summer jobs to support their families. They have to stay home to watch younger siblings. And then we just have kids that just still don't get the long-term consequences to not making up this N for I. So those are my questions. I know it's a rant, but I just would like to hear how your schools are.
That was a lot of questions. Like,
Just take one.
no, I felt like I was back in high school on a cross-sex debate round with somebody that, and, well, I don't know about OSAA. We've still been talking about that. The one thing that I've heard a couple of you say is that things are happening at Beaverton, at Loa, at Sunset. I would tell you that if you're new and or you've not experienced that, a collection of high school principals meet regularly. We share openly. We bounce ideas back and forth. It's not kind of a, oh, we're doing something great, but I'm not going to share it, because then what you might do it and more children would learn. It is a very, and we're wrestling with this at the same time. I want to couch a little bit of my response to the, will there be an enormous number of eyes when we come back, hands and eyes? There is going to be, and we know that our first level of work is to kind of work our way out of those eyes to a point where we can get to, you're slipping on this learning target, or you're slipping in this class, let us come in and boost that up. But I have to be honest with you, we've got some work to do before we can get to the opportunity, flexibility to be able to really move that flexibly, because we really have to take care of that eye. That OSAA, you still have to pass the same number, be passing the same number of classes. So if you're not passing class, you're not passing class. It doesn't matter if it's an N or an I or an F, it's the same thing. What I do believe is, or what I hope and do believe, is that the I tells us more about you not passing and not being eligible than just a straight F does. And here are the things that you need to do. And now not only does a grad mentor or your counselor or your family or you, but now your coach knows, here's what you need to do to demonstrate learning in that class, get you back on the field. For us, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and Becky, with regard to the similarity of supports, we are very different schools, and we serve a wide range of demographics, and we're funded very differently. So I would caution against saying that there is a one-size-fits-all approach to how we address I's, how we address N's. And Ann mentioned earlier, we are all about these collectively being our kids in the school district. And if one school lands on a solution or approach that shows itself to be especially effective, we're all ears. If you take from more than one person, it's called research. So we do a lot of research among ourselves in trying to better support our kids. So for us, I guess I don't share your sense that perhaps we need this to be a graduated or a tiered approach, because my experience over the last 11 years at Sunset High School is that those Fs, they have that negative impact on the GPA. They have that anchor, impact, whether you're receiving them 9, 10, 11, or 12. And more often than not, it can be subject specific, not student. F never defines a student. You're not an F student. But there are some students who struggle more with certain subject areas, and they can just get laid down. And then if it has a contagion factor, where that F has a negative impact on their performance in other courses that they otherwise may have done better. So I don't have that fear that somehow replacement of an F to an N is going to increase the number of students who think, hey, you know, an N's not a bad thing. An N still is no credit, the same way an F is no credit. The only thing better about the N is that it's not having the same, you know, overwhelming impact, negative impact on the GPA that the F does. But I haven't seen evidence over multiple years of kids who are just saying, you know, hey, that's no big deal. You know, I don't have that same level of concern. Sure.
I agree. We don't see students and F students, but I guarantee you they see themselves that way.
Yes.
And I think that that's part of what we need to address here. And going back to Susan, your original point, Karen, what you were talking about. I've worked with ninth grade for a really long time. I'm deeply involved in the 9GS on track work. We're doing incredible work with Northwest Regional, collaborating across all communities in Oregon, collaborating with one another about catching our ninth graders early. But what I find is the most pressing of the work that I do is when I am entering in and looking at all my ninth grade transfers, my eighth graders coming in, and I see that they were fine in sixth grade and then all of a sudden not okay in seventh grade anymore. And that what was maybe a D is now 4S. And I just am not sure that a young person at that age, at that vulnerable developmental age in their mind, has the capacity to redirect that at any point before they turn 17, from what I've seen in 21 years. And even at 17, it's rough. So this goes back to that question about, yes, all the way to sixth grade. And the continuation of offering students hope and opportunity and the open door, and creating a space for teachers to be able to offer that as well, and counselors and administrators and people who are creating and building intervention for summer or during the school year. So I think that, I don't know, that just my heart just kind of broke open thinking about those, my incoming ninth graders, and how we know that they see themselves as failures when they see that F. And Matt.
I would simply, I think we've said it, there's no impact OSAA or NCAA, and Brian's done a lot of research on that, so put that aside. I agree with John, I don't see any benefit to sort of the hybrid model. All the accountability is still there, and you're right, the credits don't change, and the accountability is going to go 9 through 12 on credits, just like it always have, even if we stop using Fs and start using Ns and Is. Your last question was around students who have all these other demands on their life. You're absolutely right. I have tons of students who work a whole lot of hours outside of school simply to support their family. What that forces us to do is start to develop scenarios to help students within the day, things that they can be done on their own time, flexible hours, and we're deep into that already. Have actually been for a couple of years, but I think this last year just quadrupled our effort in that area. What we learned about our students' lives through the pandemic, and we're not going to let that go. We're going to continue to develop more and more opportunities for kids to find success, even with all of the extra pressures they have in life around them.
And sometimes that means us being flexible with our time.
Absolutely. Most of the time, it means
Most of
that
the
being
time, most of the time, it's us being flexible when we consider time to help a student. The time to help a student is when they have availability to receive the help.
I think Eric had a question.
Yeah, let's give it a little backstory, because I think some of you don't know that my mom was a Beaverton School District teacher 34 years, and you know, she's at 5 Oaks. Sometimes she had some hard knock kids that really were struggling. They definitely probably would have failed, and you know, but she would always reach out and say, hey, you do extra work, you did some of these primary concepts, and you did it, you know, a D, you know, this to keep going on there, so you just don't get crushed at ninth grade and like it's, you know, run out of hope. So I had 2 small questions. You know, I like that. I like the positive nature of giving people hope all the way. Do you guys feel like this is not just a short-term thing? You want to do this for forever, right? So we'll get out of this, you know, this where we're at now with COVID. Do you think this will like decrease like academic rigor, kind of in regards to like timelines and deadlines? That's kind of one question, because they're buying time now, and you don't have that hard deadline to get your stuff done, do a test, do all that stuff. So that's one little question. And another one, I think Casey mentioned it. Do you have alignment of all the teachers? You know, I mean, you guys are the leaders and stuff, but I mean, this like 99% teachers are all gung ho and want to do this. Those are my two quick questions.
In terms of the first, well, Beaverton was one of the schools that we were early on in having these conversations about the F, so, and then quickly, everybody got on board. I mean, they're happening everywhere. The issue about the time and the deadlines, if we're truly a proficiency-based system, learning is supposed to be measured by how much you learn, not by how much time you sit or when you got it done. And so, but to Casey's point, and we've all said it, and I think Brian mentioned it in his presentation, more conversation about that as staff, as a community of educators, as we remind ourselves of that. Because to be honest, it's not the system we came through where that is ingrained in us as a learner. So the pandemic has been an opportunity for us to learn and to see and to now move forward. And so that's what we're planning on doing. I think we're all planning on doing that. I'd like to see district-wide that there's some common understandings, but we have them. Brian shared them. They're the elements of SPLS.
And Eric, the only thing I would add to that is the majority of our teachers embrace the F to M. They understand and think it's good for kids with regard to the I. But as I mentioned earlier, our schools are funded differently. So for Sunset, we receive about 20% of the ESSER funding of other schools. If we don't have the same personnel to create a support and a follow-up plan, so we have an adjusted timeline for clearing the I's. At Sunset, you had to clear the I at year's end. And there was the load was with the teacher. For some other schools that have the ability to have and track those supports in a more effective way, I support that because I think it's good for kids. But I don't want, a scenario at Sunset to impede the ability of another school to do what's good for kids. And I think it's also realistic to say, what are the numbers? Because when we try to say, okay, well, every school is going to have an identical level of support, that may be equal, but it's not equitable because we don't all have the same level. But yeah, so some teachers are hesitant, but not resistant.
Thanks.
Did you want to
Thank
say
you again for all your work. And I was just thinking about that. Really, students don't fail when they get an F. It's we failed, and our system has failed our students when anybody gets an F. I just wanted to say that.
Dawn, I think you had a couple questions.
Just a couple comments and questions, but just to let the board know, especially our new board, you have one of the most outstanding counselors I would even say in our district, in our state, an outstanding principal, central office administrators in front of you, and they put a lot of work into this. And Becky, to your question, actually one of the principals who's not here, David Mislanek, he's actually on the Oregon School Boards Association board now. And they're having those discussions right now as other districts. I think we're going to be out in front. There are some districts that don't do us, but I think what we do, a lot of folks follow us, and I think David's going to have those conversations about what does it mean for a high school student to be on track if they want to participate in athletics. And the questions were Eric asked one of my questions, and that had to do with the teachers and how are you going to deal with that. But also knowing that this is going to be a political decision. You see decisions like this being made across the country in some other school districts. And I think for the most part, a large majority of parents, large majority of students are going to be very supportive of this. But have you thought about your game plan, your playbook, because we will have parents that come there. Primarily, I would say, John, look at you. Some of them are more affluent neighborhoods, and they like that. They love to see the class ranking. They want to know who's going to be the valedictorian, who's going to be the salutatorian. And I see you shaking. Again, it's nonsense, but it is your reality, and you will be dealing with it. Just any comments of how you're going to approach those conversations, or are you just going to take them as they come?
Well, we've anticipated a lot of those now. And I've been playing devil's advocate with this group and with my colleagues to that end, because I want to make sure that we are on the same page and we've thought things out, we've researched it, soundly. The reality for, a Sunset High School, of our nearly 500 graduates, 130 of them are 4.0 or higher. This does not impact them a bit. And many of those, parents who might, come forward and say, hey, what about? That's where I am a bit hesitant on a time frame on the I, because I don't want to see it abused within my own community for a purpose it was never intended for. It's intended to support kids to help them succeed. It's not intended to game a system and try to buy yourself some more time to convert a B to an A. And that's where I want to be very thoughtful and careful about how I articulate it to my community, and there are pockets of that in all of our schools. But that's where, as we can come up with consistent wording, we can get there, because our parents understand that. And I think they would appreciate hearing that this is not designed in a way to be gamed. This is designed to support kids.
Thank you.
There are many reasons I don't play poker. My face is probably one of them. Show me the purposeful, positive reason for having it. Show me where the F has benefited a student.
You have, what'd you say, 140, 130 of a 4.0 or higher? What about the rest? So I would say when we create policy, we always need to look to those who are not serving well, not those who are being served extraordinarily well. They are amazing. I'm a Sunset graduate 91. I've been here forever. I love this district with my whole heart. So I think those are the questions we need to continue. And when I was sitting with this group, I'm so privileged to be here. At every high school, every principal that I've worked with and heard from, they are thinking about all of our kids and asking the right questions. And so I think we are preparing for that in answer to your question.
Yep, Becky, and then Connor, you had a question too?
The I and the N has always been a grade that has been accessible to teachers, correct?
In a different way, yes.
In a different way, explain to me.
I would say in a more limited way. So as a counselor, for example, if I had a student who had a hardship in April, maybe a death in the family or illness, or they had to travel for an emergency or something, that would be a situation where I would work with the teacher and the student and family to arrange for an I, if that seemed like the best option for them. So the I in the past has been a very calculated, exceptional thing, not a whole bunch of them. Like you just have maybe, as a counselor at a high school, maybe like 3 a semester, not very many at all, or if a student got ill or whatever. The N has been used to, when we replace a grade, so say you have a student who does not pass AGS2 in the second semester of their sophomore year, they take AGS2 in the summer, the F that they earned becomes an N, just to nullify the impact on GPA, but it stays on their transcript, and then they earn the new grade in the summer, or P. So it hasn't been used very frequently as an option to be an alternative to a D or an F. Whereas right now, and what we did during the pandemic was to say, we're going to use it in lieu of or in a different way than we have in the past. It's been very controlled in the past from a transcripting standpoint.
And oftentimes after the fact of the teacher creating the grade. A transcript, I mean, it's basically right. Transcript adjustment, not a teacher used more.
Historically, I would know every single I and N that was being used on my caseload. I would be involved in it as a counselor. Does that clarify?
Yeah, I just, when this came up during the pandemic, it was amazing, the current board here, our different takes on what the staff thought and what the board thought. And it comes to what Susan started off this conversation was, at one point we were talking about a 1 through a 4 or a 1 through an 8 based on, And that's where the board was saying, and the same thing, all of you have been around long enough, that when we talked about not just pass fail on the progress report, there was gonna be 11th grade, and that was a big pushback. That the board stepped in because they felt like so many students did not know where they stood in the class. And that the letter grade, and we know all the ins and outs, that a lot of times there's not enough evidence to give a grade, it's a lot, but we heard from enough parents and students, they didn't know where they stood, and they wanted to know where they stood. John, I'll take it to, it's probably the high flyers that want to know more where they stood. So I get that it's not a same across the board, but it was just interesting that I think if nothing else, it's getting us more on the same page, because my take when John and Brian came to me during the pandemic with the I and the N and going around the existing board, we all had different takes on that I and N and what it meant, and didn't we already had this here. But we really wanted to shy away from, because culturally, as well as our academic partners out there, they don't recognize a 4, or they don't work. I am ready to be cutting edge and do what's best for students, but I'm not ready to overdo all of American education on what people accept as the way that we acknowledge what a student knows or doesn't know. So if this is a step to get us closer to that, fine, but I still recognize you still have to still do business out there. Whether you go to a trade school or you're military, there are timelines, there are responsibilities, there's accountability. But we still have to prepare these students with soft skill sets as well as feeling good about things.
Karen?
I'm wondering about, being new, the policy IK, there's nothing, what are we changing wording on that policy IK? And then we're changing will there be changes on the AR where they could clarify the difference between, like, this is for CNF purposes, for this, that could help in situations where people are trying to do that part. And then the second part is, I do believe that students should have a second chance. Like, let's say you're between an A and a B within a reasonable amount of time. I mean, like within the grading period, hey, you got a D, you want to pump it up, move it up to an A, this is what you can do ahead of those deadlines, or be taking a test or something.
So just to be clear, we're having a discussion today about this proposal. It'll be coming before the board again as a written proposal with changes to the policy that need to be made. And then we'll have the chance to vote that through. So this is the discussion part, and it comes in later as an action item.
Do you want to try to elaborate a little bit now? So
Concept.
we're not anticipating any changes specifically to policy IK. In terms of the AR associated with IK, adding what was in the presentation where the I indicates one or more learning targets passed but not enough to earn credit, and the N would indicate no learning targets passed. That would be the addition that we would be proposing, but that's just to the AR, not to the actual policy itself. The reason for coming to the board is the language in policy IK that says any significant change needs to be approved by the board, just considering the removal of the FS significant.
We probably want to work on a way to vote that through then, so that it comes for us and we have a way of showing that we approve that.
Yeah, definitely, we can work on that. Okay, to get a motion in front of you.
Great. I just wanted to start by saying how much I appreciate this presentation. This has been one of the best presentations I have ever seen on the board. I can tell you guys deeply felt the equity lens and all of the breakdowns on the survey data. That was excellent. I love having building staff here. And you guys, it's so great to hear how these things touch your students and teachers on the ground, and having this presence so we can ask questions directly of you guys. Thank you for being here and making that time. It really is important to us. Most of what I thought about has been covered by my colleagues, and I think we've had some really good questions here. The only thing I'm thinking of is if this is instituted in terms of an accountability measure, to see how many of those I's and N's are later on converted to C's, B's, and A's, and how that compares against F's in the past, right? And what that conversion rate is too. so that we are tracking this and we're seeing the effect in real time of this policy. And that's something we can demonstrate. But you have my support as one board member moving forward, because I think you've really made this case strongly today. And look forward to seeing this come before us as an action item, probably at the next board meeting, and go from there. And then I know board, we're kind of in a time crunch right now, as we are pretty far off of our schedule. What I'm proposing is we take a 5-minute break right now, and then we come back, work on board meeting logistics, the school board and superintendent goals. And we need to condense those down a little bit so that we can get through them. And then we'll do the consent agenda and finish the meeting. So if everyone wants to take a 5-minute break and then come back here, I think we're like at 3:52 something like that. That's gonna be public comments.
Good board.
Oh, yeah. All right, we're getting back at it here. We've been, normally the cabinet is here for most of our meetings, but because we're going a little late, Dawn's excused them, so, no disrespect on their part, but we got busy folks in our district with lots of places to be. We've still got Carl here.
For the record.
No, okay, so Carl, Jenny, Mike, Shelley, we got the whole.
Not David, no, David's skedaddle.
We still got David. So David, I think you're queuing up a PowerPoint for me here. So what we'll do is we'll start by talking about board meeting logistics and public comments. Should be up on the screen in just a second. And I will run through this. So if we go to the next slide here, basically what's happened over the pandemic is we've had to move into a different way of doing board meetings. And that was done quickly during an emergency situation. But now as you realize some of these issues with the pandemic may not be leaving us quickly, we want to be intentional about how we hold our board meetings going forward. And we want to recognize that there are likely to be 3 different kind of modalities that we hold our big board meetings in. The first one's in-person meetings. That's just how it has been before the pandemic happened. The next one is a limited in-person meeting. That's what we're experiencing today. So board members and staff are in person and we're being live streamed out. And then the third one are Zoom meetings. So if we go to the next slide, Zoom meeting, that was like what we experienced at our July work session. We get email comments to us on any subject. The meeting is live streamed over YouTube, so that's how it's accessible to our community. And then there are meeting minutes that are recorded. And when we're thinking about that, those meeting minutes, they come before the board at a later meeting, usually the next meeting or 2 meetings after. They need to be approved by us, and then the public receives them. So understanding that meeting minutes is a way for the public to access and understand board meetings, there's a little bit of a time limit on that. The next slide. This is the format we're in today. So that's a limited in-person meeting. Again, we get email comments on any subject. The meeting is being live streamed over YouTube, and those board meetings or minutes are recorded as well. And this is how it currently is. This is their current format. There's going to be a proposal in a second to change that. If we go to the next slide, in-person meeting format, and this is the way that it is currently or has been in the past. We can get email comments on any subject. Again, we're being live streamed, so we're anticipating that this live stream will continue. Meeting minutes are recorded, and the addition is that there are public comments taken on any subject. So the public can come before us. Often they would just come to that end of the table there and provide us their comments. And most folks are given 2 minutes of time to speak. And that would be an in-person meeting. I have a couple of ideas for changing the way that we do comments that I wanted to bring to you guys, and those will be the next slides. Once I go through them, I'm really interested in hearing everybody's comments about them. The first one is for Zoom meetings and limited in-person meetings to add the ability for the public to access us and provide testimony through Zoom. So this is where members of the public are given a Zoom link and they're able to join our meeting and give their comments. The time period would be similar to what the testimony is when we're in person, so 2 minutes. We would leave open a 30-minute comment period, which would allow for about 12 to 14 commenters. There's usually some time between people getting on and off screen. We would ask that commenters submit their testimony subject, so what they're interested in talking to us ahead of time. And then there would be a selection process. And that's just to ensure that if we have, let's say we have 50 people who want to speak to us, and we have, 5 or 6 different subjects that we're hearing from all of those subjects, right? So that we're not just getting a subset and we're not hearing on a certain subject area that the community is interested in. In addition to this, and this is kind of the big new thing, we would hold community listening sessions. And these are opportunities for people not only to come and speak to the board in person, as they've done in the past, but for us to speak back to them. Because as board members, when people come in front of us, we don't have the time and space to be able to reply to their comments. But at a listening session, we would. And I'll describe those a little bit in more detail in another slide. We can go to the next slide, David. Then in in-person meetings, we would want to take a look at the public comment period that we've had before. And because we have this additional time, this community listening time where we can go out and talk to folks, we would be limiting the topics relevant to the board meeting at hand. Because when folks are coming to the board meeting, if there's something that we're going to be voting on that night, if there's something we're going to be taking action on, that's some of the most pertinent information for us, because that's something where we can hear that information and then it goes into our thought process and what we decide. It would be, we'd look at a fixed comment period. We don't have a proposal on what that would be. But one of the things that I read with the research is that when boards meetings become too long, it's harder for people to maintain their focus and poise. So if you have a 2 to 3 hour long start to the board meeting with comments, that means that we're often working until 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, and that can be difficult. So we want to consider some sort of time period, and that is purposely vague because I want to hear from board members what they would think. But this would be, again, paired with those community listening sessions where we're able to go out and be more accessible to our community that way. If we go to the next slide, in the Zoom format, those listening sessions could look like having a meeting on Zoom. Members of the public could Zoom in and they come into the big room, and then there would be board members, we maybe pair up in pairs in breakout rooms, and they could get sent to a breakout room to talk to board members about a subject or whatever's on their mind, what they're concerned about or what they want us to hear about, people will do as well. And in those sessions, we can go back and forth. We can have real conversations. We can listen to what folks have to say and respond. We also could have the opportunity for listening sessions on specific topics or specific groups, right? So there are, one of the things we're always thinking about, who are the voices that we're not hearing in a board meeting? Who are we not hearing from an equity perspective? And we could create, listening sessions around that. Or if there's a particular subject that a lot of people in the community are concerned about, we could create a listening session tailored to that. We go to the next slide. The in-person format for that would be basically, instead of coming to a Zoom meeting, you would come to a school, and we could rotate that at different school sites so that it's moving around the community and it's accessible to people closer to their homes. We'd probably hold in a gym or a cafeteria, though we could consider buildings other than school buildings if we want to go out and do more work out in the community. And again, board members would pair up. They would sit at different tables. And as people come into that gym, they have the opportunity to approach us in pairs and have those conversations with us. And just like in the other format, there's an opportunity to tailor that to specific topics or specific groups that we're interested in. So to kind of summarize this, it would be allowing in limited in-person format testimony specific to the board meeting, or if it's in-person testimony specific to that board meeting that night, and then pairing that with a community listening session that's either bi-monthly or quarterly, where our community can access this that way. And if you go to the next slide, your thoughts. And hopefully that was clear. I know that was quick. I'm trying to move us through our agenda here. Do you guys have clarification questions about the format? Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me. I like the part about having listening sessions out in the community, but that's going to, it could be to a specific group that meets or diverse groups or at a school. And then the one piece that, when I think of board meetings, I also think about like how when a parent is really passionate about a certain topic, they rally up their team and they come out and they tell us about what's happening. The one thing I'm processing right now, that if we're limiting it to 12 or 13 on specific topics, sometimes that's, I want to hear all the different topics, but I'm still kind of processing that one piece of, when you rally your team because you're passionate about a topic, how do we still let them have that, and listen to the other pieces that we need to listen to from different groups. So that's just that one piece that I'm kind of rolling around. Not sure what the answer is to.
When that's happened in the past, and we have like 20 or 30 people that want to comment on a similar thing. It's on. A lot of times, we might have one or two people speak to that, and then people are standing behind them, so we know how, that there's a huge support there without having 20 or 30 people saying the same thing. So that's one way of, managing that. I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do with COVID anyway, in terms of the amount of people that we'd allow in a room. I'm uncomfortable with a crowd of people in our room. I don't know if it's possible, because I really do, I miss the public comments in our school board meetings. So I say that, I don't know if there's a way of being here, but having individuals zoom in for their questions, I don't know.
That's what's being proposed. So,
Okay, so that,
and just like a
I
helpful piece
missed
of,
that one time.
no, it's okay. A helpful piece of background information is that we're gonna be limited in-person meetings like the meeting we're in right now until October. And then we're gonna reconsider that format. But what could change, based on this input, I'll probably bring something back to you guys as a full proposal for a vote at August, or the August session, sorry, the regular board meeting. But what could happen is by September, we could have people to join us with their comments if we wanted to do that. So I would say for the Zoom in the limited in-person, this is only added. It's only adding more opportunities for our community. The one factor that it would be limiting is that when we do come back finally in person, it would be having comments specific to items on the agenda. That would be limiting the comments from what they have been in the past.
One thing that I'm thinking about is that we have to be really organized. If we were, that we aren't, but if we were, let's say we have certain topics that we're going to touch on the Monday board meeting, if we work backwards and we know those topics 2 weeks before or something, then the community, our listening session would be helpful to have our listening session around those topics. That gives us, the staff would come with us and listen and give them some ideas of what the community is thinking. And then it wouldn't be so bad because it's like, even if we limit it to 12 or 13, because we had people 2 weeks before give us their ideas. So if we can do that, it would allow for more voice for us to hear and have conversations prior to even making decisions on that Monday. Even though sometimes topics come up and we have to put them on there and maybe it's not, we don't have as much time.
It's syncing upcoming board session agenda items with when we have the listening session so that we can get input way ahead of that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is great in theory, I really do, and I think the more input is great, but the actual logistics of getting the 7 of us, getting staff, finding a location, and it being a day, especially if we want to go to groups that are already meeting, getting all those pieces to work 2 weeks before, I mean, that would just be a logistical, especially thinking about all the other committee meetings we have, all of the other work that we have. I know we always struggle with getting more community voice. We always struggle. We also struggle when we have a full agenda, like we did on June 3rd, a full agenda, and that we never know if there's going to be 50 or 80 people that sign up. And if we have no procedure that we want to hear every voice, and then we're not getting to talk about the things that we have to vote on, and it's 10 o'clock. And again, I know that's what we were elected to do, but I don't know any of us or staff, when we all have to be at work the next morning, that are expecting school board meetings until 10, 11, 12 o'clock. So it just seems like we have to find some kind of middle ground here of having an avenue for our community to be heard, and I think the listening sessions are, but I do know it's still going to be a logistical, so I don't want to say obstacle, but I do think it's going to be logistical.
So David, if you put the slide up for the recommendations, the recommendation is bi-monthly report. Does it?
Yeah. How about we flip what Karen was saying. That we have a public comment when we are actually having a meeting with 12, 13 period of time. And then maybe quarterly, we take all the agenda items, the major ones like today we talked about halfway, we take those major items that we discussed in a quarter and we make it into a listening session where we pair up, and tell community that these are the things we did in this quarter. What was your experience? What issues and concerns did you face? And get their ideas and, concerns and make changes moving forward so that we are getting their comments in the beginning and we are getting their comments after something has been, addressed in a meeting. And that way we are getting the community involvement and we are not spending too much time, maybe once a quarter, and that way we get both.
It'd be almost like an update at the beginning of the listening session. So if we were to do quarterly listening sessions, we'd start with these are the items we've done over the last 2 or 3 months.
2 or 3 months, and that could be like in a school, like you were saying, and I don't know, once the things, if everybody feels comfortable, because in a school, the positive is that we can even have the administrators, like today we had principals there, they could also give their insight, so we're getting insight from this district, we're getting the insight from the community, and the board is present, and we are discussing what we have worked on.
I think the other thing is that people forget they can always email us, call us on the phone, have us for a meeting like this. I mean, we're not trying to silence any voices. We're not trying to. What we're trying to do is make it as equitable as possible that we do our business that we need to do and still have time and for community voice. But no one at any time still has access to us in our email, picking up the phone, setting a meeting with us to discuss. That doesn't go away just because of quarterly. But we absolutely know that there are some people that want the school board format to share, but we're not taking away anything else.
Tom, can I ask a clarifying question? So are you talking about like, I don't know, Becky and Karen would be at Mountain View, Donna and Eric would be at Sunset. So in teams of 2 and 3 at different sites, all kind of on the same day, or I guess it wouldn't have to be on the same day, but at different times. That's what I'm trying to figure out. And then I'm looking at Carl and maybe Shelley in trying to figure out the staff support, if they're going to, if it was going to be, maybe you're going to have a Zoom meeting because the COVID goes crazy, but you could still have that COVID meeting online. I'm just trying to think about the infrastructure support that's going to be needed for those meetings.
So the original intention was to have us all go to one school. So we would, let's say we would do a LOA, 1 quarter, 1 bi-monthly segment. Then we would go to Beaverton, Southbridge, Westview, et cetera, What you're proposing is an interesting idea because it would make us accessible to more parts of the community if we were all at different sites, paired up at 4 different sites or something like that.
I was just trying to think about what Kristen talked to us before, having board, you wouldn't know the board members what you're talking about, having the different locations within a building, so it's not.
It's not a forum.
Yeah.
So the vision would, well, it wouldn't be a forum because we wouldn't, well, this is interesting. So this is kind of a gray area. The idea would be we would be in the gym, right? So a member of the public would enter the side of the gym. In one corner, maybe, Kara and I are at a table. Another corner, there's Ivana and Sunita, and there's Eric and Becky, and another corner at a table. And people could come and approach us and talk to us as we're paired off that way. Probably somebody would pair with the superintendent because we're not an even number of folks. And then they could circulate if they wanted to talk to multiple board members or if there's a specific board member in their zone they wanted to talk to. But the vision would be we would all be in one space and accessible in that space. What's interesting about what you brought up is, there's this, if you have to drive from one side of the district to another, that's a barrier for people to reach us. If we were at different locations, there's the potential for that to be. The only disadvantage is it would be more difficult for people to reach more board members if they're trying to talk to, multiple groups of board members.
So would it be on a topic, or because you talked about, what's going quarter, so would it be like Baskin Robbins, I take my number, and when my number's called, I get to talk to my board members, or would everybody hear the same thing at the same time?
That's an interesting question. My thought would be to start with the first one just being open. Just any topic, because we haven't heard from folks in a long time in that kind of in-person, or if we're doing it on Zoom, kind of one-on-one Zoom way. And then to see how that goes, take some input and then see, okay, do we want our next one to be on a specific topic with a specific group? Or maybe we do an open one every quarter, but we want to pair an extra one on this particular issue because we feel like we've got some time to do that. But it would be evolving. I don't think it would be, I guess the other thing we could do is we could set a calendar at the beginning of the year for the sessions and throw in a couple listening sessions throughout the year on specific topics that members would be interested in.
Is it the same thing that you're proposing for the Zoom breakout meetings, like breakout sessions? You mentioned breakout sessions in the Zoom.
Yeah.
Is it the same thing? Is that what you're also proposing, the live aspect of it?
Yeah.
The in-person aspect of it? But we also get to do the Zoom aspect where we do our breakout sessions with community members.
So if we were doing limited in person like we're doing right now, then we would pair that with a listening session on Zoom so that people could come and reach us on Zoom. And then we would each be in a breakout room. So rather than being in a physical part of the gym, we would each be in our own breakout room. Then when we got to in-person board meetings, we would have in-person listening sessions. So when we're fully in person and parts of the community are with us, the way that they would be normally, they're not today. Then our listening sessions would move to that format as well.
I actually think that logistically, whether or not we're back to like a full normal school board, that listening sessions via Zoom might be logistically, first of all, it's more equitable because, the barrier of getting to whatever location is not there. And second of all, it's easier for all of us. I mean, I work downtown and it's hard to get.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm thinking about with what Sunita had proposed, that maybe we do it afterwards, is that I'm wondering about the disruption to work if we do it afterwards and we get input after we've made a decision. Because if we've made a decision, change policy, change something, and we pivot and make our staff and everybody pivot, Dawn, move everybody this direction.
Yeah.
And then we have a listening like, oh wait, no, Dawn, move it the other direction. It seems pretty disruptive to any kind of work and movement. So it could be that, sometimes my understanding now is that we have a motion that's coming up and then we listen and then we vote. So if it's within that part of listening, either before or when we're still listening, it would be an okay thing, and we can always take input afterwards, but I wouldn't want to make our staff start doing this pivot because we're changing our mind on something.
I hear you on that, and I think that's why it's important that we take these limited in-person meetings we're in right now and open them up to Zoom comments pertinent to issues in front of the board that night, because then what that is we're getting input before we make that decision. And that's an opportunity for our community to come and say, hey, we see this is before you, you're gonna make a decision tonight, here's what we think about this.
And in my dream world, maybe we can work with Shelley, because that way, we know what topics are coming out. The board puts it out. Maybe we're putting it out to the community. Hey, topics are coming out. You can let your board members know if there's any ideas that you have. And that way, we're ahead of letting people know just that informing of topics that are coming up without having to make people go into board work. They could. There's some that just regularly do that, but and that's kind of how it's always been. But if we could be more upfront with people, like, hey, these are the topics coming up, and then they can let us know via email or however that is.
I think logistically, we could probably do a distillation where we take that whole packet and we're like, here's the 3 or 4 major topics that night. And when the packet comes out on a Thursday, there's the potential to say something about that at the same time. I think getting it out ahead of that Thursday deadline is going to be difficult because a lot of those decisions are made at the last minute sometimes.
Yeah, no, just on that Thursday, like there's a blast. 4 topics this week. That's all.
You're right, some of the big topics, but when we're doing future plan or, busing, changing a bus route or something. We know that well in advance. And, those are the kind of things we like to hear from our community, how they feel about us switching them, So, we do know those kind of things, but there are some things, like especially as we're returning to school, that, even between putting the board book out Thursday and today's information, there's like, so you don't have, but there's a lot of things we do know with.
So what I was suggesting was the same thing, in a half an hour before, saying that we take the comments from the public. These are the 4 topics, half an hour, we select, and then we listen to that. And then I hear what Karen is saying, that afterwards in the quarter, we should be pivoting, but it would be nice to get public comments on their experiences of what's happening. And if we haven't made a decision, that's even greater to hear from them. Okay, we talked about this, we heard public comments. Let's hear from you if you have, what your experiences are. So, and we should be mindful of the thing that what Karen said, not to pivot, so that the staff is not, So that's what I'm saying. And both ways, before and after. That way you are giving them an opportunity to speak their mind, and after we are giving us an opportunity to listen to, we make some decisions, how it has been working out for the students and the parents.
It's a new thing for me, this microphone. Okay, afterwards means like, I'm not,
Depends on, so if, let's say we did it quarterly, which is every 3 months, it could mean that you're 3 months away from a board session, and you would take what happened over the last 2 to 3 board sessions and you bring it into an update. And I was listening hard to what you were saying, Cindy, and you were talking about maybe issues in progress too. Because there may be some issues that are not settled, but they've been brought up at a board meeting, they just haven't been voted on. Here are issues in progress.
And we could also, in a quarterly session, we could also make it, like, since we're going to have subcommittees, we're going to be listening and doing work on, we could even present that to the community that, hey, we have worked on this. What is your experience? And it doesn't have to be just the agenda or what we did, but because there are subcommittees who are going to be drilling on, and maybe the public has a question on that.
so I have a question about that. So at the same time, this year, we're gonna be, as much as I love Don, doing a superintendent search. So, I mean, in terms of like scheduling all these meetings, we're gonna have meetings, asking our community, what we're looking for in a superintendent. And then on top of that, we're gonna be doing a superintendent search. So I just wanna put that into consideration as we're like planning on, and I'm not against having a listening session. I'm just, again, thinking that Zoom might be the best way of doing something like that, because we're looking at, a lot of things happening this year, including the potential of a bond coming up soon. So there's a lot of board work that community involvement is really important.
So what I'm thinking, Susan, as I'm hearing you, is maybe when I bring this before the board in the next August board meeting, then bring a calendar. And here are the times when it's going to happen, so that we can look at something, because right now we're kind of talking conceptually, right? But if we're in agreement, this is the direction that folks are willing to explore, then I could bring a calendar with some like events so that we can see what that looks like. And then if we need to tweak that or fine tune that, we would absolutely do that.
I'm also thinking that the topics may like revolve around like superintendent search for some of these listening sessions, as well as, I don't know if we're gonna do listening sessions for bond. I don't know what the plan is there, but we, it's just a lot to add to it.
Hear you.
I would say, I would contract Carl Mead to put it together about color and, not this next one. So this is a big, something to aspire for. That's what I want.
Carl, you're hired.
You heard the key words, it said contract.
I don't think that works that way for you.
We'll just add it to his goals.
Okay, so I'm getting the general sense that the folks are comfortable, but we need to get some more details. And why don't I bring something a little more detailed to us at the next session? Great. then I think, why don't we pivot and let Don talk about his goals? And then we can talk about our goals and our committees.
I'm gonna be real brief, and because I think you have them in front of you, and I don't know if you have had a chance to read them. I believe you have them in front of you. I try to keep them short, and this just doesn't mean this is all we're gonna do, but these are the, when you're looking over, I thought these were some of the big buckets that we're looking at. And most importantly is number one, successful return to school for students, family, and staff. And just hearing the questions that you asked some of our team, those are some of the questions that I had. And as we go forward, that's paramount, is to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our children as they come back. And a chance for them to feel, number one, if they belong, they can thrive and move forward. Number two, and this board's going to have to decide, number one, if you're going to go out for the passage of a construction bond, and when that will be. I know the prior board was talked about it, but I know this board is going to be talking about it. That's a huge lift. Number three, and as Susan stated, I plan to announce my retirement at some point in time. I want to work with the board. I want to do what's right for this district as far as a timeline. Number one, that you're able to get the best person, whoever that may be, and I'm willing to be as engaged or unengaged as the board wants me to do. I just want to do what's best for the folks here. And I think, as you heard Kristen, I think that is probably, if not the most important thing, one of the most important things that a school board can do. Number four is the political world that we live in, as you know, communication, and specifically our crisis communication, working with Shelley, working with others in the field. I know we're already working with some outside agencies in crisis communication. The Department of Education is seeing that there is this lack of support and infrastructure for districts, for communication directors as we go forward. And when political issues arise, social justice issues arise, anything that can be a crisis, that we're working together to work with the board to provide effective crisis communication. And then, of course, our equity work. That's one of my key focuses to get through this year, and working with all of the people in our system, reviewing policies, our equity task force, just looking at the diversity of our staff, working forward to working with the board to set some metrics, set some goals around all of that. So those are the big buckets. Those are my big buckets. I'm more than willing to change, adjust, add to them, those if you see, but those are my thoughts. The one thing I didn't put down on here, and I think it's probably important for the board to be thinking about it here, is we're going on our 12th or 13th year of our strategic plan now, and at some point that's going to be a huge lift. But I thought it would be best for the new superintendent coming in and the board that's coming in. But it's developing a new strategic plan. That's about a year process in itself, and going through that, picking the facilitator to lead the board through that. But I'm open to any suggestions, recommendations, additions.
These look great to me. I was wondering for number one, the successful return to school to family staff, and then for number 5, what you mentioned it, what are our metrics? So if we're just identifying some metrics, but as overall.
Absolutely, we want to sit down and be able to, and I think that's another thing that's important as we sit down with the board and talk about what pieces of data do you want to see, working and finding out what are the metrics we should be looking at to see, are we successful when we come back? Have we been successful? And what are those metrics?
and the metrics that they pulled this data out in this format to me, that I would stop asking a lot of questions. I mean, in the sense that these are the groups that I think are most highly being impacted, and I'm talking about with the secondary. And they have like students with disabilities, students without disabilities, English learners, non-English learners. So that's helpful. I don't know what the rest of the board feels like or would need in data. I just printed it from that PowerPoint. Oh, you did.
We don't have John's, we have so much good data, it's gonna overwhelm you. You'll see some of these report outs with the disaggregated data, and they'll be overwhelming first couple board meetings. So we haven't got there yet, but soon. Right, Tom?
Yeah, and building on the idea of metrics, I would wonder, are teachers doing formative assessments when kids come back? And then, are we gonna get a sense for, and I'm not suggesting, I want to be careful as I'm making this request. I'm not suggesting we overdo that, because I think the SEL portion of returning back to school is more important. But I also really value the input from educators in the classroom. If they're looking at formative assessments and they have some way of measuring the loss that's occurred, that might be a marker that we could use. With the idea that that not become some mandate that creates over-testing of our students.
And that one, I think it's not necessarily the loss, it's where are the kids at now?
Yeah.
And so like when we, because learning loss is kind of this concept but it's actually where are they now and how can we move forward? And if any way, so is there any way to accelerate learning instead of concentrating just on the loss part?
I think Karen's point is, learning loss, maybe it's unfinished learning, and or some school districts are talking about, how could we give each one of our kids a high school credit for technology? When you think about even a kindergarten or even a pre-K student, what they've learned in technology over the year is unbelievable. How they've learned to take care of their siblings, possibly had to cook for their family, cook for themselves, a lot of skills that they would have never had the opportunity to be enhanced upon if it wouldn't have been for COVID. So looking at more, that asset versus deficit view, and I do know we've had a lot of unfinished learning for a lot of our students, so, but also being able to recognize that, wow, some of our teachers and staff have really been creative in the way that they're able to manipulate and learn through technology now. It's unbelievable.
Other questions for the superintendent on the goals? Okay, I think that's a good segue into our goals, because we have many of the same goals as the superintendent. I'm just going to go over them briefly. You guys should all have a sheet that was passed out. And I'll start by going to the bottom portion of the school board goals before going to the committee assignments. But the first one, just like Don's first one, ours is return to school. And we'll have a return to school task force, which will meet probably bi-weekly to take a look at those. The policy and planning committee, I think, is the place where we're going to take a look at, I like the way that Dawn and Karen were saying accelerated learning, right? That's the place where we can take a look at student achievement. And then, of course, this is a huge issue that when we see committee of the whole, all the board will be responsible for making sure that happens. And there's some key outcomes there, but the thing I would highlight, just making sure that it's a safe return to school and that we're dealing with our students and helping them with mental and emotional health. Are you looking?
Google goals for both input
So it was passed. Yeah, let's see. Maybe I've got some extra. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
David, I think, gave us copies. Let's make sure we got.
You have it, Karen? Yeah.
This one, it looks like this. It's 2 sheets. And what I'm reading from is the second sheet that says school board goals.
But that's not what my side.
What does yours say?
I mean, it's just the way it is.
So at the top, it should say provide input,
Yeah.
vision, and support for district return to school. Oh, okay, okay. All right, so first piece is return to school. We have a school task force that will take a look at that on a bi-weekly basis. A policy and planning committee will take a look at some of the longer term implications. And then of course, as a board, we're going to be getting reports on that. And then you can see the key outcomes. They're just ensuring student and staff safety. And then we're supporting kids with mental and emotional health. The next one is the key equity efforts. And this is going to be handled by the Equitable Policies Task Force, which is a task force that was started last year. It will be carried over this year. And this year it's going to be looking at the student code of conduct. We'll have a multilingual and equity committee that Karen will be the chair of. And we're going to be looking at dual language programs and then also how to recruit and retain staff of color. We also know that there's a world language adoption that's happening at the same time that's going to support these efforts. And then of course, equity is something that is important to the board, and we use our equity lens when we're dealing with all the issues that come in front of us. And you can see reviewing the student handbook, dual language programming, support for BIPOC staff are some of the key outcomes there. Then the bond. And the bond is an interesting situation where it starts with us as board members, and then it goes out to a referral for an election. And at that point, this committee would actually stop, and there would be a campaign that would start. But that campaign can't be associated with the school district, right? So this would be a committee to support the planning for the bond. And Becky would be the chair of that committee. And it would be bringing a recommendation and reports to the board about the work that's being done to make that decision about whether we go out for a bond. Right now, we are negotiating our contract for certified staff. So Becky and I have been on that bargaining team, and this plan would continue to be. And then we bring updates to the other board members in executive session. So everybody is brought along on the latest things that are happening with negotiations. I also want to highlight that we will have contracts up this fiscal year for OSEA and then also for our substitutes. And so we'll need to assign other board members to be on those negotiating committees that are going to happen a little bit later. Those are TBD. We haven't made any decisions about that yet, but they will come a little bit later. And you may think of those as like, potentially, depending on how long bargaining goes, it could be like a half-year assignment, where most of these things are for 1 year. The next piece is supporting academic achievement and well-rounded education. And you can see there are a number of committees, I'm not going to list them all, but most of our committees are supporting that. But taking a look at our academic achievement, the common middle school experience was something that we worked on and kind of finished last year, and it's going to be implemented this year. So we want to ensure good implementation there. Social emotional learning, early childhood education, and then a big one is the student investment account. We're going to have to go out and create a new plan for that. So it's going to be important that we have board members working on that. The next one has to do with fiscal work. So ensuring that we have a good, strong long-term planning to deal with revenue shortfall in future years. And we have a multi-year plan for how we invest. And the policy and planning committee will be doing a lot of that, but that work will also come to the budget committee. And we are all members of the budget committee. And that is all of the goals. You can see I kind of wove in there the committee assignments that we have as we went along. And I'm interested in anybody's input about this plan, anything you see that we should add, any changes in language that you might want to see. Yes. Yes. And what's not on there is the superintendent search.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Yes, but that is something that we are working on. And that will probably begin like in the executive session as we start to select who we want to be the consultant that will help us through that process. So a very full plate, but I know we've got some amazing people here who are ready to dig in and do this work. And I'm excited about that.
Question about this, the Equitable Policies Task Force and the Multilingual Equity Committee, are they gonna be one committee or just separate committees?
So the task force is with our community members. So it has parents, staff. There's over 40 people this year that were on that committee. And then there were 2 board members who were part of that. So a task force is a little different than a committee because we don't necessarily control that committee. Pat McCreary helps lead it along with a consultant that we hire. And then the equity and multilingual committee, Karen will chair that. So she would be kind of working on it from more of a board perspective in creating a set of recommendations and working on issues that are a little more board focused.
In other words, this multilingual equity committee is controlled by the board and the task force is controlled by the community.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. Usually the board committees are board members and then administrators. And the task force has a huge community presence. And that's normally not a part of a committee. It was like two times a month, I think. Yeah. But we also had to do it in a very truncated time period, so it may not be, it may be more like one time a month, depending on what's going on. And I would recommend, if we move forward with this plan, right, if this is what everybody agrees to with our next meeting, that you talk with Pat McCreary and talk to him about your availability, and help weave that into how he plans the sessions.
Is this how many goals you usually have as a board, like 6 goals, and then you usually have this many committees? Is that like an average, or is this something you just?
We're probably at +1 committee from where we normally would be. This is, yeah. We're probably at +1. Yeah. Well, I know, Becky, the chairs of the committee are going to be helping schedule this.
There are goals and, kind of prioritize them and like decided. I feel like I'm from downstairs, it's bugging me, but and like prioritize and say, okay, let's put this goal in with that goal. And so I'm wondering what you should be like looking at these goals over the next 2 weeks and then bring this up for discussion. You see, like to consolidate some of this. Like maybe the strategic budgeting and the bond, in some ways, we combine it to one committee, but yet you have subcommittees there.
Well, these are kind of function as subcommittees already. So we need to get started with this work in September. But what I would say is if you can identify an area where you think it's like we can consolidate or you feel like it's extraneous, let me know.
Well, I mean, it just feels like these goals are more than we can achieve. So I think that's how we should look at it. And,
So I would ask you 2 questions, Susan. If there's an area that you feel like we could do without, I'm open to that. Or if you
I don't
feel,
want to put on the spot, Tom. I mean, like, I don't want to be the one that says, okay, but I'm saying it's a discussion we should be having. At this point, it's like 4:45 and I don't want to have it right now, but I think, we have a meeting in August. I just think it's something that we should continue to have and not go, oh, because we're not going to make all these goals. I mean, we just go that way and go, okay, I realize negotiating contracts is certified down, that's,
so, okay, let me just take a look at some of these if we were to narrow it down. So we know we need to do the bond, negotiating for certified staff. The return to schools that's got to happen, right? It really leaves us with the key equity efforts, the academic achievement, and the multi-year budget planning. For the superintendent.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
We are successfully hired. And I'm not trying to say, I mean, these goals are very important. I'm just like trying to figure out how we're doing equity is like, we're up everything.
So do you believe we should remove some of the equity goals? I mean, I'm trying to I need something concrete, Susan. I'm trying to understand how it can move us forward, because if it's weeding out some of the equity goals, if it's combining some of the budgeting and the academic achievement, I'm open, I'm very open. But I will also say this is the combination of personal conversations with everybody on the board about the areas that they wanted to pursue as well.
Well, my concern is, like I said, some of this is maybe a 2-year process versus a 1-year process, and you can look at it that way, because as Becky points out, superintendent search is gonna take up a lot of time, and we're gonna feel down when we go, oh my gosh, we didn't get to our goals and equity, that's so important. So I'm just trying to be realistic.
Is there any synergy at all with the bond and the bottom one, the budget? Because I almost feel like you merge schools that, you're looking at the wrong. Maybe not, but I don't know if you see that, but I see like opportunity for like right sizing structures and bond.
Actually, Becky, I kind of agree with Eric, because if everything in the first half of the year is about getting the bond referred, then that leaves the committee open in the second half to do that strategic budgeting. And we could collapse those two into like one goal.
That might be like,
That would be good.
right sizing facilities in the district and working with it.
Yeah. And then, the academic achievement, you could potentially consider that as something that the board is doing constantly, right? And kind of remove it, because that's something that is like a constant for the board. And then that would allow us to add superintendent search on here. And then we've still got return to school, bond, and certified staff.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to be realistic, and I won't.
I appreciate that.
The only one I don't see, so if I'm looking at number 5 and you're taking out academic achievement, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
If you put that at the top, because that's the main reason we're here. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see social and emotional learning anywhere else on any of the other ones, which is a really important key. Or early childhood education.
What if I kept it, but instead of outlining all these committees, just wrote committee of the whole? Because that's what we do as a board with everything.
Really good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Committee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I'm feeling a little overwhelmed, like.
Any other suggestions?
So Eric said we're not in audit.
Like the bond planning, in terms of bond, I feel like there's like, that's kind of like right sizing infrastructure, and that might have to do with the budget long-term shortfall, possibly like, it's all collapsing middle schools or elementary, right sizing land, all that stuff.
That's really specific to ESSER funds. I just want to be clear, because that's not about properties in the district. That's about the fact that our ESSER funds are going to be kind of doing this over time. So I'm sorry if that was not clear. But I think what we're thinking of doing is saying that the bond committee would start to work on the bond, and then the second half of the year, they do the long-term kind of financial planning. And so what I would need to do is take a look at who's on the planning committee and try and balance some folks out so that we can have people on the bond committee with financial expertise as well. So there may be a little bit of a shuffle there, right? But what we would do, we have a bond committee that also works on long-term financial planning, and then we have a policy and planning committee that doesn't have quite as much on its plate.
So the bond committee is an external committee, like the community members as well, right?
That's the campaign. So after it's referred, then it becomes, and
And as we're thinking, like, as I'm organizing this in my brain, I'm hearing there's gonna be listening sessions for the bond, there's listening sessions for SIA, there's listening sessions for a bunch of different pieces. So maybe as we're thinking and mapping this out, if we can start mapping it out on the calendar, we can all put our brains together and try to map it out in calendars. I'm going back to Carl Mead's map. But I think that it's a way to be able to visualize it and see where we have too much, too many things in 1 month, for example.
Sure.
And then we need to add in that calendar that hiring a new superintendent, because if we're heavy on the bond listening first, then maybe the second quarter, or I don't know the length of time that it takes to do the superintendent search. So if we're doing it, I don't know if we're talking 3 months, 6 months, a year, I don't know. Or if we can just decide to move. So, yeah.
The idea from the outset would be to have a superintendent candidate by like February or March. But we don't, that's very, very tentative, right? Like we've got to still hire a consultant and work the timeline out with them specifically. Carl, you got some help for us?
I did. Carl, you mentioned on listening sessions, staff development. Okay, so that's on your plate. We bring that information back.
We're not gonna do like in the past when we had, instead, we've got tools now
Right.
that we've never had before that are fantastic. Like update on every single building and what their longevity is and what the status is. This is, first of all, I mean, there are so many parts that have to come from this. Of how much money can we raise, get this up before we start adding projects to it?
And the difficulty because we have 3 new board members and you have 2 years to get through these. So we're going to try to set some images of time. You get a sense of what those tools are. So you got that in the background. So you're not walking in blind. Not blind in conversation.
Beaverton Education Foundation, I've retired from that since I've been doing it for 8 years. It's someone they need to come.
Yeah.
We got entrepreneurs live, we're gonna double that.
Yeah, the first sheet, Susan has all the assignments and Eric's stepping up. Yeah.
Okay. It's like I'm stepping away from this.
We started.
I'm gonna attempt to summarize here what I think we've got, which is taking the academic achievement, well-rounded education piece and making that a committee as a whole. So we keep it, but we don't list all the committees under it. Taking the bond planning committee and extending out the financial piece and handing it over to that. And then I'm gonna take a look at the policy and planning committee and see what needs to happen then with that long-term financial piece being moved around. There may be a couple of assignments that need to change to make this all work. So we've got some of the folks who are deep on the finance are also on that bond planning committee. And I will come to you guys individually if it looks like it's gonna be a swap, but you're gonna move one committee to another. Does that sound like something?
You're gonna add the superintendent.
Sure, you got it.
Is it, because you know what, this is a public document that's going online. If you want to let that work.
I think the initial idea and part of why we're having a little trouble right now is we're gonna wait for Don to make his announcement. But because we've basically done so right now, I think we can add that to the list of goals. Yeah, and again, basically. So, yeah, that was why it didn't make its way originally to the sheet, but I think Dawn is in all but announced it today, so I think we're pretty comfortable moving forward.
For the record, 2 people are watching on YouTube. Well, both of them are aware. One is probably Melissa, the other one's Karen.
It's a publicly noticed meeting, it's been spoken of, so we're going to move forward with that, but does that, I just want to make sure I'm capturing everybody's ideas, thoughts here.
One thing about hiring of superintendents, with the experience in that most superintendents will make a choice by January. So if we're really looking for the highest quality candidate for our school district, then we need to, that actually might need to be pushed up so that people, you're like out in front and looking by January.
I think the idea with the offer would be made in January.
Yeah, okay,
If
good.
you-
Oh, Mark, we finished it.
You,
So we will be well posted and in the process.
There's a period of time where you gotta negotiate the contract after they accept it.
So we need to start the process.
Right, that would be like the public announcement. Yeah, totally hear you on that. And we want to get started early. Okay, great. Then I think we made it to the consent agenda, guys.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
I second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the matter? Any discussion on the consent agenda, guys? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to take a vote on the matter. So we will start with Susan Greenberg, zone 1. Yay, nay, or abstain?
Yay.
Right. Karen?
Yay.
Eric?
Yeah.
Sunita? Ugana?
Yay.
Vice Chair Tim Tuck?
Aye.
Chair Colette? Aye. The motion passes unanimously. And Dawn, I don't know if you have any comments to take us out with?
Just, thank you, great board meeting, thank you for all your time. I know this is a long time to sit here, and just a FYI, Multnomah County just announced that mandatory mask wearing for all all ages 5 and up indoors, mandatory mask wearing in Multnomah County.
I move we adjourn the work session.
Okay. All right.
Good job, Tom.
Meeting is adjourned.